Oh, snap. We're starting. Let me load up my stuff. Get everything going. Let everybody know that I'm streaming. Get the phone open. Take the calls. It begins. Is my controller working? Let's take a look. Check a few things. Maybe get my notepad up. Okay, good. There was a previous show. Let me just make sure that that worked. Okay, we're good there. Delete that. Hello. That's the wrong window, Chrome. Do the other one. I think that's the one. Yeah, that's the one. Hello. Hello, everybody. It's a fabulous Sunday. A wonderful Sunday. We're going to be playing some games while we wait for calls. Mind you, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion, we can do so. Make sure everything's all set up there. Yep, looks like everything is set up. We will be able to take calls. Okay. Let's play some Majora's Mask. I think we got a water temple to beat while we're waiting. Oh boy. Irma says, hello, 1stAmender. Hello. Awol says, good day, 1stAmender. Hello. 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 How's everybody doing, I hope? I hope everybody's doing okay. We are gonna go, happy Sunday, Awol. Yes, happy Sunday. It is a happy Sunday. All right, let's, Great Bay Coast, Zora Cape. I think I could just go straight to Zora Cape. Gotta slow down time because the water temple is actually kind of hard. A lot of work that goes into the water temple. We're gonna collect some fairies too, because it is easy to die there. Excadriller says, what's up, Awol? Hello. Hello. We got more. Let me just make sure that we're slowing down time here. Something in my eye. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to call in, have a discussion, we can do so. Right now, we're just going to beat this temple. It's kind of a hard temple. If you don't know what you're doing, it's very easy to... I remember as a kid, I struggled so much. But actually, if you just look at the clues of the temple, it's pretty easy. You just got to know... You got to know the clues, I guess. I've got to get a few of those fairies, so let's go ahead and do that. Let's get those 2 other bottles. I don't remember what the Great Bay Fountain collecting all the fairies gets you. I don't remember. Let's see, what kind of discussion are we having this Sunday morning? We haven't gotten a discussion yet, but I'm sure there will be. I am excited to see what happens. Alright, we got that. Okay, so we've got the ocarina, and then let's bust out this. And then I think we just got to do the new wave bossa nova, which is the following song here. Okay. Wait. There you go. It's such a weird song. I don't like the song. I think it's a kind of a crap song. Normally Sundays are pretty mellow unless first decides to choose violence. That is, attack religion. Otherwise it'll be mellow stream, hopefully. What do you mean attack religion? I'm not attacking religion. Just because I say the truth doesn't mean that I'm attacking you. It's a Rubik says, yo, what's up, Rubik's? Hello. We got a temple to do. We're doing the water temple. Or what is this, Great Bay Temple? It's the water temple, as far as I'm concerned. I'm going to call it the water temple, because that's what it is. Great Bay, Great Water, whatever. I forgot about this part of the game. What the hell is this? Wow. Probably could have gotten more than 2 sounds for that, but okay. It's a Rubik says water temple is the worst temples. Kinda, but I will show you the secret of this temple. It's not as hard, it's not as bad as you think. It's not. It's totally doable. With that being said, we need this if we plan on completing it. It's looking like that there's already a spot here. We gotta... there's probably some fairies lying around. So let's start exploring, I suppose. Okay, I think I gotta be a Goron. That's annoying. It's just a fairy, just a heart, okay. Go over here, check for fairies. We got fairies. Irma says, chill convo Sunday topics. Okay, is there a book or a movie place you wish were real? As in, you could just like move and go there and meet the characters. Would you go? Yeah, the Shire. Yeah. The Shire for sure. I have no... Okay, well, we can do fire arrows, I suppose. I thought I was going to need to use a Deku stick, but it's looking like it's fire arrows. So annoying, bro. Ruthlessly sensitive, bro. Oh my god, and it's timed. Dick move, bro. There you go. Chest. No doubt that's going to be a fairy. I have not a single doubt in my mind. Ow. Open chest. There we go. We got a stray fairy. How many stray fairies are there in this? 15. Collect 15. No problem. Well, they're not here anymore, so we can leave. Whoa, that's a huge water wheel. Yes, it is. Yes. Yes. Yes, it is. It's not... This is not a hard dungeon. Alright. So the trick to this dungeon is to follow the pipes. Okay? You'll notice it's got like an arrow with like a direct flow of water. That's very much on purpose. They want you to be aware, hey, water flowing this way. And as a kid, I just was not perceptive enough to see that. And I wandered around this temple for days, bro. I could not finish this temple. It was such a pain in the ass. But I now know how. I know what to do. Looks like we gotta push that. So we're gonna dive, dive. So like, yeah, see here? Like you see water is flowing there, but the water no flow there, which means if I turn this valve, it'll start flowing in that direction. I know it seems kind of obvious because I'm telling you as like a grown-ass adult, and you're probably looking at this as a grown-ass adult and come to that conclusion. But I'm saying that it wasn't really super obvious as a kid. Anyway. So now that that's open, oh look at that, we got a there's a fairy here. Give me that. Okay, and it's a second stray fairy. It's good. We need to collect all of those before we finish this dungeon. All right. Okay, so we've still got fairies in this room. Because you can see, because the hair is flowing like that. Like when you see all the dots all over it, that means that there's fairies in the room. Anyway. We gotta make some progress. So I think I did this wrong. We're gonna go back and we're gonna enable this. So let it do its thing. Let the valve do its thing. Side question. Have you played Dispatch? No, I have not played Dispatch. Okay. That's enabled. The water is flowing. Water flow is good. And we're going to ride this elevator. It's a Rubik says, Majora's Mask is my favorite Zelda. If only it were longer. It's a great game, though. It's a great time. All right. Hi. Hello. Let me just get my regular arrows out. I do not need fire arrows. That's done. Alright. Ooh. It's multiple. That one's got to go. Man. Okay. I'm gonna jump this, and that's not what I wanted. That's the wrong... Let's go check the right area, though, because there is a ferry here. We just need to know where. Oh, phone call. All right, let's pause the game. Mute it. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
How's it going?
Hey, can I get your name?
Brian.
Brian. All right, Brian, what would you like to talk about?
Well, I used to play Zelda Ocarina of Time, and then Majora's Mask came out, and I never ended up playing it. And I don't know, I'm older now, I'm 39, and I'm curious about going back into it, and I'm curious about what your opinion is, whether or not Majora's Mask is better than Ocarina of Time.
Well, it's harder. In terms of atmosphere, it's even better than Ocarina of Time.
Oh, cool.
But it's kind of a
Yeah,
it's a bit of a mixed bag. There's some parts that are not great, I guess. I'm not selling it very well, but it's like there's some parts where it's like, this is kind of unnecessarily difficult. But other than that, I mean, it's a really good game.
You know what I think it is? I think they make a lot of money off of those walkthrough guides, or they did back in the day. Those,
Oh yeah, yeah, for sure.
So I think there's a part of that. I think a little.
So you could
Gamesmanship.
get by without a walkthrough guide. You'll be all right. You could do it all on your own. What my thought is that there's like certain areas where continues, like if you fail, it's pretty brutal.
And maybe as an older man, I could actually do it, and it can be like normal. Because as a kid, it's probably very, very difficult.
Yeah, you will have the patience. I mean, considering I was able to do this at what 13, it was hard, but I was able to get it done. So, I have full faith that you'll be just fine in Majora's Mask.
Yeah. Anyway, all right. Saw you playing that. We've debated before. Usually, we're talking about other shit and we're yelling at each other, but
yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway, I don't really have much to argue about. Just saying hey and curious about it. So you said it's harder. What do you prefer?
Ocarina of Time or Majora's Mask? I think they're both different things.
Okay.
You know, it's like different experiences.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
Basically, if you want like kind of like a depressing atmosphere, but it's like really engrossing and like thought-provoking, then it's definitely Majora's Mask. But if you just want classic adventure, you know, it's Ocarina of Time.
Right. Have you played the recent TOTK and Breath of the Wild?
I played Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild is amazing. TOTK, that's Tears of the Kingdom. I did not.
Yeah.
I did not like it as much, and it's not because of the game itself, but it was actually because the FPS was so terrible that it was effectively unplayable. There were like certain moments where I'm just like, bro, this is completely like unacceptable. I was really upset to see like, you know, a Nintendo Switch running like this high-end game at like 8 FPS. So I actually just recently bought a Switch too, and I bought the upgrade. And I know I'm kind of feeding the beast by doing that, you know, because
they got me too.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna. I would like to play. It's not because it's not a bad Zelda game. It's good. I would like to beat it without 8 FPS if possible.
Right. So was it a better experience on the 2?
I haven't played it yet. I just bought it and I have it on my back burner.
Oh.
I'm currently playing Metroid Prime 4, and I'm kind of revitalizing my island in Animal Crossing.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, once you get over that initial bad taste in your mouth from TOTK, I think you'll love it.
Yeah, I think so.
But obviously, you get it. I mean, you've played it, and it's...
I mean, it was good. It's just that the frame rate was really bad. Like, it was unacceptable.
Yeah, you're not wrong at all. Yeah. All right, man. We'll take it easy.
All right, Brian. Have an easy Sunday.
You too, brother.
Bye-bye. That was Brian, everybody. Brian. All right, we're going to be going back to the game. Unmute. Okay. Hood Monkey says, rookie move. Should have gotten a Steam Deck. I do not need a Steam Deck. I have an insanely powerful computer. There's no reason for me to get a Steam Deck. Anything that I can play on a Steam Deck is just not... I'd be like, why would I play on a Steam Deck when I could just play on my computer? I would just have no reason... Oh, shit. Well, don't say it be like it is, but it do. You know what I'm saying? Steam Decks are good if you don't have like an insane computer to run it. Like if you have an insane computer that just runs anything like super well, why would I need a Steam Deck? At least like when it comes to like the Switch 2, it's got exclusives and it's like that you can't play on the Steam Deck, and that's the big, you know, it's got your Nintendo classics. And I'll be honest, man, I'm a Nintendo fanboy. I've been a Nintendo guy pretty much my whole life. I mean, I got pretty much, I don't know every system, but I got a lot of systems. And looking at it, I'm like, okay, well, I mean, I'll be honest, you know, there was like a time, I think like my baby brother, he accidentally, this was like back when the Wii was like a thing and the Wii U had just come out. And me and my brother were thinking that we wanted to skip on the Wii U because we were like, it's probably not good. But interestingly enough, oh, look at this. We have this whole other area that needs to get some water going to it. But notice that this pipe is not active, which means you need to follow this pipe if you plan on activating it. And I would imagine it stops this turnstile. So you have to be aware of your surroundings. Anyway, so I got, I think it was like, my baby brother, he got me a Wii U game for Christmas, and they had like spent all their savings on this Wii U game. They didn't have a job or anything, you know, so spending $60 on a game was pretty, you know, it was a lot, you know, and only to find out that both me and my brother did not have a Wii U. He thought that he bought a Wii game, and he was so upset at that I was like, listen, don't worry, we'll buy a Wii U. I mean, me and my brother, we had money at the time, and we're like, listen, let's just buy the frickin' Wii U and be done with it, you know? With that being said, we bought the Wii U, and it's like one of those things where it's like, the Wii U was not good. I mean, it was maybe okay. It was all right for the time. It's just, it was clear that it was like kind of written in stone that this was going to get abandoned. Curious. There's probably fairies in here. We gotta collect all the fairies. So the Wii U was great. Yeah, I did have it had Smash Brothers Brawl, which was completely superseded by Super Smash Brothers. Oh wait, hold on a sec. What was it called? Was it Brawl? Hold on, let me look at that up. It just says Super Smash Brothers for the Wii U. I loved Super Smash Brothers. I love Smash Brothers even today. And yeah. Anyway, the Wii U is great. It was good. We've got we can get over there. Speaking of which, there's fairies in here. Okay. Note, there are fairies. It was good on the Wii U. It was great. I didn't mind it. Anyway, as a result, I'm just I'm just gonna buy Nintendo consoles. I'm sorry. I'm just a forever fanboy. Y'all can get mad at me if you want and be like, oh, you're feeding the beast. Yeah, I am. But also Nintendo makes some really good games, and I'm gonna justify it that way. Irma says, worst game I played? Monster Hunter. You didn't like Monster Hunter? That's a really good game, Irma. That is a really good game. All right, let me see here. Are you okay, duties? Is everything okay, duties? Do we need to have cat cam for a second? All right, let's have cat cam. All right, hold on. Hold on. Let's just get the music going. Say hello. Say hello to the little dirt eaters. Say hello. Hi there, dirders. Don't show them your bunghole. Don't show them your bunghole. Show them your face. They want to see your pretty face. Come here. Yeah. Oh. Ow. Ow. Oh, the pretty. Ow, she's biting. Why you bite? Huh? Why are you biting? You must explain yourself, cat. Ow. Let's see. Come here. Come here. Aw, the pretty. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we do here. Yeah. Ow, she's biting. April Cox saying Superman 64 is trash, 100%. God, that is a really bad game. Is everything okay? Are you good? I know you like to crash my stream sometimes, so I understand. She just wants to say hello to you guys. That's it. I'm gonna make you famous, Pepper. Watch. It will happen. I'm gonna get another cat and name it Salt. It'll be a white cat. I'll call it Salt. And I'll have Salt and Pepper. Are you good? Are we good? Ow. Can we go back to playing the video game now, Pepper? Ow! Must you bite? Must you? Ow! She's getting upset. I'm gonna let go. I'm gonna let go. Okay, I'm done. Golly. She's getting mad. It's because I'm petting her too much. We're good, dude. Just chill there. You good? All right. I'm gonna leave her be. She's in a I put her in a bad mood. I pet her too much. No. I'm not gonna pet you. I know when you get overstimulated. You get all upsetty spaghetti. Let's see here. We have cats suck. Sorry. No, they don't. Come on. Cats are great. I love cats. We got a phone call. Here we go. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hey, how's it going, man?
Hey, give me 1 second, okay?
Gotcha.
Can I get your name?
Wex.
Wes.
Wex. W-E-X.
Okay, Wex. What would you like to talk about?
I've called in a few times before. I guess I want to hammer on the same point that I talked about then, which is I want to talk about your conceptualization of gender.
Okay.
Okay, so I watched your video about how you changed from being anti to pro-trans. Mm-hmm. And one of the points that you reference as being exceedingly convincing to you was this study that demonstrated this similarity in it's brain morphology between trans women and cis women. Is that right?
I mean, that's one of the studies, but there's a multitude of studies, just so you're aware. It's not, I get that it's very common that I just flash the one study, but there really are a lot of studies on this.
Oh, I wasn't going to quibble about that. I was just going to accept that as like as indicative of like a broad scientific agreement. I wasn't going to quibble about that. That's not what
Okay.
Yeah. So I guess I wonder about this, like, informing your conceptualization of what a woman is, this brain morphology. Because for me, when I think of woman, I think of gender. And when I think of gender, I don't think there's anything biological involved in that.
There's biological imperatives to it, but yes, there's aspects of social constructs.
What sort of biological imperatives are there to gender?
The neurochemistry.
Such as what?
So there could be I believe like that there's certain portions of the brain that is differently sized. The concentration of neurons is different among women and men and women.
Okay, so can I group the characteristics you just listed into like biological makeup X?
I mean, there's just sex typical brains is kind of my point.
Well, I understand sex typical brains, but I also understand sex to be separate entirely from gender.
So gender and sex, they're never really like fully divested from each other. They're very related to one another.
I think they're really heavily correlated, yes.
Well, it's like a 99% of people, their sex matches their gender.
Yes, and I think that has to do with the nature of our broader societal constructs and the like societies that we live in.
No. Yeah, take for example, there was an experiment that was done on rhesus macaques, where what they did is that they had two different kinds of toys. They left like baby rhesus macaques to their own devices. A baby. One of the toys was a fluffy doll, and then the other one was a truck. Mind you, the rhesus macaque baby doesn't know what a doll is, nor does it know what a truck is. But it was pretty overwhelming that the females preferred the doll and the males preferred the truck.
Okay. Can I question your conceptualization of the brain morphology that you were talking about earlier?
Sure.
So what if I were to present to you a person who does not have that brain morphology that you described as being this component of like the gender of woman, and this person were to have gone through the transitionary surgeries associated with transitioning to being a woman, and then they were to fulfill the social roles associated with being a woman, and then the people in their life were to affirm that gender and refer to them as a woman and conceptualize them as a woman, and then they went out into the world. Would this person not be a woman?
By gender, yes, they would be.
Well, I agree. Well, that sounds to me like gender is separate from the biology that you were referencing.
So some of it is social, some of it is biological. The only reason why I bring up the biological imperative is so people realize that this goes beyond sociology. So people realize there's more of a deterministic factor than you would initially presume.
I definitely see the like pragmatic utility in using it to like ground out like the conceptualization of gender for like debate purposes and for like not I guess for maybe like epistemic foundations. But like it seems to me when I like really investigate what I mean when I call somebody a woman, I don't think there's anything like at all biological entailed in there, and it seems like it's almost sort of necessary.
Well,
for me
there is in the sense that we look at somebody based off of secondary sex characteristics and determine male or female within an instant. Those are biologically determined.
Yes, but the nature of what those biological traits are doesn't just like immediately present itself. So like, for
It
example, if there
does.
was a
It's sex typical secondary sex
Well, but-
characteristics.
So, for example, if there was another society in like a different universe where they also had like a human race, it's the same as ours, but instead of man and woman, they had big and little, and big and little refers to people over 5'10", people under 5'10", and in this society you would have male and female bigs and male and female littles, and there would be more male bigs than there are female bigs because, you know, men are taller than women. But this is just how they would divide their society, and I don't know how you could come from our world to their world and tell them that they've like done something wrong in organizing themselves. It doesn't seem like the features of humanity immediately present themselves.
I wouldn't presume that they're doing something wrong.
Oh, okay. Well, I agree.
Okay.
Well, but then I think that's because like the biological features of what we are, they don't just like our societal constructs don't jump naturally from them. It's not just like immediately obvious by looking at like the biological features of humans in a vacuum that we would divide ourselves into man and woman.
Okay.
And so then I
understand that I understand there are social constructs, I guess.
It just really, so doesn't that like entirely detach your conceptualization of woman then from your conceptualization of like any human's biology?
No, it doesn't. There's the biological factor and there's the social factor. Just because that there is a biological factor doesn't mean that supersedes the social factor. And just because that there's a social factor doesn't mean it supersedes the biological factor. Those are both it can be explained. They're not incongruous with one another.
But it seems like whenever I try to like think about what those biological factors are in like an isolated context, I can always then imagine a person who doesn't have them and yet is the gender.
Yes, so genetics is strange. That's why I was bringing up that there exists. You can have, for example, people possessing intersex conditions only in the brain, but not in external genitalia. That would most likely result in a trans individual, biologically determined to be trans.
Your biology is definitely correlated with how you will present yourself in society. But even in that case, it seems like I can imagine a person with that brain morphology who yet fills a different gender than the one that their biology would predict them to transition to. It seems like it's only correlated and not at all causal.
I agree. That's why there's also social constructs involved.
Well, why not just like ground it in that? Those are real and like powerful.
Hold on. That's both like of them are real identity. And powerful. They're both real.
Well, but I agree. Biology is also real, but it doesn't seem like linked in other than in a correlated sense.
I mean, I wouldn't want to say that it's correlated because it's like, do hormones cause certain types of behavior? Yeah.
Yeah, they do. It's true, and it's like it's extremely like inductively useful to just like even conceptualize them as like exactly the same thing, but I don't think it's like philosophically accurate.
Okay, but I mean I'm just talking about the science here, not the philosophy.
Well, I mean, isn't like the investigation of like the term woman, like isn't that like a philosophical question? How can like science tell us what a woman is?
Well, we do all the time.
I think when we do, that's like a.
I mean, like by sex, it's like XX. It's XX chromosomes, typically at least 18 years of age in the United States. Yeah. Resulting in secondary sex characteristics and fat placement around the chest and hips, less so around the belly.
I think that's an inductive tool
receded, receded, what is it, brow ridge?
Yeah.
It's an example.
I think that's an inductive tool that we use for pragmatic purposes.
Yes.
It is almost always the case that a person with XX chromosomes, 18 years of age, is a woman. Almost always. And so for like useful purposes, it might even be like useful to say that they're the same thing, that an XX person of 18 years of age is a woman. But I don't think like when we take a step back and actually look at it, we realize that that's not actually the case, because we can imagine a person who's got XX chromosomes and is 18 years of age and yet is not a woman.
I agree. I agree. That's why that there's the concept of gender.
Yes, which is separate from biology.
So there is a biological imperative to gender. It's
There's
part of it, but so is social. It's a mix of social as well as biological. The same thing with like being gay. It's the same thing. It's a mix of social and biological.
I don't think gender and sexuality are similar in that way.
They are. I mean, you can look this up. I'm not making it up when I'm saying that there's a mix of...
I've taken many courses on this. That's not the conceptualization, I don't think. I mean, who thinks of it in that way?
Biologists? People? Scientists?
I mean, okay, my understanding is like a scientist would say like, these genetic predictors are indicative of this behavior presenting it like this genotype is indicative of this phenotype is what they would say. But they wouldn't say it's like causal. They wouldn't say it's the same thing. No scientist would ever say that. That's not how scientists talk.
Let me pull this up.
Yeah.
Okay. So I pulled up just consensus.app. Are you aware what consensus.app is?
I'll take it as the word of God.
Okay. Yeah, it's basically just an aggregate for like scientific studies.
Good.
And so I ask it, questions that science can answer, and then it will tell you like, here's the amalgamation of studies. Here's what the research says.
That's useful. What is that called?
Consensus.app. It uses only studies. So there is no Reddit or Wikipedia or any of that. It's all studies. Anyway, it says, is being trans biological or social? And there's about 20 different sources, but amalgamated, it states, these studies suggest that transgender identity cannot be reduced to being purely biological or purely social, but instead reflects a complex interplay of biological factors, such as the brain structure differences, genetics, prenatal hormone influences, and social psychological processes, such as identity construction, social feedback, and cultural context.
So my broader point earlier was about how scientists speak about data. All right, and so you see how, like, in the beginning of that, you said these studies suggest. Yeah. No scientist ever says this is. They don't speak that way, because that's not, like, philosophically true. You have never found that. You've just found a very useful inductive tool for predicting this. That's what a scientist does.
Okay.
So I think when, like, we really drill into, like, our definitions, like, the interesting, like, philosophical conversation, like, happens when you, like, sort of, I think, shed those sort of shackles.
All right.
And I guess I don't know. I feel like a lot of the reason that like you appeal to the studies is for, like, avoiding somebody like fucking like Andrew Wilson coming to, like, tell you that you have no idea what a woman is because you can't, like, define it. But I think, like, you can define it. Like, we can talk about these identities that exist as, like, part of ourselves, and like we can do that in a meaningful way that, like, doesn't crumble to some bad faith actor. Like, we don't need to, I don't know. That's what I think.
Sure. I mean, again, it just, I feel like the concept of that, of gender being biologically based as well as social is I think that's correct. And in terms of, like, scientific studies, I appeal to the science because I'm not an endocrinologist. I'm not a biologist. I'm not a neurochemist. So, and I'm also not a sociologist or a psychologist. So I appeal to I appeal to the science, because those are the people that actually know what they're talking about.
Okay. I guess it seems to me like it's very much a philosophical question. What is a woman? Yeah. You're not into philosophy at all?
I mean, I read a little bit. I'm not as versed as I'd like to be.
Let me think. Can I recommend you some things?
Sure.
I think Kuhn's The Structure of Scientific Revolution.
How do you spell that?
Kuhn, The Structure of Scientific Revolution.
Okay.
Is very good. I think anything by Popper on falsificationism.
I've gone over Popper. I couldn't finish his book, but
yeah, he's very grating. He's so full.
Yeah, it's not a fun book to go through, but I did get through roughly about 2/3 of it.
I think his broader point about inductivism is very poignant.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that's all, I don't know. That's all I got.
It was good talking to you, X. Thank you for the call.
You too, man.
You have a great day.
Me. You too.
That was Wex, everybody. All right. Keep in mind, we are still taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. You want to have a call, have a conversation, we can do so. What just happened? Oh, let me remove that. There we go. All right, back to the game. Let's take a look here. Where is my volume mixer? Turn the game back on. Let's see. What was I doing? All right, let's see. Okay. So obviously, there's probably some piping to do there. But you can see there's no activity at all. So getting over there isn't going to do anything right now. We have to keep going. Let's see. Irma says, 1stAmender, do you believe your positions are unfalsifiable? So, someone asked whether or not somebody's qualia is effectively unfalsifiable, and technically speaking, that's true. So I answered the person honestly, like, you know, I mean, well, is your justification unfalsifiable? Then I would say if it's regarding someone's qualia, then yeah, it is unfalsifiable. I think that's probably what you're referring to. There was a discussion with somebody where they say, well, since it's unfalsifiable, there is no argument to be had. I mean, well, but not really. That's not really correct, because the reality is that we don't just simply like doubt someone's qualia just because it's their qualia. We kind of ask them questions. We do this all the time. We ask people questions. The falsifiability would be them saying that they're not a thing. Let's see. We've got... Is there a... There are. All right. I bet you if we kill all these boys... I don't like these guys. They're kind of ugly. Is he dead? Nope. He's dead. And there's probably a fairy in there. We got to collect that. There we go. Just going to get in there. Looking good. Very good. Very good. Stray fairy. And there are no more stray fairies in this location. The mask is quite helpful in discovering the fairies. Okay, we've got a couple of things that we can do here. Got some water there. It looks like there's a chest down there. Yeah, Jack, until the crazy woke era where now everything can be defined on how people feel, such as your words or violence, is crazy. I have no idea what you're even arguing. All right, let's get to work on this. We got some diving to do. These are such ugly monsters. Kill these things. Come on, get rid of them. I'm missing. He's hurting me. Oh. Let's see. Jack Attack also said that he's actually going to break down that debate on one of his videos. I'm looking forward to actually, because I agree that he lost that debate. 1stAmender, I watched your debate with Andrew Wilson, and you lose every debate, but that was like top 3 biggest L's that you have. I don't think it was. I don't agree with that at all. How do I get this guy? Do I just... He won't... I gotta get out of the water to kill him. Alright. Either that or he's just gonna explode on me. There you go, though. That does it. Alright, how do I think I can just get my hook shot here. Alright. So Jack Attack says, 1stAmender, at one point you literally said that if a cat has enough phenotypes of a dog, they are essentially a dog, LMAO. Well, actually, yeah, kinda. That's what you do to observe that something is what they are. Is it possible that there exists a cat that possesses all the phenotypes of dog? No, because it's not possible for that to happen. But assuming it is, and they had all the phenotypes of dog, then yeah, it would just be a dog. That's actually what we do to determine something is what it is. Okay, for example, hold on, let me pull this up. Phenotypes of dogs. Dog list. Physical traits list. Let's see here. There's like, I'm trying to pull up. Okay. Let me see if is this... Hold on. Let me just look this up. Hold on. Give me a second. Not looking for a dog breed. Hold on. I'm trying to look this up. Hold on. All right, let me see here. Is this what I'm looking for? I need to know like a specific, like what is the, hold on. Just give me a second. I'm trying to give you an example of what I'm talking about. Is it called a cladogram? I'm trying to... Wait, hold on. Let me look this up. All right, let's see here. I think that's probably the problem, is that I'm looking up just dog as opposed to like canids. Let me look this up. Hold on. I'm trying to see here. I don't know why I'm having such a hard time for this. Just give me a moment. Ah. Well, wait. I don't know if this is what we're looking for. Okay. So I guess like the argument that I'm trying to present to you, and I think like maybe I'm just like not communicating it properly. We could observe here, for example, it's like, okay, like what are some like phenotypic characteristics of dogs? Communication in dogs includes eye gaze, facial expression, vocalization, body posture. Oh, hold on. Let me see here. So under the taxonomic category, they're classified subspecies of Canis lupus, along with wolves and dingoes. Genetic studies show that dogs likely diverged from wolves between 27,000 and 40,000 years ago. Dogs were domesticated, but hold on. I'm looking for specifically what are the characteristics of dog, I guess. So basically what I'm trying to see here, like if there was a cat out in the wild that just had all of the categories of dog, it would basically be a dog. We would be unable to distinguish it as a cat, unless if we did specifically like a genetic lineage and realized we made a mistake. That would probably be, but in reality, we would likely just label it as a dog if it had all of the phenotypic categories of dog. So I hope that makes sense. Like maybe I'm not communicating it right, but it would make sense in the sense that like, if there we are out in the field trying to determine whether or not, well, let's look at it, look at its various features and realize it's not cat-like at all. We'd be like, okay, it's dog. Let me see here. I would like, I don't know. There's probably like a list, like specifically what there is. Here we go. Extremely variable in size, ranging from one of the largest breeds, the Great Dane, to one of the smallest, the Chihuahua. All healthy dogs, regardless of size and type, have a number of bones, with the exception of the tail, though significant skeletal variations between dogs of different types. The dog skeleton is well adapted for running. The vertebrae on the it's adapted for running, and it has a vertebrae on the neck and the back, and has extensions for back muscles. It consists of epaxial muscles and hypaxial muscles to connect to. Long ribs provide the room for the heart and lungs. and the shoulders unattached to the skeleton, allowing for flexibility. Compared to the dog's wolf-like ancestors, selective breeding since domestication has seen that the dog's skeleton increase in size for larger types such as mastiffs and miniaturize for smaller types such as terriers, and dwarfism has been selectively bred in some types with short legs are preferred, such as Dachshunds and Corgis. Most dogs naturally have 26 vertebrae in their tails, but some with naturally short tails have as few as 3. The dog's skull has identical components regardless of breed type, but there is significant divergence in the terms of skull shape between types. The 3 basic skull shapes are elongated, dolichocephalic types as seen in sighthounds. The intermediate mesocephalic, oh shit, my hair. Mesocephalic and mesaticephalic type, and that the very short and broad brachycephalic type exemplified in mastiff type skull. So basically, okay, if there was a cat that had all of these features, it would be indistinguishable from dog. We would just be like, that's a dog. We wouldn't even question that it's actually a cat because it doesn't have the characteristics of cat. Let's see. Amender, reading the entire wiki entry of dogs isn't going to get you out of this. Maybe I'm just not communicating right. I don't know. I feel like I communicated it correctly, and maybe you're just like deliberately being obtuse. I'm saying if it had all the characteristics of cat, it would be a cat. If it had all the characteristics of dog, it would be a dog. That's true. Exactly. Irma's got it. Irma has figured it out. If a cat had all of those features, it wouldn't be a cat. It would just be a dog. Exactly. You got it. I'm glad you figured it out. All right. So we've got, we went through this and we got this and we got all of the, but it looks like there's an additional chest here, but we're not going to be able to reach it yet because there is a little bit of water flow, and I believe we need... Okay. So, step one. Let's see here. I don't see any water flow on any of these pipes. We're going to have to get out, see what's going on. Simplified it. Yay! Thank you. Yes, thank you, Irma. Let's see. Jack Attack says, well, most men claim to be women, have all of the characteristics of men, so they are men, correct? Well, you would identify them as men. However, if you're able to understand what it means to be trans woman, you'll realize by gender that they are women, and that the entire time I'm not, revoking the identity of men or saying that they're men. I'm simply applying their gender. That's it. The sex stays the same. It never changes. Okay, well, we've got this yellow pipe here. And it also have this... Let me switch over to a Goron and just break that real quick. See what's in there. Very good. Very good. I like that. There's still fairies, though, so we're going to have to figure that out later. And it's looking like we've got here, but what appears to be... Okay, so there's a pipe that's working there. But unfortunately, we cannot get to it because there's water in the way of that ladder. So we're not going to be able to get up off that ladder without breaking that down first. So we need to keep exploring the dungeon and find the chest. So let's do. There's only a few areas to get through. We already went through one. And we got the map, so we're going to go down and we're going to probably hit up that red one. Stab it. Alright, here we go. Going through here. Let's see. Big Wex says, Popper's point about falsification is that all it takes is a single instance to disprove a theory in terms of accuracy, but not in terms of utility. The problem with linking gender to sex is I can always imagine a person who lacks whatever biological characteristic you select, yet is the gender. Gender definitions with sex components should be disregarded for this reason. Okay, I mean, gender and sex are interrelated. They are. And there's nothing wrong with that, right? It is totally possible that the gender may be entirely social. But for most people, it's not entirely social. It's going to be a mix of the two. All right. I do not like these things. Okay, you can just walk up and punch it, which is good. All right. Just gonna break this, see what's in here. Okay, just some magic. Hold on. So Jack Attack says, at Awolthoughts, it's the part of the debate where Wilson replaces men and women with cat and dog. Yes, which, by the way, that is a false equivalency, number one, because you're talking about like literally different species as opposed to like sex or gender. And then the next problem is that it's a straw man and into a false equivalency because he's deliberately obfuscating a very clear syllogism which can be exhibited, but he just didn't want to address it. All right, let me see. Okay, so this we can open. Let's walk in here and see what we get. There is a choo-choo that has arrows. Why do I have a feeling we're going to fight something that's going to require arrows? There's an entire... I've never seen a choo-choo with arrows until this specific room. Alright, we're going to open this door, and I guarantee you, guess what we're going to see? We're going to see something that's going to require arrows. Huh, boss room. No fairies. We're going to look up and see a oh! We are taking calls, by the way. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Woo! Okay. No problem. Okay, so we're gonna just gonna do this for a little while. Maybe I should just bust this out and just maybe get the boomerang. Wait, do I even have boomerangs? I don't have boomerangs. I can do this. I'm hitting a lot of them, even though I'm taking damage. I got a lot of fairies, so we're good. I'm not really all that worried. Let's see. Feminism is base, says Irma. I agree. Let's see. Yeah, Jack, I'm also willing to bet that he hasn't done any research on his opponent. I probably call him and ask him because he's pretty arrogant when it comes to actual debates. He never checks some parts of feminism are based. Some parts are nonsense. What parts of feminism are nonsense? That's a red flag in my book. I think I just need to stay away from this thing and just kind of one at a time. Maybe I should just be a Zora. Watch Me Shadow says, there's undeniable differences between men and women. Man, an adult human male. Woman, an adult human female. Wow, don't think about it any harder than that, you moron. It blows me away, the just like anti-intellectual movement where you just like don't read anything and you just hear something from like Matt Walsh and say and just repeat the same dumb talking point over and over and over ad infinitum. No matter what amount of books or reading or research be damned, you're just gonna repeat the same dumb topic over and over and over and never listen to anybody about anything. I don't know if this is working. Maybe I should go back to just Kid Link and just this is probably the most sustainable way because it's like I could just kind of keep doing it. I mean, it's a little tedious, but it's doable. I mean, I could just hit the eye at this point, I think. Or just arrows. That's so annoying. Jesus. Kill these stupid fucking balls. I'm gonna die here, but that's okay. Yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. Don't be worried. There's so many fairies. We're fine. Ow. Ow. Come on, turn. There he is. Jesus. Excadriller says Amender is cheating, eh? What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Jack Attack says perceiving something to be something that it isn't doesn't make it that thing. It makes it mistaken. The question wasn't whether or not that you perceive something to be something that it is not. The problem is that what was specifically stated was the phenotype and whether or not it possessed all the phenotypes. If it possessed all the phenotypes, it would just be that thing. It's true. It would be. That's literally what we use to identify stuff. It's the phenotypes. Straight women's hormones debunk feminism in regards to patriarchy, but feminism in terms of legal equality is correct. Alright, so we now have the ice arrows, which means that we can get started on the flow of things. So, let me see, is there any? Nope, we're good here. Alright, so we got what we needed. We got everything we need. We should be able to kind of go to town with this. This looks like an area to exit, so we're going to swim. You can see the water flow. It's good. All right, and then here's the exit. And so this should not be a problem here because what we need to do is we need to break that one area. Let me break this pot because I kind of want to see what's in it. Oh, forget it. I don't care. I don't care enough. Okay. Come on. Just gotta get up here, I think. There we go. 60 hours remain. Okay, so we can see the initial water flow. But what we need to do is kind of get in there. Oh, no, wrong way. Damn it. Well, let's try that again. Honestly, it's just super dishonest to bring up, like, for example, cat and dog in comparison to male and female, and also not completely not acknowledging the difference between sex and gender. That's the problem with the argument, is that you can't actually like address what is being said. You just kind of have to obfuscate and just kind of repeat and repeat the same thing, and not actually have an argument. Amender, you need that pot at the bottom. It's a fairy. Fuck! I'm going. No, 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 no! Fucker! Fuck! Son of a bitch. It's not where I should be. Don't want to be here. Alright. 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 So annoying. Ah! Please. Please. Just give it to me, please. I just want to go. I'm fucking clipping that. Come on! This is so annoying. This is such a fucking dick fucking mechanic. Why? Hit it! Yes! I did it. Come here. Ah. Yeah, okay. Man, that sucked. Fuck that, dude. That sucked. All right. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I want to hear what you have to say. If you have an argument, I'll even be polite and not interrupt you. Get on it. Get on it. Get on it. Get on it. Get up. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Ice arrows. Ice arrows. No problem. Ice arrows. We're getting ice arrowed. All right. Good. Okay. All right. All right. So let's observe. We've got pipes going from there. There's an entry spot. And then look, you can see that there is piping there, but it is stopped in that location. And there also appears to be this upper grading area, which we will be partaking in. Also, are there fairies? There are fairies in here. Okay. Just be aware of that, I suppose. Step 1. Step 1. Step 1. Get up there. Alright. Okay. Well, okay. Well, I don't know what I was thinking there, but that's clearly not what I need to be doing. Okay. So we're going to go... Step 1. Ice. Okay, got up there. Now we're gonna just grab this and tug. Give it the old tuggaroo. Okay, so now this area has water flowing, which is good. That's what we want. We want water flowing. Water flowing is a good thing. But well, I would like to get up there, if at all possible. Let me see. Is it possible for me to... I think the only way to get up there is that corner area. Yeah. Which means we need to... We gotta ice our way over. Shit. It's not what I wanted. Get up. Get up. Get up. Oh my god, this is not good. Jack Attack MMA, when you talk about reality, you're really talking about is an amalgamation of your perception. You're never in a position to speak about anything else. Therefore, when you talk about what something is, what you're really speaking about is having the thing that brings about or experience of the thing. The thing causing... Oh, yeah, this dude, Wex is going full Phil bro. Alright. Okay, good. We got the stray fairy. And there's no more stray fairies in this room, which is good. This is good. We can go to the next area. Now, here's the thing, right? You got to follow the green pipe because we're good in the green pipe department. So what needs to happen is we're going to just get in here and then we're just going to kind of float around and then find where green pipe is. Okay, so here it looks like it's going in the opposite direction. So what needs to happen is we need to reverse the flow of water. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe we just addressed a reversal flow of water. No, we actually did not. We need the red pipe to have flow of water, and we don't have that. So we're going to have to follow that. Yeah. Gonna go to the bottom. Okay, yeah, so you can see here there's what appears to be the main pipe for the red pipe, so we're going to be able to pull that off by using the ice arrows here. Total Postal says, 1stAmender, any new developments in news or politics that have caught your eye recently? I mean, other than like the Iran war, it's been pretty horrendous. Blows my mind that we're taking this seriously, or that like Donald Trump has not been impeached. It just tells you the mentality of Republicans. It really is terrifying. Let's see. Okay, so we just activated that. And now we have water flow. But my next question is, are there fairies in this room? Let's see. Big Wex says, how do you expect to beat Andrew Wilson in a debate without going full Phil, bro? You might have a point there. I think if like you can out-Phil Andrew Wilson, which is not a lot. I mean, Andrew Wilson is not educated. He never was educated. And it's like, I don't know, maybe you could go full Phil, bro, and just fuck his shit up. First, do you believe that you beat Andrew Wilson in the debate? Yes, I do. I do believe that. I think that all he did was not address anything of what I said. In fact, I would like to go over that debate. Why not? Let's go over the debate while we're waiting for calls. Let me look here. We'll pull it up. The Andrew Wilson debate. Let's see.
Religious.
All right. How do you determine somebody to be a woman?
What does that have to do with anything? I asked specifically. I just want to make sure.
How does someone determine to be a woman? And he's like, what does that have to do with anything? What do you mean? That's a part of the, I think, wasn't the debate prompt, are trans women women? Bruh,
sure I got this correct.
What does that have to do with anything?
I want to make sure I got this correct.
My claim, I'm asking how you determine somebody to be a woman.
Here we go.
Very simple.
Let's try.
Oh man, old intro. Old intro.
Hey everybody, tonight we're debating whether or not trans women are women, and we are starting
This is 3 hours long. God, that's painful. Holy shit, that's painful. All right, let me just speed it up a little bit. Playback speed 1.5.
With 1stAmender's opening statement. Thanks for being with us. 1stAmender, the floor is all yours for your opening.
Thanks, James. I'm really happy to actually be here, to be invited back on the Modern Day Debate stage. And I also just want to personally thank Andrew for deciding to take the time to be able to debate a small YouTuber like me. So it's rather an honor that he would consider my debate. Now, I operate on some preliminary required understanding, which is that sex and gender are effectively two different things. Biological sex is defined by your gametes, or more technically, which gamete, be it sperm or eggs, that your body or phenotype has evolved to produce. In humans, the developmental process in which result in you developing a male or female phenotype are determined by which set of sex chromosomes that you have, be it XX for females or XY for males. There do exist intersex people, though. This is an extremely rare situation, which represents several chromosomal characteristics. Some may have one chromosome, or they may have extra chromosomes. Some may have XY chromosomes, and due to androgen insensitivity syndrome, grow with female genitalia and female body, starting at an embryonic stage. In general, XX represents female and XY represents male. Gender is represented as the hormone characteristics that exist through your brain. For 99.9 to 99.99% of people, the specific hormone balance that you receive is the same as your sex.
What is with my tone? My tone is so different now. Is anyone noticing the tonal difference? That's not the speed, because the tone stays the same. It says, why does Amender look annoyed before the debate? Do I look annoyed? I mean, I think I'm just like reading off like what I wrote.
But this isn't the same as people with differences in hormone balances, such as trans people and intersex people. There are, however, a rare set of people where the hormone balances they receive at embryonic development are different from their sex characteristics. This causes someone to feel that they are a different sex than what they physically are. Sexual development involves two very distinct developmental processes: sex determination and sex differentiation. Sex determination is the developmental assignment that directs the undifferentiated zygote to progress into a sexually dimorphic individual towards male or female. In humans, chromosomal sex is determined in the fertilization, which sperm contributes either an X or a Y chromosome to the X chromosome. And
mind you, right, like regarding like these sex characteristics, Andrew Wilson is never going to be able to address any of these topics. Number one, he doesn't know anything about the topic. He's just going to kind of like philosophize his way around the reality of the situation. And I think if you're like honest with yourself and realize that there's like, I'm sure you can like sophistry your way out of an argument, but the reality is that the science just is not in agreement with you here on this particular topic.
In the oocyte, gender identity and sexual orientation are fundamentally independent characteristics of an individual's sexual identity. And I cede the rest of my time.
Thank you very much for that opening, folks. We're going to kick it over to Andrew for his opening as well. I want to let you know, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I am your host, Dr. James Coons. I want to say welcome. No matter what walk of life you're from, we're glad that you were here. Hit that subscribe button as we have many more debates coming up. With that, we'll kick it over to Andrew. Thanks for being with us. Andrew, the floor is all yours.
So this is maybe the first time
Big Wex is saying you have to engage in the philosophy. It's not sophistry, damn it. Well, so here's the problem, right? Like when it comes to any scientific advancement, it's just going to appeal to empiricism. What can be measured, what can be observed. And I think like if you want to operate within reality, then you kind of have to engage with that paradigm. And if you're unwilling to engage with that paradigm, then at that point it's like, okay, well then we're just kind of like, philosophizing. And I'll be honest, the problem that I have with philosophy is that you can logic into existence just about anything. It's just wild. I mean, you could, for example, just like possess a hard solipsistic position, in which case there basically is no argument against it, like logically speaking. But when it comes to science, you're kind of required to acknowledge certain paradigms of reality in order for things to work out properly. Otherwise, you're just not in like reality mode. And I think that's really valuable in science. And I think if you want to have a discussion, you have to operate within that paradigm. Otherwise, you could just philosophize anything.
I have to go near the end of my opening statement and read that first and then go back to the beginning, which is actually bizarre. But I actually never heard a single argument for how trans women are women. Not even one. I didn't hear a single argument for that. Just pointing that out. I'll wait for my opponent to come back. It's very rude for him to walk away in the opening statement, because then how can he hear my arguments?
I can hear you. They're wireless.
Okay.
I don't know why people think it's like rude just because I'm like walking away, grabbing a drink real quick. All I'm doing is, and by the way, right, he's like saying that it's like really rude. Keep that in mind when he gets into this conversation. I'm just sitting there being as friendly as possible. This guy is such a fucking asshole. This entire debate. Getting up and walking away, despite the fact I can hear you perfectly fine with my headphones. Anyway, let's just continue.
Well, I just wanted to make sure. But anyway, ultimately, this debate is straightforward. It falls on my opponent to demonstrate why a woman and a trans woman are exactly the same thing. That's the debate. I contend they're not, and my reasons are...
That is not the debate. The question is whether or not that are trans women women. So if you're referring to are trans women women by gender, then yes, they would be women. Do you understand? He's saying that they are exactly the same. That is a reframing the attributes in a way where it is effectively undefeatable, right? And that's, by the way, not in the in the debate prompt. The debate prompt was specifically, are trans women women? So if I'm saying are trans women women, well, what do you mean by women? Do you mean women by sex? In which case the answer would be no. The sex never changes. But if you're referring to are trans women by gender, then the answer is yes. And so listen to what he says here, right? This is what I'm saying. Like, this guy is so fucking snake-like that he'll sit there and rechange and obfuscate what the reality of the debate prompt was. So check it out. Listen to it very closely.
I'll wait for my opponent to come back. It's very rude for him to walk away in the opening statement, because then how can he hear my arguments?
I can hear you. They're wireless.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure. But anyway, ultimately, this debate is straightforward. It falls on my opponent to demonstrate why a woman and a trans woman are exactly the same thing.
No, that is never the argument. I never would say trans women are women in exactly the same way. That's not that in every way. That's not possible. Trans women don't have uteruses. How could a trans woman be a woman in exactly the same way in every situation? Obviously, I would never agree to that debate prompt, because it would be obvious. Yeah, that's correct. Trans women would not be women by sex. That's correct. The whole point of saying trans women is that their gender is separate from their sex. The sex stays the same. It's their gender that is changing. That's the problem. So like, already from the gate, he's already operating in bad faith, bare minimum.
That's the debate. I contend they're not, and my reasons are as follows. They have a different sex, so they wouldn't be categorized as trans. Simple. In regards to gender, this is a social phenomenon and not a biological one, so we won't cross the two together. This just becomes self-ID and can't be biologically assigned because it's ultimately an empty label. It doesn't point to any useful information about what the category is. With that, you would think I would just win the debate outright, but since I guess we have to have this debate, I'll go ahead. This debate is often hilarious, as with just a single moment of reflection, you can see I already won it before I said a word. The prompt itself says everything that needs to be said. Is a trans woman a woman? Why
I really hate this type of debate style where people go in and they'll say like, "Oh, I won this debate." I don't like the idea of winning or losing a debate. Rather, what I'd like to do is like, did I learn anything from this debate? Is there anything that can be garnered? Is there some sort of knowledge that maybe I did not get that I now have after having been done with the debate? The knowledge that I garnered from this debate is that Andrew Wilson is a giant fucking asshole that treats people like garbage, and it's no wonder that what blows my mind is just how many people that genuinely like his content. I don't know, maybe they just like to see a giant trash fire and just him like dunking on people, and that they themselves are pretty sad human beings. That's likely what I think is happening here, but I don't know. Maybe you guys think different. Let's see here.
this needs to be asked? If the answer is yes, I have no idea. Clearly, we are drawing two distinct categories here, and only one is taxonomically correct. Let me demonstrate how simple this is. If a male wants to apply his perception of female traits to his own body, we can call that transgender. However, he is still a male. His application of said behavior becomes a social category rather than biological.
Mind you, right? The concept of sex and gender, the sex never changes. I'm like one of the most pro-trans people ever. I'm going to keep saying it over and over. This is the conflation between gender and sex. The sex never changes. What he's referring to right here is specifically the sex. We're not going to disagree on whether or not the sex ever changes. He's stuck on the conflation.
Biological category. He is a male who engages in X behavior. My opponent uses a rather silly argument that because endocrinologists who are hormone specialists agree that changing hormones in your body can affect your mind, that somehow proves something solid about this behavior. It doesn't. In the work of endocrine disorders and psychiatric manifestations, living reference work entry, we'll start with the relationship between endocrine and psychiatric diseases are bidirectional. Most endocrine disorders are associated with psychological disturbances, and conversely, psychiatric entities.
That's wrong. Endocrine system is not a psychiatric issue. Endocrine is dealing with human hormones, and so it's not your psyche that's determining that. Hormones are cause specific behaviors to occur. And so I have no idea where, like, what he's reading from, but just right there, he's just wrong. That's just empirically incorrect.
Induce changes in hormone activities. It's a chicken or the egg dilemma. Did the disorder come from the psychiatric disease, or did the psychiatric disease come from the hormone changes? Who knows? What are common endocrine disorders according to the paper? Main psychiatric manifestations associated with endocrine diseases are depression, anxiety, mania, eating disorders, psychosis, suicidal thoughts. Gee, we've really narrowed things down, haven't we? Should we make a new taxonomical category for all of these based on sex of people who have these disorders? How about female anorexia? Does that sound correct? Or woman depression anonia? Does that sound right to you? It's silly. The biggest problem with this behavior is the amount of people experiencing it versus the amount of medical data available explaining it. Doesn't really sync up. From the Cass review, after Dr. Hilary Cass submitted her findings after being commissioned by the British government to do so, she said, quote, "There's no simple explanation for the increase in the numbers of predominantly young people and young adults who have trans or gender diverse identity. But there is broad agreement that it is a result of a complex interplay between biological, psychological, and social factors. This balance of factors will be different in each individual." Further explaining, the use of masculinizing, feminizing hormones in those under the age of 18 presents many unknowns. Despite their long-standing use in adult transgender population, the lack of long-term follow-up data on those commencing treatments at an earlier age means we have inadequate information about the range outcomes for this group. Clinicians are unable to determine with any certainty which children and young people go on to have enduring trans identity. And of course, from the same report, while considerable amounts of research have been published in this field, systematic evidence reviews demonstrated the poor quality of published studies, meaning there's not a reliable evidence base.
Mind you, right? Like no matter what amount of appeals to science that he can apply, scientists do not agree with him that gender is the same as sex. He had conflated this early in, and once again, the science is not in agreement with him. So no matter what science he's appealing to, there is never going to be an agreement in his position. It's just not going to happen. That's the reality. He could sit there all day long and argue, reading off whatever the fuck he is reading off, but it's just not the case.
From which to make clinical decisions, or for children and their families to make informed choices. While this is in regards to trans children, the same sentiment can be applied across the board with most of these soft sciences, which are more akin to trial and error on an individual level than they are about group treatments.
He's once again like demonizing the position, saying it's a soft science, despite the fact that quote unquote soft sciences also come to logical conclusions about things and are able to empirically show the existence of things. For example, you could say psychology is a soft science, yet with psychology, you'll find that hardly anybody disagrees whether or not that there is for example, a placebo effect. A placebo effect is something that was discussed and discovered by psychology. That's true. And so what Andrew Wilson would have to do is, if he does not acknowledge soft science, he would have to say something along the lines of the placebo effect to be total horseshit. And obviously, I don't think anybody who's honest would say something like that. He's already demonizing the position. Also, I noted relevant fields that are not soft sciences. Great example of that is endocrinology. That is not a soft science. That is 100% a hard science. It literally is a chemical position. So the idea that all that is happening here is the soft science is just total horse shit.
The science is very much not settled. This also puts
the science is settled. You don't know what you're talking about.
Harm. Very typical model, by the way. So what does any of that have to do with a trans woman being a woman? Literally nothing. But just like intersex, my opponent will try to pretend that complex medical and sociological issues can be reduced to some kind of ought claim. So I just wanted to jump in front of it. Ultimately, like I said, the debate is straightforward. It falls on my opponent to demonstrate why a woman and a trans woman are exactly the same thing. That's the debate. I contend they're not. My reasons are as follows. They have different sex, or they wouldn't be.
Mind you, once again, the debate prompt doesn't say that. The debate prompt that we agreed on are trans women women? Not that they are exactly the same, but that are trans women women. And I think if you are discussing it, whether or not trans women are women by gender, then obviously that would follow. But what he's conflating is that there is no difference between sex and gender, and so therefore he wins the debate. He's already in the mode that he won this debate before anything has been said. All we said was our intros.
Be categorized as trans. Simple. In regards to gender, this is a social phenomenon, not a biological one. We won't cross the two together. This just becomes self-ID, can't be biologically assigned because it's ultimately an empty label, doesn't point to any useful information about what the category is. That should be the end of the debate if we use logic, but somehow it's impossible to do so with these little left-wing Fruit Loops. So, I don't know. I guess we'll just keep going.
Okay, by the way, right? He sat there, called me rude for getting up and walking to grab a drink. But calling little left-wing Fruit Loop. I find it very interesting where it's always projection when it comes to the right. They never actually have an argument. It's always just like ad hominem or treating people like garbage in order to get your point across. Mind you, I was not rude to him this entire debate. The entire debate, I was very friendly with him, and I really should not have been. I should have been extremely rude to him like I have been with some of my callers. But I just tried my best to kind of keep my cool during this.
Even though I have no idea why. The general public already knows what this actually is. It's a bunch of gay dudes that like to dress up like girls because it gets them off, and they usually suffer from autogynephilia. If, of course...
Empirically false. There are people that, for example, have no sex drive. In fact, getting HRT literally reduces your sex drive. So like wanting to like have things like HRT, considering that it would reduce your sex drive, no, that's not the reason why you have people turning into women. It's just more projection. He thinks that it's just a sexual thing when it in reality it is not.
First, you don't treat them like women. They can't get off, so they endlessly demand you treat them like women, or they will self-delete. It's called emotional hostage taking. Do what I want or else. And I take the or else path. I will not affirm your lie, as it will do damage to me to do so.
It doesn't do any damage to
I don't
affirm
give a
trans
shit, and neither does
women's
the entire working
existence.
class of the United States. And with that, I'll yield the rest of my time. Looking forward to getting into this debate.
The guy's a douchebag.
Thank you very much. And we're going to jump into the open dialogue. I want to say, folks, I'm going to put a poll in the chat letting you vote on where you stand on this topic, and then a poll later on during the debate on who you thought.
Let's see, Amender, you should buy a mini fridge for your streaming place. You could actually keep a handy pickle jar in it. Well, actually, I'll show you. So if you look right here, there's a mini fridge. So yeah, I do actually have a mini fridge in my area. It's just right beyond the green screen. So, and speaking of which, I'm going to grab a drink. It'll just take me a very quick moment. See, look, I'll even show you. Look. So yeah, just do it right here. I busted out. Hold on, let me grab my my flavor. This is my flavor. I make my own soda. It's healthier, but I am hopelessly addicted to soda, so I like sodas. All right. Speaking of which, I think I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Just hang tight. If you have not subscribed, please, if you do me a favor, hit that subscribe button. Just give me one quick second. It will not take me long. Okay. Okay, I'm back. All right, so let's keep going over the Andrew Wilson video. See what we have. Now we're getting into the back and forths.
Thought was more persuasive. With that, thank you very much, gentlemen. The floor is all yours for open dialogue.
Yeah, so just very quickly, why are trans women and women exactly the same thing?
Yeah, I'd hate to answer my question with a question, but I think
So then
some
don't do
leading
that.
understanding.
Don't do that then. Just answer the question.
Hold on.
No, don't ask me a
So
question. Answer the question.
Well, so leading. Look how like right away, without even we haven't even started, right? There hasn't even been a start to the debate. This guy is immediately into aggro mode, be a giant fucking asshole to the opposing side. And it's just wild to me. It's like the way that he treats somebody with like what? Like I think I had 250 subscribers at the time compared to his what? I think it was like 200,000 subscribers. Like, bro, like, dude, calm the fuck down. You have to understand, I suppose, my logic, right? And I
don't need to understand your logic. I need you to answer the question.
Take care of some questions. So let's start off.
I'm not going to answer your questions before you answer my
Well,
question.
I feel like I'm at least owed. If
You're
you
not
walk
owed me
along my
answering-
train of logic,
Dude,
I
listen.
should be able to ask
What
a
does
simple
my
question
position
to
have to do with
explain
something?
it.
Just to
It's such a
remind me what the question was,
douchebag,
Andrew.
dude.
Very simple. Very simple. I need to know what makes a trans woman exactly the same as a woman.
Yes. Once again, that's not even the question. That's not even that is not even the debate prompt. The debate prompt is, are trans women women? That's it. It's not exactly like a woman. That's not the argument. And nor would I even agree to that argument, because obviously, like, he's already reframing it right off the gate. He can't argue the position because it's not logical. It actually doesn't follow. That's why he has to reframe it.
That's what I need to know.
So, well, they're
So
not
then tell me
exactly
that.
the same as a woman. But
Okay, well, then
saying
that's
a
the end of
trans
the
woman
debate.
is a
Thank you.
woman, it's
Okay,
not
that's
the
the
end. Do you see what I mean? Like right here, he's like, oh, see, you lost the debate. You lost the debate because I reframed it incorrectly. From the question was not, are trans women exactly like women? The question was, are trans women women? And so if you're referring to are trans women by sex, then no. But if there are trans women, women by gender, then yes. So do you understand how he's saying how they are exactly like women? He's being deliberately, or I don't know, maybe he's doing this like subconsciously, where he's just mischaracterizing what is being said directly and not addressing at all what is happening here. It's unfortunately not the end of the debate. I have to ask you,
No, that's the end of the debate.
as a leading question, how do you determine somebody to be a woman?
Okay, so just so you understand, I don't know if you can read or not, but the debate.
This is a really good question to ask because the question is whether or not trans women are women. Okay. And so what's interesting about asking, how do you determine somebody to be a woman? I'm trying to get him to understand by his own lights, he would be able to say a trans woman is a woman. Typically what you do to determine somebody is a woman is in reality, you just kind of look at them and then you come to that conclusion as to whether or not they're a woman. And Andrew Wilson will concede to this position. And by that late, by minimum, some aspect of trans woman is woman, even according to Andrew Wilson's own logic.
Debate prompt says, are trans women women?
Mm-hmm.
I asked you if they're exactly the same thing. You said no. That's the end of the debate. I'll take your concession now.
Well, no, not necessarily, because we have to discuss what it is, how you determine somebody to be a woman. I think it's very important to understand that, to then understand the answer to my question. I can, of course, answer your question, but we need to go over some basics. So
Okay,
for
go over it
starters,
then.
how do you determine somebody to be a woman?
What does that have to do with anything? I asked specifically. I just want to make sure
a
I got this
question
correct.
regarding
Okay.
how do what does he mean? Like, what does that have to do? The debate prompt is, are trans women women? So I'm asking him, what does he do to determine somebody to be a woman? That's a really pointed question. He's like, what does that have to do with anything? What do you mean? That's the fucking debate prompt, you idiot. That's the fucking debate prompt. How do you have followers? Like, it blows my mind how many followers this guy has in comparison to myself. Like, it blows my mind. Anyway, let's continue.
Okay, I want to make sure I got this
My
correct.
claim. I'm asking how you
well,
determine
bro,
somebody to be a woman.
Here we go.
Very simple.
Let's try this again. I asked the question, is a trans woman the exact same thing as a woman? Your answer is no. That's the end of the debate, sir.
Once again, not the debate prompt. He's stuck on the debate prompt and yet says absolutely nothing about the reality that that's not even the debate. That's not even what we're talking about. This guy is a fucking idiot, dude.
Sure.
I've already explained it to you. So I guess if you're not willing to answer the question,
Are they the same
that's
exact
fine.
thing or not,
We're
sir?
going to go ahead and start over then. So typically how you determine somebody to be a woman is that you generally look at them. You don't pull their pants down. You do not take their blood and then determine that they are a woman based on having XX chromosomes. You look at them. That means that you observe typical phenotypes that are typical of that of female to determine whether or not that they are a woman. So one good example of this is you observe that they have breasts, hips, a facial structure that is
That was cool. I got a subscribe mid conversation there. That's kind of cool. By the way, if you're not subscribed, consider a sub. We do these all the time. I take phone calls. We're taking phone calls right now. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you disagree with what I have to say, then call in. Call in. I'll hear you out. We'll have a conversation. In a specific way that would indicate that they are, in fact, a woman. You yourself would look at somebody and based off of those phenotypes, determine that they are a woman. And so under that basis, but that's not the question. The question is, are trans women women? And so if you are able to look at somebody within about half a second, no, because you're not understanding the logic, right? You're interrupting me. I'm not filibustering the debate. I'm simply explaining my position.
Andrew, I literally just patiently listened to your entire stupid diatribe. So here's the thing. Very simple question for you. Can you draw a woman on a piece of paper?
I sure can.
Is it real? Is that a real woman?
I mean, it's a picture of a woman. It's not a real woman.
Is it a real woman? No, it's not a real woman.
It's a picture of a woman.
So when you say, is a trans woman a woman, do you mean that a trans woman is a woman in the same way that a picture drawn of a woman is a woman? Or do you mean that a trans woman is a woman in the same way, objectively, a female is a female, a woman is a woman?
Well, again, I've explained to you that you determine somebody to be a woman based on their phenotypes. And so if they possess those phenotypes...
Expression. A phenotypical expression.
Well, sure. So if they are taking hormone replacement therapy and they possess the same fat distribution and effectively it's called a passing trans person, according to you, by your very own metrics, they are a woman because that's how you determine somebody to be a woman or a man. That's correct, because you won't answer a single one of my questions.
Well, how can you then say then by my metrics anything?
One more time.
Bro, how can you say by my metrics anything?
I love that I'm putting him back on with the same question because it really is an extremely appropriate question. He's just obfuscating and avoiding answering the question. Again, it's all rhetoric. They don't actually have an argument. It's just rhetoric. Like if the fact is that in order that the all he has to work off of is just sophistry, epistemological sophistry. He won't answer any questions. He has to ask all the questions. He has no positions to attack. That's why I'm trying to get him to solidify his point here. Andrew,
okay, so okay, I'll answer the question, but stop for a second because we still got to get some clarification here. You're on the yes position. You're making the affirmative claim here. Correct. The affirmative claim is that yes, they are women. I need to know what type of woman we're talking about. Are we talking about are they the same type of woman as like my wife, for instance?
No, not necessarily. Is your wife a trans woman? That'd be basic.
No. No. Why? I don't understand. Do you think that that's a dunk? So they're different? My wife would be a different type of woman than a trans woman?
Well, I mean, I'm saying that you're saying whether or not that they would be women, right? The fact that you're saying that you're even bothering to call them a trans woman is tacitly calling them women.
Okay. No, well, I don't understand.
Wait, that's a good point. Holy shit. He's calling them a trans woman, right? Which would basically be, yeah, trans women are women. By simply calling them trans woman, you're already acknowledging that they're woman. Holy crap. That's actually really good.
That's a very very strange allocation. Do you understand that there's a term called bitch? What does the term bitch refer to?
Female dogs.
A female dog, right? So we can make an allocation to something which is a female and a classification towards a human too. We call that a woman. That's what that is. That's referring to a human female, like a bitch is referring to a female dog. So with the word bitch, we can now determine it's a dog and it's female. And when we say woman, we can now determine it's a human and it's female. Yeah. So that's how I would classify what a woman is.
Well,
very simple. Hang on, shut up, man. Shut up so I can... Bro, I'm trying to give you my definition and you won't even shut up long enough to get it.
I mean, you wouldn't even answer a single question. But
I'm answering it.
Hold on. So FYI, right? This is so annoying. Like when it comes to like the right, they consistently obfuscate a point or... There was like a very clear long pause by Andrew. And then as soon as I'm responding, he's like, if you just let me finish talking. I'm like, dude, you literally paused for like over a half a second. Like, what do you want? Like, I'm sorry. It's going to be like a conversation where there's going to be a back and forth. Like that should not be a problem for you.
Literally right now.
He's such a man-child.
Let's let Andrew finish his point, and then we'll come right back to you, 1stAmender.
Not only am I answering your question, right, but I'm answering it concisely. If bitch is a reference to a dog, which is also a female, then we can use the word bitch anytime somebody uses it.
I'm answering it concisely. Proceeds to talk for 2 minutes straight. Mind you, I'm not even against like talking for like a long time to make a point, because, you know, I'm the same way. Sometimes points are complicated and they take time to go over. And I'm not against that at all. I think like, hey, you know, go for it. You know, you got to talk about these things, then do it. But it just blows my mind how often it is with the right that they have to specify and get into the meta. Oh, if you just let me finish, if you just let me, because they don't actually have an argument.
Refers to dog and female. Just like when we use the word woman, we're referring to a human who's also female. Right? Very simple by your own logic. Now we know exactly what Andrew Wilson thinks a woman is. Now, what do you think a woman is?
Well, I don't think women are bitches. I think that.
What does that have to do with anything?
Oh, you're referring to women as bitches. I'm simply.
I didn't refer to women as bitches, you idiot.
Well,
what did I refer to as a bitch? What did I refer to as a bitch?
You were talking
what did
about
I refer to as a?
Here, by the way, I'm being deliberately obfuscative here, where I'm obfuscating his point, because obviously, like, it doesn't. This situation doesn't really matter in terms of like his argument. It's kind of just like a little silly specifically, but you know, whatever. I mean, it's a long conversation. Back to humans, obviously,
as a classification.
And so we can go right back to the topic.
No, I'm afraid I can't let you get away with. I can't let you get away with that. When did I call any women bitches? I just did. I literally answered it. Okay, ask the question again. I'll give you the same answer.
But just to, Andrew would ask, when did he ever call them?
Mind you, right? And I love this, dude. James secretly loves Andrew Wilson. That's why he keeps having him on for all of his debates and stuff. And that's why you also see that his entire platform, a majority of his platform, are ethno-nats. Like unironic ethno-nats or tradcons that are really nasty to left-wingers. And as a result, a lot of left-wingers just kind of left modern day debate because of how combative these people are. And it is funny, right? I asked the same question multiple times. He has yet to answer it. How is it that you determined someone to be a woman? I had to answer it for him because we know how somebody determined somebody to be a woman. We know, but Andrew won't even acknowledge what it is that he determines to be a woman. And while Andrew is asking some question regarding female bitches or bitches, James chimes in, is like, well, if you just answer the question, but he is the one that wasn't answering my questions.
Not.
Yeah, when did I ever call him that?
What you were referencing as an analogy, bitches, and regarding female dogs. We're not talking about female dogs. It's not relevant to the discussion.
I asked you what a bitch is. You said a female dog.
The only relevancy is that we need to be talking about trans issues, or I'm sorry, whether or not the trans women are women. Trans women, as well as say your wife, you know, a biological woman. They're not dogs, right? So it's fair to say that making a comparison regarding dogs is not analogous. So we can.
That is the dumbest. Listen, bro. Okay, so I'm going to answer to that. You can't filibuster the debate. Let me respond. Okay, so this is really simple.
I once again, right, am asking the question, and he is not answering the question on what it is that he determined somebody to be a woman. It's like pulling teeth with these people.
Cool. The reason I asked you the question of what a bitch is, you said a female dog, is so that I could show you that we have a word which would refer to both a dog and a female at the same time. So it's a dog and it's a female dog at the same time with the same word. It gives us two criteria for information. I then said, if I use the word woman, it's doing the same thing.
To be fair, like the word bitch has multiple definitions. Sometimes they're not referring to literally a female dog. They will sometimes refer to that regarding women in general, like just human women. So like, I don't know why he's like wants to get on this point. It's such a weird point.
It's saying this is a human being who's also a female. Same exact thing. Female. That is not calling women bitches, you fucking lunatic.
Well, that would be an argument. As if, well, in certain contexts, it would be. It's just he's missing my point entirely. Like, I don't know. Is he stupid? He's got to be stupid. That dogs are analogous, or the definition is analogous to.
It's a taxonomical classification. That's it.
Well,
taxonomical classification,
right? I mean,
it's totally. We're talking about taxonomy. We're talking about taxonomy.
It's not. So. I actually did make this mistake where technically speaking, male and female is a taxonomy, But I was thinking taxonomy in terms of species, like dog, cat, felidae, a hominid, that would be a taxonomic classification, not whether or not that they're male or female, but it is a taxonomic category as to whether or not that they have male and female sexes within the species. Not at all. We're talking about trans women and whether or not that they are women.
That would be a
has nothing to do-
taxonomical classification.
No, they would
Yes.
be,
Why don't you tell me what taxonomical means?
what they would, we would be Homo sapiens sapiens. I mean, I don't see.
And that can be
What blows my mind again is like he is full on crashing out here. Like I don't really understand why he's like he's like foaming at the mouth, and I'm just sitting there just talking to him like normal. I don't really understand why he's being as aggro as he is in this situation. It just doesn't make any sense.
You can also
But
be
that has
female
any
or male. That would be
relevance
taxonomical. You could talk about all sorts of different reductions within taxonomy, which are necessary.
No,
That's
now
literally what we're
now you're
talking about. That's the question you
sexual
asked.
differentiation. And
Lord, have mercy.
well, I don't know what to tell you. How do you determine someone to be a woman? It's very simple. Very simple question.
They have to be a
Same
female.
question. Okay, so
They have to be a female who's
let
an
me get
adult.
this straight. Hold on. Wait. Okay. Just so you're aware, right? How do you determine somebody to be a woman? Is they have to be a female. By the way, that doesn't answer the question because I'm not asking what are women. I'm asking how do you determine somebody is a female? How do you determine somebody is a woman? So right here, I point out the circular logic. Watch, right? When you're walking to this person, right, that you don't know whether or not that they are male or female, the way that you determine that they are female is that they have to be a female. That's circular. So why don't you explain to me? How do you determine that they are a woman? Exactly.
Okay, you're asking two different questions.
Nope, that's the same question.
Bro,
How do you determine
bro,
someone
if
to
you
be
don't
a
want me to answer, then keep talking.
It is the same question. I have asked the same question multiple times. He is not answering the question. I don't understand why he won't answer the question. Just answer the fucking question. Here, I'm going to try it on AWOL. Hey, AWOL, how do you determine somebody to be a woman? Very simple. That's a simple question. What do you do to determine somebody is a woman? He must be way behind because he's AWOL says, wow, you're calling James out now. Dude's like 20 minutes behind.
Okay, so you're asking two different questions here. That you asked, how do you determine it, right? And then you said, how is it not circular? So these are two very distinct questions. So first of all, even if I make a determination on what I think is a female based on a phenotypical expression, I could be wrong. Just like I can't tell the difference in sex between dogs often. So I could say, come here, girl, and it's actually a boy, and I just don't know the difference. But the truth of the matter is still the same. So you're saying, well, wait, you make a heuristic determination based on what you phenotypically see. I wouldn't even dispute that. It just has nothing to do with the truth of the matter. The classification of a woman is still female, even if I subjectively can be tricked into thinking a male is a female. That has nothing to do with anything.
Yeah, we're going to have to, unfortunately, be stuck on the same question because you've answered with a circular understanding. So I asked you initially, how do you determine someone to be a woman? And your answer was, if they are a female. Unfortunately, if you are going to approach a person you don't know whether or not that they are male or female, the way that you determine that they are female is if they are female. That is a circular response. So
No,
I'm going to
listen.
ask you one more time. That's correct, right? Because I'm not asking what is a woman. I'm asking how do you determine somebody to be a woman? And he has yet to answer that.
How do you determine somebody's black?
How do you determine that?
Hang on, how do you
somebody to be a
determine
woman?
someone's black? How do
I
you
look
determine
at
someone's
them.
black?
I look at them.
Okay, and so when you look at them, you can determine that they're black, right?
Yeah, you look at.
Okay, but is there a
phenotypes and
is there
then
a scientific
determine
way?
whether or not?
Is there a
It's done
scientific
within
way?
about half a second.
And is there a scientific way to make the determination that they're black?
Sure, you can.
Okay, so then there's two.
Conquering test
Yeah, so then
to
there's two
determine.
different types of determination that we're using here, which I already told you. One is a subjective
I'm not
versus
asking about two different
one is a
determinations.
subjective versus objective metric. When you say to me, Andrew, how do you personally make this determination? Right? I say a woman is female. That is true. You say, well, wait,
That's
it's
circular
circular.
and-
Shut up, bro. Let me finish. You say that's circular. All subjective categorizations for a thing are circular. All of them. There's not a single one, an interpretive subjective personal interpretation of a thing, which is not circular. I determine this can to be a can because it's cylindrical in shape. Well, what does that mean? Well, it means it's cylindrical in shape. What does that mean? Well, it means it's cylindrical. It's the same shit. But the truth of the matter is an entirely different determination. So if we're asking the question, this debate is not how Andrew Wilson subjectively determines whether or not you're a woman or a male, or can he be tricked. It is, in fact, objectively, is this person a woman or a man? And if woman is alluding to...
If you're referring to by sex, then you would be correct. But the problem is that he can't even recognize that he's conflating the difference between gender and sex.
sex as the priority, then you have to be an adult human female to fit that categorization. What is your refutation to this?
Yes, I'm going to try to see if I can pull you out of your circular logic here. You said, how do you determine someone to be a woman? You've unfortunately doubled down, and you said if they are female. Unfortunately, you approach them, and the way that you determine is whether or not that they are female is that they are female. It's circular. So unfortunately, I'll try to help you.
No. That you would be.
Are there a series of
you would be asking me then, what is a
characteristics that you
female?
look at?
You would have,
Wait, so that's correct. He's still, it's still illogical here, right? He's determined somebody is a female based that they're female, right? And it's like,
you have to ask what is a female from there.
That's correct. Yeah. That's what.
Yeah, you didn't ask me what is a female. You asked me what is a woman.
Pause.
No. That wasn't my question. I was asking, how do you determine somebody to be a woman? he can't follow the conversation at all.
You mean, what is a woman? I say female, you say it's circular.
Andrew,
That's the stupidest thing I've heard, bro.
Well, no, because you're applying circular logic, so I'm trying.
It's not circular
to pull
logic.
you out of your circular logic.
It is
it's not circular
circular.
logic.
It is circular.
We have to. You're saying
What is
that they're
circular?
female.
First, let's start with this.
How
I know
do you
we know what we're
determine-
talking
How
about.
do you determine?
I
that
actually
they're
don't understand the question unless you explain to me what does circular logic mean.
Here's where he feigns ignorance and acts like that he doesn't understand it just so that we could have to talk about this thing rather than answering the fucking question that I've asked him like 12 times now.
Circular logic is where you're using the logic in the form of a question as its predicate. So it's circular, it's recursive in its position. So
Would you say that that is the case with? Hang on, I want to make sure that I'm correct.
I need you to answer
Bro,
my
I
question.
need
I'm
to
trying
know what
pull
we're
you out of
talking
your
about.
circular
Would
logic.
you say that
So we're
all
gonna start
axioms?
over again if you
Bro,
can.
you have
hold
to.
on. I
If I
can
can
He's
verify,
acting-
sure, we can get
He's
it.
once again acting like hold on, let me see. Watch Me Shadow says he's trying to explain elementary concepts to an adult. Of course he'd be upset. You are willingly being stupid. Are you this stupid, for fuck's sake? So the argument that I'm trying to make, the question in the debate is, are trans women women? Okay, that's the question. The problem is that Andrew Wilson is incorrectly assuming that what I mean is that are trans women exactly the same as women, which is literally what he said. But that's not the debate prompt. That's not how the debate is supposed to go. The question is, are trans women women? Now, if you're referring to by gender, then yeah, they would be women. Now, gender is a social construct, which is you're looking at a bunch of different features, and just by looking at them, you will be able to determine if they are woman or not woman. That's typically what you do to determine somebody's gender. Now, does that mean that you know what is in their pants? No, not everybody is walking around without any pants. They're not exposing their genitals to you. You're not taking a blood test to determine that they are XX chromosomes. You just kind of look at them and then come to that conclusion. So if you're referring to like just by appearance, then a trans woman, as long as they passed by Andrew Wilson's lights, would be a woman, because that's how he determines somebody to be a woman. You look at them. Do you understand?
1stAmender, I want to give Andrew a chance to respond before we go to the next point.
So wouldn't all axioms fall into the category of circularity then?
Would axioms fall? No, they are axioms. By their very definition, they are not circular.
Okay, so for you, what is circular logic is just that you use thing X and come back to thing X in a circle, right? That's what we're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, got it. Can you describe anything for me that doesn't do that?
Well, I mean, an axiom.
Anything.
You just said it yourself.
But does an axiom exist in objective reality?
Sure, yeah, it can exist in an objective reality.
Where? Show me where it can exist.
So if I measure this side of the book, and this side of the book, I would know what its hypotenuse is.
Yeah.
Right?
How's that axiomatic?
Well, it's axiomatic in the sense that we live in a Euclidean world and that this three-dimensional space works. So there you go. We just can.
That's not. So is that subjective or
Euclidean
objective?
world.
Is that subjective or objective?
It is independent.
What makes it objective? Well, what makes it
it's
objective?
independent of our perception. But this is, we're getting off.
Wait. Hang on.
Go
Wait. It's
back
not.
to,
I got to make
how
sure
you
we're
determine
clear.
It is like this is why I hate Philbro discussions. Like it always divulges into we have to like discuss specific terminology. We need to know that you understand the difference between subjective and objective, rather than actually addressing like what is being said here. The way that you determine somebody to be a woman is you look at them. And so effectively, according to even Andrew Wilson's logic, they would be a woman. But I'm still waiting for Andrew Wilson to even respond to the question. How do you determine somebody to be a woman, Andrew?
Bro, I have to make sure that we're clear on our terms. Do you understand that? Like, do you want to be talking past each other this whole time or not?
Not at all. I want to.
Okay, great. So then I just clarified my terms.
He did not clarify
you have
any
to stop
terms.
talking long enough to just answer a few questions so I understand your actual position here.
I have answered every single one of his questions, by the way. He has not answered the first question. That's currently where we're at. Well,
Okay.
You've been over talking me this whole time. I'm trying to ask a simple question.
Bro, I still can't. Okay, I'll tell you what.
I want to give Andrew a chance because
it's impossible for us to make any determinations here unless I do. So here's I guess what I'm asking. I'm asking if there is an objective versus subjective context for reality, a thing which exists in objective reality versus a thing which exists in subjective.
Let's see. Cal Crepper saying Wilson answers 0 questions. Well, that's actually currently what we have observed. That is what we have objectively observed. He has hurled insult after insult after question after question after question. He has not answered question 1. It was the first question. What do you do to determine somebody is a woman? Obviously, anybody would be able to answer this. Hey, Cowcrapper, what do you do to determine somebody is a woman? Come on, we can do it. It's a very simple question. I bet you Cowcrapper will answer that question just fine. How do you determine somebody to be a woman, Cowcrapper? Gonna wait a little bit. Cowcrapper looks at them. Oh, wow, you did it. You answered the question. Yeah, you're already better than Andrew Wilson because you're answering questions.
Objective reality.
Subjective reality is kind of weird because, like, reality in its basis is from an axiomatic perspective.
Like a social construct. Is a social construct objective?
It's subjective.
It's subjective. Okay, great. Would you consider gender to be a social construction?
Well, it's complicated. Some of it is predicated off of objective constructs and neurochemical constructs, and in others it is not. It just depends on what specifically you're referring to.
So it's a case-by-case basis.
No, it's based on very specific positions. For example, there's some sex-typical behaviors that emerge, which are social constructs, however, have a neurochemical basis behind it. Take, for example, the existence of that people tend to hang out with same sex. Especially, elementary, middle school, you tend to hang out as friends with the same sex. This is typical not just among humans, but as well as among other mammals as well. They tend to hang out of the same sex. And
so what?
It's true. Well, that would be a social construct that is based off of a neurochemical balance, right?
So the neurochemical balance would be what would be objective, not the social construction.
Yes, correct. Yes. But
okay, great.
So then gender is what's important.
Yeah. So then gender is pointing to sex on either end of its spectrum. Yes. It has to be, otherwise
the gender is pointing to sex in your eyes. The gender is pointing to sex. Not necessarily. It could. What is he talking about here? Like, what is this argument?
Know what female is and what male is, or we can't have a gender.
It tends to be that sex is what is beginning, and then what emerges from that is gender. Yes.
Okay, great. So this idea of sex that gender is pointing to is objectively true.
Well, the predicate is, but
yes.
The gender can be subjective. Again, it depends on.
It is subjective. Sure, I agree. So then the ends that it's pointing to male and female. All I want to do is get it.
Bro, and let me just say, what does imagine the smell. Imagine the smell of this guy's room, bro. This dude chain smokes left and right. Imagine the nasty fucking cigarette caked walls. That picture that's behind him of like the yelling guy, that it is caked in nicotine. Caked. It's got to be so nasty in there, bro. But outside of that, let's see where his argument goes.
Get a simple definition of what those terms are. And then we're not speaking past each other anymore. So what is a female?
Like what is a woman? Is that what you're
asking? No,
a
female. What is a female?
It's typically XX chromosomes that result in phenotypes that are typical, that come from XX chromosomes, such as a vagina.
They don't have to have XX. They don't have to have XX chromosomes.
Well, that's correct. I mean, they could have They could have androgen insensitivity.
Yeah. So then that doesn't fit the criteria of female. So we're back.
Well, I mean,
that's weird.
It's the point is it's
typical.
Hold on. It's but he ignored that I said it's typical. What typically happens, what I just said is true. It's what typically happens. Is it true in every single case? No. Sometimes there's complications to it. So yeah, it makes perfect sense, and he's acting like that I'm the one being incredulous. Position.
So
right?
you
Like,
can't tell me what a female is?
Well, actually, I've asked you specifically.
Don't ask me. Answer me. What? You can't tell me what a female is?
Well, I did. I just
You
did.
just
No, you didn't. You
answered
said
it.
somebody
I
with sex.
just
said somebody
answered
with
it
Y be a female. You
directly.
said yeah. So how's that tell me what a female
What
is?
a douchebag.
There, right? There's additional.
I already
features.
answered it.
So then what is a female?
I don't even understand.
Yeah, that doesn't tell me anything, bro. What is a female?
I've already explained it. XX
No, you just said-
chromosomes that typically result.
Can
I
you-
just explained it, and he's asking to answer the same question again. What is wrong with him? Why does anyone find this guy convincing?
Can you be an
Specific
XY
phenotypes, there are,
female? Can you be an XY female?
Yes,
But
it is
to be fair, I
possible.
think Andrew asked. I think Andrew said, "Aren't there cases where there's also an XY?"
And you said
Yes,
yes.
there are. Yes,
So
there
then
are.
so I'm not getting anywhere in this definition. It's not telling me what a female is. If you can be XY,
What? Yes, it
and not
is.
XX,
It's
and
what's
you say XX is the
typical, you
requirement for female,
douchebag.
Then I don't understand how that's a female.
Well, again,
It's what's
because we're talking
typical.
about the phenotypic characteristics, and this is kind of why I wanted to figure out.
What a
your position
dickhead,
based
dude.
off of
This
the
guy is
phenotypic
such an
let's do phenotypic.
asshole.
Okay, sure, we can do
Hold on,
phenotypic.
hold on. So I
What
wanted
a
to go back, right? Like you
douchebag,
said,
bro.
That how do you determine somebody to be a woman? And your answer was if they are female. Okay.
I
so
actually
what are
haven't
the
gotten an
things-
answer on female yet. I need to know
Well,
what
I've
female
already
is. So we
explained
can't
it, and
move
I've explained
forward.
it 3 times.
No,
I would like to
bro.
go back because
I
it's
did.
fucking
I
simple.
explained
Can a
it
female have
3
XY
times.
or XX chromosomes?
Hold on, pause.
I don't know what
Guys,
we're talking about, so I can't
There's no
even
reason
engage
to
with
do
I
it.
you.
can't
just wanna have a
engage,
discussion.
guys.
I can't.
Guys, I can't engage. I can't. I have to. I need you to clarify something. Even though he's being deliberately obtuse, like it's just a rhetoric tactic. It doesn't. It's not in reality. He doesn't understand at all the level that I'm operating at here. He has no clue. I'm trying to. He asked me to answer a question. I answered it directly in a poignant way. I said specifically, typically, this is what typically you observe. And he's like, oh, it doesn't much. Let's see here. What 211A says, Andrew Wilson is a smart man. I don't always agree with Andrew, but credit where it is due. I don't see how you observe that he's being a smart man here. It sounds like he's being, I don't know if he's doing it subconsciously, but he's being deliberately obtuse here. He's sitting there saying that he doesn't answer. He did not answer a single question that I sent him. I asked him very specifically, how do you determine somebody to be a woman? Very, very simple. He did not answer that this entire time. We're 30 minutes in. He has not answered the one question. I've answered multiple times the same thing.
I have a discussion with you if we can't define our terms.
What? No, we can. And I did define it. I defined it 3 times.
You said if somebody has
Right, there
XX
are-
chromosomes, but also could have XY.
Yes,
I mean,
yes,
that
because
doesn't
they
tell me
have,
what a
for
female
example,
is.
androgen insensitivity syndrome. They grow with female genitalia and a female body starting at an embryonic stage, and the doctor looks at their genitals, and if they don't have any genital aberrations,
we're
and
getting
they
a
just
phone
happen
call.
to have a labia.
You're on the line with 1stAmender.
What's up, 1stAmender?
Hey, Wall. Are we going to
I
fight?
had to
Is
stop
this
you
a
in the
fight
middle of this cope session now.
cope session?
Yeah, it's a cope session. First, you need to take this L and just admit that you lost this debate.
I didn't lose this debate.
Okay. 1stAmender, do you think
And
that I
also,
was straight
secondly,
up
right?
lying to you?
Do you find it to be convincing when the opponent doesn't answer a single question when I had already answered a volley of his questions?
I agree with some of that, but first I've debated you, and sometimes you don't answer questions yourself.
Okay, so that wasn't my question. I'm going to ask it one more time. Do you find it to be convincing when somebody deliberately does not answer questions and only answer, and meanwhile the other person answers a volley of questions?
Mm-hmm. No, I don't, 1stAmender.
Okay, so then why do you find currently the performance of Andrew Wilson to be convincing, knowing that he did not answer a single one of my questions objectively? We can objectively show that. We just saw that. And he had asked me a volley of questions to where I answered very clearly, very succinctly.
Well, clearly according to you, but first, I would just say that, number one, the prompt itself is against you in this debate. You do understand that, right?
No.
What is the prompt?
Are trans women women?
Okay, are trans women women?
Yes.
I mean,
By
there's
gender.
a distinction just by putting trans there, right? So
Are
you're
trans
already at
women
a
women? The
disadvantage.
answer is yes, by gender.
Okay, well, is by gender in the prompt?
No, but neither is sex.
Okay, so you've already lost the debate when it started.
No, but
Because by
neither
the
is
prompt,
sex.
you can't
AWOL,
prove it.
AWOL.
Go ahead.
But
Stop yelling. It's
neither,
fine. Go
but
ahead.
neither is sex.
Wait, you're saying sex is not included in the prompt?
It's not. It simply says, are trans women women? So if you mean by sex, the answer is no. If you mean by gender, then the answer is yes. And I was just trying to get him to understand the difference between sex and gender this whole debate.
Okay, well, how about this? How about he doesn't care about that difference because he came there to destroy your ideology? So while you're trying to educate him, he's trying to destroy you. I think one of the biggest problems you have here is, yeah, you wild out on your occasional caller, but then you get a top-level debater and you come in with this pacifism bullshit and you don't understand why you lost.
So basically what you have just admitted to me is that his entire argument is all rhetoric.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Because okay, here's what I'm saying.
Because
When
like,
you're in a
once again,
debate-
like you're already, like your framing is way off. Okay. Number
How so?
one, it's an identity is not an ideology. Recognizing biology is not an ideology. Biologically speaking, trans people do exist. We know sex is different from
but
gender,
is that what
biologically
is that what he
speaking.
was arguing?
So hold on. When you said
First, is that
that
what he was
he
arguing
doesn't
about?
care about that, he's trying to destroy your ideology, there is the presumption that there's even an ideology to begin with. It's not an ideology when you just acknowledge facts. The biology is not in agreement. Sex and gender are different things. So I'm going to ask you, AWOL, are sex and gender, do you believe, after all the time that we have spoken, are sex and gender two different things?
Yes, they are. I completely agree with you.
Cool.
All right.
So
now, I would
by
say
recognizing that sex and gender are different things, is that an ideology?
I still think it's an ideology, man. I'm sorry. I can't lie to you.
Hold on.
But wait. First
So
Amendment,
hold on. So you acknowledged that sex and gender are different things.
Yes, I do.
And that, but since recognizing sex and gender are different things, you say it's an ideology.
Yes, according to me.
So is biology an ideology?
No, of course not.
Okay. Does biology recognize that sex and gender are different things?
Well, wait. What does biology have to do with fucking gender when gender is placed in your mind alone? Like, that's a social construct, right?
Some of it is socially constructed. Some of it is biological.
Okay, then no, I don't consider gender biology. No, I don't.
Gender is not biology.
wait.
So if I pull up a biology textbook and it explains the difference between sex and gender.
But again, if you say that gender is a social construct, then that's not biology, right?
Some of it is socially constructed, yes, but not
Some
all
of
of
it.
it is
Well, not all
socially
of it.
constructed. It depends on
Okay,
what you're
some of it,
talking
not all of
about
it. But wait,
regarding
first-
gender.
First, calm down for a split second. The problem here is that now you're debating me instead of Andrew's points. And what I was bringing up to you is that if he doesn't take that under his debate umbrella when he's talking to you, it doesn't matter. You're not supposed to be trying to convince him. You're supposed to be trying to convince the audience. So when you're doing this video where you're critiquing all of your post plays on what you did, you should have said, you didn't say it in the debate. That's why you lost.
All right. Well,
Do you accept
again,
that?
no, I don't. And even by your very lights, you said it's not convincing when somebody won't answer questions. Meanwhile, the other person is answering a volley of questions. You're just falling for his bullshit rhetoric.
Okay.
He's not and then
Okay,
the
so
next
you won that
the
part
next
of
thing,
it,
right?
but there's more to it.
If you believe that that sex and gender are different things, and you believe it is an ideology, you believe that you have bought into the ideology of sex and gender being different?
How's that buying into the ideology?
You recognize that sex and gender are different things.
Okay. Well, 1stAmender.
So did you buy into the ideology? Or are you just
1stAmender.
recognizing facts?
1stAmender. It seems to me like you're trying to prove it to me, but you didn't have to prove it to me. You have to prove it to
We're
the
having a
audience that's
conversation,
coming to
Awol.
No, let me finish. Let me finish, please. You had to prove that point to the audience on modern day debate, and you didn't do that.
Well, so the
yes,
whole point,
I can acknowledge,
the whole, I'll listen, dude. I got news for you, Awol. It wouldn't have mattered anything that would provide
Bullshit.
to the
Bullshit.
audience.
Don't play the victim.
No,
Bullshit.
I believe that because you literally have a huge audience of Andrew Wilson glazers, 150,000 subscribers compared to 250 subscribers. Of course, everybody is going to be against me. They're going to dogpile. They dogpiled me for a good 2 weeks after the fact. Despite the fact that Andrew Wilson, it's been 30 minutes. He hasn't answered a single question, Awol. Not a single question. That's concerning.
Maybe it's your questions, but let's be honest. Stop for a minute.
That tells me that he has a very weak perspective, knowing he can't answer any fucking questions. I don't care if that rhetorically that Andrew Wilson is more convincing. Yeah, I guess if you want to like stick in your echo chamber and you want to just believe the same stupid shit over and over, despite the fact that biology is against you here. It is. Sex and gender are different things, biologically speaking. It's not a matter of coping. It's realizing, it's recognizing the rhetoric, the obvious rhetoric. That's why I called it epistemological sophistry. Rather than being able to address the facts of the matter, instead it has to go into rhetoric. The fact that he won't answer a single question, asks volley after volley of loaded questions. He even had to obfuscate what the point even was, what the debate prompt was. The debate prompt was, are trans women, not are trans women exactly the same as women. He had repeated that multiple times. That's not even in the debate.
Oh my God. First, you have to admit the debate prompt already puts you at a disadvantage.
It's not a disadvantage. It's an open question. The question is whether or not it's referring to women as gender or women as sex. If he's referring to sex, the answer is no. If he's referring to gender, the answer is yes. It's very simple. It's very simple. But Andrew Wilson won't even acknowledge the simple fact that sex and gender are different things. He is incapable, I don't know.
Stop.
Maybe he's just being a fucking giant douchebag and he just wants to be transphobic or whatever. He's probably heard it 100,000 times and just refuses to acknowledge it. There will be no amount of convincing, no amount of biology textbooks, no amount of studies that will ever change their mind, because this guy has probably heard that sex and gender are different things. He just rejects it. For whatever reason, because I don't know, his Catholicism, I don't fucking know what it is. I don't understand why right-wingers hate trans people so much that they can't even acknowledge the basic facts of trans people.
Okay, calm down. You're getting too heated. But like 1stAmender, okay, let's put it this way. I think that objectively he's a better debater than you. Please don't get upset right now.
Disagree.
But what I'm saying to you is, why express your point? If
the difference is I actually answer questions and I engage with the topic.
You're not even letting me finish the question, sir. Please chill out. Why should I acknowledge your question when I already am dogging you in a debate? All the things that you're
what
saying.
What did he dog me on?
Dog. He dogged you. What are you talking about? Okay.
Where? Awol.
Okay,
when I'm asking the question, I want to understand your perspective. Where?
I'm trying to give it to me. Okay, here's a good one. You know, at one point while we were in the stream today and you were reviewing this, you said that Andrew was obfuscating. And less than a minute later, you said, well, at this part, I'm obfuscating also. You're doing the same tactics, and you're mad at him for them tactics. Do you see that part of it?
I mean, to be fair, right? My point was actually correct in the sense of where you call somebody a bitch. You could be referring to a human. You could be referring to a female dog.
Okay, but were you obfuscated, sir? That's the point here.
Honestly, I'm not really 100% sure if I was fully obfuscating in that moment.
Come on, 1stAmender. Look, man. Okay, let's just step away from this for a split second. I know that you would consider me right wing and all that. That's cool. But multiple times you have been in modern day debates where afterwards I've come to you and said you won that debate hands down. And several people in your comments have said the same thing who are on the right, so to speak. So on this one, you didn't win it, plain and simple, and you need to swallow your pride and admit it.
Find it. How? Tell me what it is that was not. You already acknowledged in this conversation that the fact that Andrew Wilson isn't even willing to engage in even a single question and had requested a volley of questions to where I quickly answered all of them directly when he himself wouldn't answer a single question and keeps obfuscating that. You're sitting there saying, you even acknowledged that it's not very convincing when an opponent does that. When somebody is doing that, that means that they have something to hide. They're not operating in good faith. That's what happened. That's what I have observed in the first 30 minutes. I mean, I'll go over the whole thing for everybody because I genuinely believe that I won that debate. I don't think it's a coach session. I'm explaining what my logic is, why I think that I had won the debate, because I'm trying to get him to understand that you don't determine somebody to be a woman based on XX chromosomes. You don't determine somebody to be a woman based on a blood test. You don't determine somebody to be a woman based on what is it? Whether or not they have a vagina. They have pants or a dress on. How would you know? You wouldn't. Right? So what you do, what you end up doing is you look at them. That's what you do. That's what every human being on planet Earth does. When they want to determine somebody to be a woman, they look at them and it's the combination of characteristics that we go, that's a woman. That's how it works. Right? He can't even acknowledge that. He can't understand that point.
Can we at least make it the rebuttals like a paragraph alone? Like, seriously, dog, I can't answer you back if you just ranted. But I will answer your question because earlier I did see in the comments I was far behind. And you asked me how I describe a woman. I'm sorry.
No. How do you determine somebody to be a woman, AWOL?
Okay. I would agree with you that I go with visual first, right? But the problem with visual is let me finish. If the problem with visual is that I can see something and think that it is that thing, but that doesn't make it that thing. So if that's your argument, that's a weak argument. Disguises, makeup, fucking special effects. So I don't believe that's an actual thing, but my eyes might tell me it is. So doesn't that defeat your own argument?
No, it doesn't. So the whole point.
She looks like a woman, so she must be a woman. Doesn't make sense.
So the debate prompt is, and I'll explain it, is, are trans women women? I'm referring to that
not because the word trans is in front of it. But
I'm referring to trans women are women by gender. All I have to prove in order to prove that are trans women women is I just have to appeal to a single trans woman that you would call a woman.
Oh, wait, you can prove your argument with one person?
All I need to prove is a single trans woman would be a woman by your lights.
Wait. By my confirmation because I saw her?
So it's very simple. How is it that you determine somebody to be a woman? You look at them. If they had the characteristics of woman, you would say that they're a woman.
1stAmender, that's ridiculous. What are you fucking saying?
It's not ridiculous. That's literally how it works.
I'm sorry, but this is kindergarten level silly.
It's not kindergarten level silly. It's very simple.
Wait, stop. Let me ask you a real ass question right now. If you see
Maybe-
a fucking Klingon,
Okay, what if, for
you go to
example,
a
if they said that they're
Comic-Con
mistaken?
and you see a Klingon, do you think that person's an actual Klingon?
No, because
they look like
Klingons don't
one?
exist.
Oh, you fucking dipshit. I cannot believe you, man. No,
But we
yeah,
know
you
women
lost it
exist, and how it is that we determine somebody to be a woman is we look at them. This is why that
Okay,
there's
you know
this is a perfect example of why there's a distinction between gender and sex. Obviously, the sex never changes. No one is arguing that the sex changes. That's literally what transgender means. It's where their gender doesn't match their sex. The sex stays the same. Their gender changes. They externally exhibit themselves as women. Trans women are women. That's how it works. And even you yourself, you yourself can walk to that knowing trans women are women because they display themselves as women. That's it. I'm not saying the sex.
Oh, so you should just be whatever the fuck you want to be. 1stAmender. Let me ask you.
Kinda, yeah. Be whatever you want to be.
Wait, stop for a second. If I work in the special effects industry and I put on a fucking bear suit, and you think that I'm a bear, does that make me a fucking bear? Honestly,
does that make you a bear? I mean, like, I guess if like
I look like a bear.
I guess you would look like a bear. But the difference is that it's a false. It's a false equivalency, right? You can't really be a bear.
It's not, sir.
It's a false equivalency, because now you're talking about completely different species as opposed to male and female. And then it also obfuscates the difference between gender and sex. That's the problem, because I'm only referring to the gender. I'm never referring to the sex when it comes to transgender people.
And what people know.
What?
No, the problem is that you use the word gender to blur the common sense lines between male and female.
No.
Okay, gender is what people think about.
I agree with you. I agree with you that it's not common sense. I understand that. I'm trying to pull yourself out of it so you understand further than just the sex. I'm trying to get you to acknowledge that number one, it's not an ideology. Number two, gender and sex are different things, even from a biological perspective. It is this is confirmed in numerous scientific papers, as well as your standardized scientific textbooks. Biology will confirm that gender is different from sex. There's neurobiology that shows this. There's endocrinology. There's the embryology, the biology, the sociology, the psychology, all of which agree that gender and sex are different things. So it's not an ideology to acknowledge science.
Me and you have gone over this ideology thing before, but first, let's say that I concede that point to you. None of that would mean shit, because the honest point of this conversation is that you didn't prove that point to the audience that night. And all of this rebuttal about in terms of rhetoric, I suppose that's why you lost.
In terms of rhetoric, I suppose he would win in terms of raw rhetoric. But in terms of the actual point, he lost.
It's not rhetoric, sir.
It is. It's rhetoric, because once again, he's not answering a single question. He's not interested in engaging. The entire thing is just rhetoric, right? It doesn't matter how you feel about it. The science is in. Sex and gender are different things. You're never going to get that to go away. No matter how much philosophizing you want to do, that problem doesn't go away. You need to scientifically show how sex and gender would be the same thing, and how you could somehow refute 6 different fields of science simultaneously with your single fucking statement. That's obviously nonsense. It's only all you have to recognize that trans women are not women. You would have to say that specifically by sex, not by gender. You would have to specifically say by sex in order to be scientifically valid here, in order to go beyond rhetoric. But he can't even acknowledge the difference between sex and gender. So all that there is in that argument, no matter what path you take, is rhetoric. It's only rhetoric. It will always be rhetoric, and they have no facts.
Come on, man, first, please. whatever. I mean, I really, I want to have a conversation with you. You say you want to have conversations. You can't do 10 sentences. I can't address anything that way. But at the end of the day, even if you're making incredibly valid points right this minute, you didn't make those points during the fucking debate. That's why you lost. And before you rant one more time,
I disagree.
Come on, let me get one more in, and I swear to God, you can go for a minute. Cool? I would say that the end of the debate is the most telling reason why you lost it, because your closing statement basically boiled down to, it's just nicer to acknowledge the identity that people want to have. We would have a better society if people were nicer. That's how you ended that debate, okay? And I've given you props for when you win a debate, but you lost this, clearly. Now go ahead, rock out.
Well, I mean, we could talk about the friendliness or whatever. I was planning on going over the whole thing, so that way I can refresh every little thing that happened. But just FYI,
cool.
Within the first 30 minutes, Andrew Wilson didn't answer a single question. Again, once again, all you have to operate on is the rhetoric. That's it. That's all Andrew Wilson in this debate can bring. He doesn't actually have a real argument. The science is against him here, right? Facts. Do you remember the statement that what is it right wingers like to say? Facts don't care about your feelings. Yeah. Well, in this situation, the facts don't care about your feelings. Gender is different from sex, and there's no amount of rhetoric that's going to magic that away.
So, 1stAmender, let's just shake your worldview for a split second. If my rhetoric is better than your rhetoric and it's presented better, who's going to win the debate?
Well, I don't believe that debates are something to be won or lost.
Well, again, that's probably why you lose debates, because you're unprepared.
No, it's not a matter of win or lose debates, bro. I sat there and I read Rachel Wilson's dumbass book. Right, but was I prepped for Andrew Wilson's debate? No, I wasn't. And fair enough, right? Andrew Wilson, just FYI, Andrew Wilson, just so you're aware, right? 150,000 subscribers to my 250. Honestly, if I knew better, I probably would have done a crap ton of research, and I would have fucking dunked on him. But again, like, I wasn't looking at it in like a blood sports way. I was looking at it as, hey, I want to learn off of other people, and let's have the conversation.
Okay, so you walked in naively to a fucking knife fight. That's your own fault. But 1stAmender, I've asked you to read The Art of War. And the reason I say that is because we've talked a lot of times before you have a debate. And you say that winning the debate isn't important. But at the same time, doing your due research is a good thing. If you know what the person is going to argue and how they argue, you have a better defense. And you're arrogant enough to go against some of the best debaters slacking. And then you don't understand why you lost. And then you sit up here and you do this fucking stream where you're talking about, well, this and that, and I would have said this and I didn't say that. You lost because you weren't prepared.
Well, so hold on. First of all, I wasn't even saying that I didn't say this and I didn't say that. I was saying things correctly. Andrew Wilson hasn't answered a single thing. He hasn't answered. So he had provided a volley of questions. I've answered each one of them directly, immediately. Andrew Wilson had been asked, what is it that you do to determine to be a woman? You're already better than Andrew Wilson because at least you fucking answered the question.
Well, okay, first, I'm not going to lie to you. I know that sometimes he does do that deflection thing. I'm a member of the Crucible, just like a member of your channel. But at the same token, I think that he was dogging you in that debate. I'm not being biased. I just think that you're making all these great points. You didn't make them during the debate.
But I did make them during the debate. And I was trying to, well, hold on. I can't even make any points because he won't even, he won't even answer one question. I'm trying to set up, this entire time, I'm trying to set up the argument. The argument is simple, right? How it is that someone determines to be a woman is that you look at them. So basically, if there is a trans woman that has enough phenotypic characteristics that passes as woman, by your lights, they would be woman. I understand that you're saying, well, they could be tricked, but the problem is that you may not, they would not be tricking you if their gender is that of woman. Do you understand? It's not tricking.
No, I don't
That's their
understand. That
identity.
be,
That's who
no,
they
the
are as
trick
a
would be in
person.
my own mind. The
It's
trick
not
would
a
be in my
trick,
own
though.
mind.
It's not a trick.
Because if
It's
no,
referring
no,
to the
you're the one
gender
who presented
and
that way.
then knowing
You presented
that the
that way.
gender may be separate than what is exhibited in external genitalia is a really good example.
But what didn't he tell them? Well, didn't he say they like have to be female? I swear I remember that.
So
Like,
the way that he
it's part of
determines
the-
somebody to be a woman is if they're female?
No. As far as like the okay, again,
Do you understand how that's
confirmation by your eyes is
circular,
something
right?
different.
Like if you conflate sex and gender to be the same thing, then that would be
Well, I
conflating.
don't conflate the two. They're two different things. But what I'm saying to you is that if my eyes deceive me that that's a woman, at the end of the day, that person isn't a woman just because I visually thought they were a woman. That what I see doesn't make it reality. You do understand that simple point, right?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, so when you throw
But
in
I'm talking
gender,
about-
yes,
I'm talking
it does
about
muddy
gender.
the water, but the simple point
It's
is
not
that
muddying the
just
water.
because something
You already
appears to be
acknowledged
something,
gender and sex
it's
are
muddying
different
the
things.
water,
It's not
sir.
muddying the water.
It's muddy the waters.
It doesn't muddy the water. It's just referring to the gender, AWOL.
Okay, well, first, let's just agree to disagree. Because I'm about finished for today.
Blows
But I
my
have
mind.
been enjoying this stream. Oh, man, don't take it personal, man. Like I said, I give you props when you win. You just lost this one.
I don't think I lost.
Also, the next time
Considering
we
he
talk,
won't
I'd
even
like
answer
you
a
to say,
single goddamn question.
who, me or Andrew?
No, Andrew.
Well, yeah, but it's your job it's your job
To
to make
force him to
answer.
answer the question?
But
How many
it's
times do I
your
got to ask
job.
it? I have probably asked it about a dozen times, and he has just
Well, then you need to ask it
obfuscated
the
and
right
asked
way,
more
or make it
questions.
so
But
that
yeah,
you
you're
can
right. I guess I
inform
got to
before
hold
you inform.
their feet to the fire and force them to really answer. I thought I came into the debate thinking I'm going to kill the guy with kindness because I knew this guy was a fucking giant jerk. I knew this guy was a huge jerk. And I'm like, I'm going to kill this guy with kindness. Probably not the right move.
No, it wasn't.
I should have been a
Look here,
fucking
Gandhi.
huge asshole
Mike
to him in
Tyson-
return.
Mike
I should have
Tyson and
fucking
Gandhi,
flung that
you
shit
win.
in his face. I should have been like, answer the fucking question. Answer the fucking question. Answer the fucking question.
Yes,
I
you
should have been
should've.
fucking super
Yes, you
angry
should've.
about it. 100%.
No, yes, you should have, because you would have had a better chance at winning the debate. And actually, it's kind of like you're admitting it now because you weren't aggressive enough.
Well,
You didn't
I would
press
agree
the
with you
point.
that in terms of rhetoric, maybe I could have handled it better. That's fine.
Yeah.
But in terms of the actual substance, I won that debate. He actually, I was able to lock, I'm almost positive, I think 2/3 through, I was able to lock him down. He even asked to provide it in his syllogism because he acted like that it wasn't a thing. I provided it.
Mhm.
And then rather than him actually address the very clear syllogism that he himself had agreed to, he changed man and woman to cat and dog, as if that those are even remotely analogous. Because again, we're talking about gender here, not sex. We're not talking about different species here. We're talking about gender. Those are separate things, and they're not analogous to one another. One of them is far more dramatic than the other one.
All right. First, can I ask you two more questions, and I swear I'm out, okay? Number one, I want to give you a quick hypothetical. Let's say that a flat earther who is well-spoken is debating someone who believes in the traditional theory. And that person who believes in the traditional theory is a horrible debater. Who's going to win that debate?
The flat earther.
Okay, now keep that in mind for a second. So let's say that you're fundamentally right, but you don't present your arguments well in that debate.
Yeah.
All I'm saying is,
I mean, in
you
terms
didn't
of
present your-
rhetoric,
wait, don't stop me. Let me just finish. Let me finish cooking. It's over. I'm just saying that you didn't present all this in that debate the right way, so you lost.
okay.
That's what I'm saying.
In terms of rhetoric, I agree. In terms of substance, I
very well.
disagree.
Okay, so all right, well, my example stands in. By your rhetoric, you lost. Just take the L.
I'll
move on.
agree.
Next
I'll
time
agree.
you
By
debate him,
rhetoric,
maybe it's better.
by rhetoric, I lost. His rhetoric is much better. He's been doing this a lot longer than I have, right? And
Oh,
you know, it's
going
going to take time for me to,
again.
huh?
Stop being a victim.
It's not a
It
victim
doesn't matter
card.
how
I'm just
long you
saying
think
that
it-
he's more experienced than I am in debate
Well, then
spaces.
you should be doing your homework, motherfucker. Sorry.
What the fuck do you think I'm doing?
It's Sunday. You don't do your homework first.
Yes, I do.
Many a time.
Yes, I
first.
do.
Don't
I've read
lie
over
to me.
100
Don't lie to me.
books.
We're cool.
I've
Don't
read
lie to me.
over
We're cool.
100 books on philosophy, on economics, on politics, on religion. I know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Okay, wait. I grant you that completely. You've read 100 books on all these things. But how many times have me and you talked where I said, hey, 1stAmender, do you know anything about this guy you're debating? And you go, I don't know, because you don't do your homework there.
Yeah, well,
So
because
just admit-
preferably, right, what I like to do is I want to discuss things in terms of substance, not in terms of rhetoric. Rhetoric is just sophistry. There is no substance there. It's just saying like, oh, I'm going to convince people because I sound good or I'm dogging this guy. But it doesn't matter, right? It doesn't, like, I'm
My God,
sure,
you're
like,
so-
dude, like, what was this? I remember
Wow.
there was this one video, right? Who said, there was a
Uh-huh.
guy who said, here, I'll pull it up real quick. Well, okay, maybe since we're in a call, maybe not. But it was a guy that was
All right,
said
go
that
ahead.
had really big arms. He just had these giant fucking arms, huge. Like this guy worked out all the fucking time. And
Okay.
he was like, "Oh, I'm just gonna, if you want to win any debate, you got to have big arms, big fucking arms.
Well, that's
you go,
ridiculous.
you say, a guy's gonna say, oh well, the Earth is cooling and blah blah blah." And then it's like, no, big fucking arms. Fuck you. Give me the debate trophy. I win. And it's like, that's really what it is when you think about it. It's all it
No,
is vibes. It has absolutely nothing
Vibes
to
are
do.
important.
It has absolutely nothing to do with the substance of what is being said. It's always some sort of rhetoric. It's epistemological sophistry. And I guess for most people,
Ooh.
that's convincing. To me, that's
All right.
not convincing. You have to provide something of substance to make a real argument. If all you do is provide epistemological sophistry, I take whatever idea you have and I throw it in the garbage and realize that it's just an emotional appeal. And that's what Andrew Wilson did during this debate. Rhetorically, sure, I guess he quote unquote won, but in reality, in substance, he had no substance. He couldn't even answer a single
Okay, well,
question.
All right. Well, first, you probably had like 12 sentences, but let me just rebuttal just a little bit. I'm kind of curious about the point of like, what's the best way to put this to you? You were talking about the fact that he's using rhetoric, you're using rhetoric. Two things can be right at the same time. So you can use rhetoric and still make your point. So the thing is that his point of view is that he hates your point of view, right? He's not going to try his best to support your point of view. He's going to try his best to destroy it. So
Yeah,
if he
I get it.
destroys
He just doesn't like
in a
it, but there's
logical
no
way-
logic tied to the hate to the point of view.
Okay, well, you know what? We're
He
gonna
just
agree to
hates it.
disagree. First. Okay. All right, look, first, I've enjoyed the conversation. I had a quick question before I bounce, because I probably want to talk to you about it Thursday. But 1stAmender, in your mind, are there any people who are anti-immigration who aren't doing it because of phobia or racism?
I think there's a X amount of people, they feel that they'll lose out on some resources. It's unfounded, the actual argument, it's unfounded, but that is a legitimate, it's a fair critique.
Okay. So would it be fair for me to say that you believe that anyone who's anti-immigration is either racist, bigoted, or now ignorant?
Sure.
Okay, cool beans. I'm going to definitely bring that up next time we talk, man.
All right.
I hope you enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And like I said, just take this L, because I will tell you if you win a debate,
I
but
don't
I
think it's
really
an L.
truly think you lost this.
All right. but I disagree.
All right, ladies first.
Bye-bye. All right, we are still taking calls. If you want to call in, have a discussion, we can. If not, I'm gonna get this temple finished. Let me see here. Imagine, right, where it's like your rhetoric. The rhetoric is just to not answer questions and just volley questions to like fuck somebody up. Imagine never answering a single question. That is so frustrating. Vagina, we look at them, they go female, right? Even though that they're XY.
Well, what makes them female then?
Person's, well, it's a series of phenotypes that we determine whether or not that they're female. That's how we do
What
it.
what phenotypes?
They could, for example, have a vagina,
Or they could not.
uterus,
Or they
a
could not.
fallopian tube. Well,
Or they could not.
That's correct. You use a collection. It's a collection.
So wait, they could have none of those things and XY chromosomes and still be female?
Well, now we're talking, now you're talking about regarding woman, which is different from female.
No, female.
Yeah, we're talking about different things though. So
No, so he can't understand the difference between sex and gender, which is why he's stuck on the whole female thing. He to this day still does not acknowledge this. Mind you, right? There is no amount of rhetoric that makes the fact go away that sex is different from gender. You have to acknowledge that as a fact. That is not something to argue against. That is the reality.
going back, I wanted to say, you said that if they are female, right, that is how you determine somebody to be a woman. So what are the things that you look at? What is it that you do to determine that they are female and not male?
That they're in regards to the sex that's typically associated with reproduction. That would be female.
Okay, so you look at the sex that is typical to reproduction.
Reproduction, yeah.
So so let me get this straight. You go up you're in an alley, right, and you get to meet a person. You don't know whether or not that they are male or female, and the way that you determine that they are male or female is that you pull their pants down and you take a magnifying glass and you look at their.
No, of course not.
So what
There's plenty of ugly women who.
So no. Okay, so I hope you understand the logic here in this position. So, right here, he said, I asked him, how do you determine somebody to be a woman? His answer was, is if they're female. How do you determine that somebody is a female? It's based on if they are capable of reproduction. I'm assuming he's referring to just large gametes, uterus. But the problem is that's really not what you do to determine somebody is a female, right? Like, you don't look at a random person and then go, ooh, do you have large gametes? Let me observe the large gamete. Like, obviously that's not what you do. Obviously there's probably something more to that. And to anybody who, the answer is simple. The answer is you just kind of look at them and it's a total vibes check. You basically just take one look at them, and within about a half a second, based on numerous characteristics, you come to an immediate conclusion as to if they're male or female. It's very simple. This should not be a challenging thing to answer. But he cannot even track the train of logic here. He can't even comprehend the question I'm asking.
Who I think are men, yeah. There's plenty of ugly.
Like, what do you do to
Me?
determine
So
that
I
they're
don't
women,
understand.
right? You usually do
I
it in
actually don't
about half a second.
understand.
So what is it?
Okay, very quickly. Because I can be tricked. The truth of the matter of whether they're male or female is not in dispute. That is not what's in dispute. You saying that a really, really fucking ugly woman can trick me into thinking that that's a male. I agree. I can be tricked into thinking that people are males and females who are not. So what? They're still either male or female, right?
Yes, the sex doesn't change.
Well, then if that's the case,
But
then a woman is still a female who is an adult.
Once again, not understanding how sex and gender are different things. He is still stuck on that, referring to female. He doesn't know that sex and gender are different things. He just thinks it's the same thing.
And that's what we mean when we say woman. And when we say trans woman, we're talking about a male who is pretending to be a female who's an adult. That's it. Case closed.
Oh, but sir, you're still stuck, unfortunately.
On what?
And I said, how do you
What am I
determine
stuck on?
somebody to be a woman? You said, if they are female. So I asked, okay, what do you do to determine that they're female? You said,
I already
they
told
have
you.
reproductive organs.
Nope,
Fair
that's not what I
enough.
said.
That is
What did I
exactly
say?
What you said.
Nope,
You
what did I say?
Okay, then clarify what you said.
He was saying like capable or that of reproduction, I think. Like, it's such a weird.
Said it's I would associate it as the sex, which is typically associated with reproduction. Doesn't mean they have to be able to reproduce. A 90-year-old woman can't reproduce, but she's still very much a female, still very much associated with the sex, which can reproduce. You don't need to have any sort of reproductive organs, because if you don't have reproductive organs, you're still associated with the sex, which can reproduce. Yes?
Great.
Just to be sure, I understand. Just because I want to be able to track with the conversation as well. By reproduce, you mean like give birth, like
Yeah,
rather than
can't have
male.
children. There's only one sex which can have children, and all of the other sexes which are associated with that sex are female. And there's only one sex that's female that can do that.
Probably easier to say is to refer to saying large gametes, capable of production of large gametes. Because a gamete is basically like it's either eggs or sperm. A large gamete would be the egg. Sperm is the small gamete. So if you want to refer to a female in terms of sex, capable of production of large gametes, or in the past of production of large gametes, is typically what would be done. But again, this is referring to the sex, not the gender. He himself can't even acknowledge that sex and gender are different things. Let me see if I can pull this up real quick, actually, just for fun. Let me pull it up. Let me just make sure that this is... let's see. Okay, yeah. So here's an example where it's just a standard biology textbook talking about sex and gender. And so I'll just display this for everybody to see, where it says, sex and gender. I think humans like things to be ordered, and they get bothered about gray areas when things become less clear cut. But these days, I do not think so much in black and white about male and female. Now I think of it all as being on a spectrum. Dr. Andrew Sinclair. Introduction. Max Beck was born an intersexual, someone with ambiguous genitals. Like most babies without a normal penis, he was assigned the sex of female and underwent plastic surgery to fix his genitals. He was named Judy and grew up as a girl, a self-described tomboy. In his teens, more surgery and female hormone injections turned him into a woman with no sense of gender identity. As a young adult, he had sexual relationships with males and females, first accepting himself as a lesbian, then marrying a man. After divorcing his husband, he once again became a lesbian with his partner. Finally, he received his medical records, which revealed that he was intersexual and had both X and Y chromosomes. Over a period of 2 years, decided that he could no longer live as a female. He reassigned himself as male, married his female partner, and became a father of a child conceived of his wife using donor sperm. Despite his sex assignment as female at birth, Max was never able to accept his gender as female. In contrast, Jan Morris was born James Morris, an apparently normal male. A successful journalist, author, and mountain climber, she married and had 5 children before she decided in her 30s to change her sex from female to Jan. Jan Morris wrote of her sex change in the book Conundrum, explaining that she had always known that she was a woman wrongly born into the body of a man. She had continued to be a successful writer and lives harmoniously with his former wife. The use of pronouns above may strike some as strange. Which pronoun should be used in the case of transgendered individuals? This question highlights the difficulties of our language and culture and of confronting issues of sex and gender. We have used the pronouns of individuals' final choice of gender. What is the difference between sex and gender? Max Beck was born a male, albeit ambiguous genitals, and efforts to change him into a girl by surgery and hormones failed to change his gender, his sense of identity. In contrast, Jan Morris believes that she was born a woman in a man's body. Transsexuals like Jan Morris explain that they must change their physical sex because there is no way to change their gender, which comes from the brain. While there is no general agreement on the terminology, the Merriam-Webster dictionary defines gender as the behavioral, cultural, or psychological traits typically associated with one's sex, and defines sex as either the two major forms of individual that occur in many species and are distinguished respectively of female or male. This suggests that sex is biological while gender is subjective. So once again, just to be clear, right? This is a biology textbook. There is no amount of rhetoric that makes this go away. There is nothing that you are going to be able to say or type to pretend as if sex and gender are the same thing. They are not. They are not. There is nothing you will be able to say that makes that fact go away. Anyway, let's keep playing this. Would you say that there are women that can't have children?
I literally just walked you through this. Of course there are.
Okay. So
they're still associated with the sex that does.
So I wanted to figure out exactly what it is, because we still haven't really figured it out, right? I asked, how do you determine someone to be a woman? You said if they are female. Right?
Yeah.
And then I said, okay, well, how do you determine somebody to be a female? You said,
oh, so
well,
I gave you the definition of female. You want to scientifically define it?
Hold on, relax. So the sex, which you said, the sex which is typically associated with reproduction. So
yes,
going back to my original hypothetical, you meet some random person out in the street, and you obviously probably aren't pulling their pants down. You're talking to me right now, right? You're not in prison, I hope. So you probably aren't really looking at their reproductive organs to determine if they are female and therefore a woman. So I'm going to ask you again. That's correct, right? Because obviously the answer is you look at them. You don't ask if they have large or small gametes. You look at them. You just look at them. This is really simple. That's how everybody determines somebody to be a woman. I have no idea why it is so hard for Andrew Wilson to even comprehend this simple reality. And what is it that you do to determine someone to be a woman? You usually do it in about
I take a look at all of the different traits of the sex, which is typically associated with reproduction.
You look at them. Wow. You look at them. Wow. Wow. We did it. We finally did it. 35 minutes in, he finally figures it out. 35 minutes in. Fuck me, dude.
Sure.
Is that what you do? You look at them?
Yeah, sure.
All right. I like that.
And do you agree with me that people can be tricked?
Hold on.
Do you agree with me that people can be tricked, sir?
You just said.
Do you agree with me that people can be tricked, sir?
Yes, it is possible for people to be.
Okay,
tricked. So the problem is regarding tricked. It wouldn't be a trick if their gender is that of corresponding with how they're trying to exhibit themselves externally. It would literally not be a trick.
So then the truth of the matter is not whether or not I, Andrew Wilson, can be tricked into believing that a male is a female or that a female is a male. The question here is, what is the truth of the matter? Is it a male or a female, or is it not? And whether or not you can trick me has no bearing on that whatsoever. If you and I agree there are males and there are females, and there are not any third sex, there are males and females, and that's it. And if that is the case, then everybody on planet Earth you meet is going to be one of those categories or the other. And if they are, their ability to trick you has no fucking bearing on that whatsoever.
That's unfortunately beside the point.
How's that beside the point? That is the point.
Well, it is because you said the argument is whether or not trans women are women. And I said the reason why I said that it was beside the point is because he's actually logically killed himself in this argument. The reason why is because the question is whether or not are trans women women. Okay, not by gender or sex, just whether or not trans women are women. So I was able to get him to acknowledge that he's able to confirm somebody is a woman based on looking at them. So therefore, if he could look at a trans woman, then by his own lights, they would be woman. That's by his own argument. So, all right. Daniel Morris says, most ridiculous argument of all time. What do I use to determine whether a small mammal is a cat or a dog? I look at them. But is there a truth of the matter? If I mistake a dog for a cat, is it so? Okay, so this is like where it gets into like a bit of complexity here, because technically number one, we kind of make the categorization of dog and cat. It is like within our own subjective framework that we create this like, hey, you have to have these specific characteristics to be a dog, these specific characteristics to be a cat. We make these separations because it is useful in one way or another. It's just like a tool that we use. Could it be different where it's like, hey, we don't use that at all? And I don't know, maybe we just say like all dogs are cats, or maybe like everything that is quadrupedal is the same animal. Sure, that could be a literal thing that happens. I guess like what I'm trying to tell you is that, it's muddier than you think. And so if we're referring to, the question is whether or not are trans women women? And it doesn't actually say anything regarding sex or gender. But the argument is a trans woman a woman by sex? The answer would be no, literally, because trans woman would be across from the gender of their sex assigned at birth. Their sex would be male, but they would be woman in terms of gender. So that's how it works. And it doesn't matter what a lot of people, they like to conflate saying sex and gender are the same thing. It's not. Stop saying that. That's just biologically false. I literally just flashed a biology textbook that will tell you that sex and gender are different things. Anyway, we're going to continue.
How do you determine someone to be a woman? The answer is you look at them. And more scientifically speaking, you're going to be observing specific phenotypes, and the collection of the phenotypes will determine whether or not that they are a woman within a half a second of you looking at them. Therefore, if a trans woman passes by you, your very metric, Andrew, would associate them in that moment as woman.
Yeah, by gender.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think that it's possible for you to categorize Asians as being white by accident?
Yes.
What is the truth of the matter, though?
Well, I mean,
so again, yeah. So can you categorize as an Asian being white? Yeah, we do that all the time. Race is also a social construct. Are we figuring it out yet?
I would probably say like, are you white? They say, no, I'm Asian. That'd probably be it.
Great. So there's still a truth of the matter?
Well, I mean, if they told me actually I am white, then
so
I'd
just because I
them.
called them white and the subjective way in which I determined that they were white was incorrect, there would still be a truth of the matter?
Once again, we create these categories as humans because it's useful in one way or another to create the category. Why is gender necessary as a concept? Because your internal representation doesn't always match with your external representation. We just went over a biology textbook that just explained that.
Well, again, it's more complex.
No, it's not more complex.
Example,
would there still be a
what
truth of the
race am
matter,
I?
or wouldn't there be?
What race am I?
I have no idea.
Why?
I don't know. You look like a white dude.
I'm a white dude? Are you sure?
Yeah, so I'm guessing like somewhere.
I'm Hispanic, actually. But it's a great example in the sense that we're like using specific words and terminology to try to suss out that, this person is male or female. It really becomes a very subjective framework. We look at a series of phenotypes to kind of come to determination. If I had squinty eyes, we assume that you're Southeast Asian. That's just what we do. It's natural that people do this.
Around Western or Eastern Europe, I would guess.
Huh, interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Both of my parents come from Chile, so I am Chilean.
Who came from, and the base for Chilean is
surprised.
European?
How did you figure that out, though?
Because I looked at you and that's what I saw.
Okay, so that's kind of what we do when it comes to women.
Nobody
By your
disputed,
very metric.
bro. Nobody
you look
disputed
at
any of
them,
this.
right? You associate
Holy
them with
shit!
women.
Why are you trying to debate this so hard?
They're
One more
women.
time.
Well, no, it's
one
'cause
more
that's-
time.
That's the logical.
How do I
outcome.
concede all these points and you still go back to them as though I didn't concede to them? They just have no bearing on the topic.
Well, it does have
Is
bearing on
there?
the topic
So,
because the topic
Liz, I
is
want you to know
whether
what you
or not
The topic is whether or not trans women are women. It's literally has entire bearing on the topic. It's so wild, dude.
said.
Women are women, and
I want to let you know what you just said.
You've just
I said you're a white guy.
Here, one second. Let's hear from Andrew.
You said I'm a white guy, or I'm not a white guy. I'm Chilean, right? So you corrected me with the truth of the matter. So the thing is like whatever my subjective metric is, I say you're white, you're not white, you're something else other than white, whatever that is. You agree with me? There is still a truth of the matter, regardless of how I subjectively interpret it. For instance, do you think that you can mistakenly sex an animal? So you could think that a female dog was a male dog or a male dog was a female dog.
Sure.
Does that?
Yeah, you could. Like, what if, for example, that there is a dog that has a vagina, but has some sort of endocrine disruption at birth that results in them having a vagina, but they are XY chromosomes. Like, what do you do in a situation? It's the same problem.
Somehow make them male or female?
No.
Why did transgender individuals try to change their biological sex? They do not change their biological sex. The sex never changes. It stays the same. The gender is what changes. It's the gender that changes. So no, they're not trying to change their biological sex. It's just changing their gender.
Oh, because we're not talking about male or female. We're talking about women.
We're talking about a social categorization of self-identification.
Well, it could be social categorization, or it could be genetic in basis that then result in typical hormone.
So let me for a moment grant your argument to you and say, okay, that's how we determine them to be men or women. Okay, fair enough. I'll just grant this for the sake of argument. So does that mean that anytime I meet a trans...
By the way, I just want to let you know, I hate it. hate it when people say, I'm going to grant this for the sake of argument. Dude, it is so common that that people say. So then when you like solidify them on the point for the sake of argument, all they have to do is just backtrack and say, well, I just conceded for the sake of argument. I didn't actually concede. I'm like, what a dog shit way to like have a discussion.
Woman who I think is a man, that I can then categorize them safely as a man, and that's fine.
Well, unfortunately not. And the reason why is it really just comes down to a level of respect. I mean, I would imagine that we
okay, got it.
Rule that, you know, say, for example, if you yourself were trans and...
Wait, why did it come to a level of respect? Let me go back a bit.
Woman who... Okay, fair enough. I'll just grant this for the sake of argument. So does that mean that anytime I meet a trans woman who I think is a man, that I can then categorize them safely as a man, and that's fine?
Well...
So the question, again, like this is totally not the question. It's obfuscating what is happening. It's not, hey, the question is whether or not trans women are women. And so basically what I'm able to do is get him to admit by his own lights that trans women are women. He just, for whatever reason, can't acknowledge this.
Well, unfortunately not. And the reason why is it really just comes down to a level of respect. I mean, I would imagine that we
okay, got it.
Rule that, you know, say, for example, if you yourself were trans and you...
I shouldn't have even gone down this path. I should have just said, this has nothing to do with the debate prompt. The debate prompt is, are trans women women, not like whether or not that you acknowledge or not acknowledge somebody to be trans. It has nothing to do with the debate prompt.
You know, and you found it very distressing if somebody did not call you by your preferred gender. You know, I would see no issue in treating them with respect as you.
Well, this is fantastic. So wait a second. So just so I got this straight, you expect me to believe that the categorizations...
This is where what I should have done is just call him sweetie and started referring to him as if he was a female. I should have started like immediately, like, why don't you get back into the kitchen? I should have told him stuff like that and be like, what are you doing? I'm not a female. I'd be like, oh, so are you saying that you want me to respect your gender identity? That should have been what happened there, but that didn't happen. Sad.
That Andrew Wilson has in his mind of how to categorize a person comes off of a phenotypical expression, not the truth of the matter. And then if your phenotypical expression is incorrect and I categorize you as the thing that you are, so I'm still wrong?
Well, if they say I'm actually a she, her, you know, you could just go, okay, well, you know, I'll refer you as she, her. It's just
I understand you can do that. This doesn't answer to my question. If it comes from Andrew Wilson's subjective categorization that you are a woman, based on the fact that I mistake you as being one, therefore you are one, then if I don't mistake you for being one and see clearly that you're a man, why is that not just as good of a social categorization as the opposite? I don't understand that.
I don't understand your question. That seemed kind of all over.
If all women in Andrew Wilson's mind are female, and I can categorize every single one of them based on phenotypical expression, and the ones who are actually males, who I think in my mind are females, then wouldn't that mean that the ones who are males that I categorize are males are actually males?
I don't understand your question. I'm so sorry.
If I can tell that you're a dude and call you a dude, by your logic, I should be right.
So by his, I think I understand his question. By his argument, he would be technically correct in deliberately misgendering people. But all I need to do is get him to acknowledge that some trans women are women. Because all I need is one instance of a trans woman being a woman by his lights. And considering that he looks at women by looking at them, he would be able to confirm that trans women are women based on if they pass. So that would be a defeater of his argument. So this is a total non sequitur. It has absolutely nothing to do with the discussion. The question is whether or not trans women are women.
Yeah, generally speaking, that is right 99.9% of the time.
But so that if I categorize you as being a man, I would be correct by your same logic.
Well, but I'm not trans, so you would be correct. But
if I call anybody who said that they were a woman,
then it would behoove.
Well, then the debate's over. Then the debate's over. So all you're saying, so all you're saying is this. I'm going to summarize your entire position. Super simple. Here's your no pause. I'm going to summarize this. You tell me if I got this right or wrong.
I mean, I do want to back and forth. I really do.
This is great. This is fantastic. So by your logic,
this is summarize Andrew, and then
I'll summarize and kick it back. Here's the summarization of your entire position. The summarization in your position is, Andrew, if they can fool you, then they're a woman. If they can't fool you, then they're not. That's the summarization of your entire position.
No, it's not.
So it's not actually my position. I'm just trying to get Andrew to recognize that by his own lights, he would refer to a trans woman as a woman if they looked convincing enough, which by his own lights, they would be a woman. That is the entire argument. And so if the fact that he's even able to acknowledge, hey, I determined somebody to be a woman that way, that is a defeater for his argument. And he doesn't see it, right? He's stuck on a complete total tangential topic, because I'm willing to respect individuals and their gender identity. It doesn't. Let's see. By his logic, no trans women are women because female. He uses female as a qualifier. So actually, no, because I got him to admit the way that he determines somebody to be a woman is that he looks at them. After about 35 minutes of him kicking and screaming, he was able to determine, okay, how I determine somebody to be a woman is I look at them. It doesn't bother me or harm me in any way to respect their gender identity. So if it's entirely does not possess the phenotypic consensus, really, it's just a matter of whether or not that you walk out your door and you kind of want to be a jerk all day, or if you want to just, have some social decorum amongst yourself. I mean, I imagine if you step outside your door and you wear clothing, you probably already adhere to a level of social decorum. This is just one extra step. He does not adhere to any level of decorum. Andrew Wilson has no social decorum. He's a huge fucking douchebag. He says, no, rewind it. No, I did. It's there. It's definitely there. Do I got to go back? Let me see here. Let me see if I could see the exact position. We were at 43:21. Here we go. So
they're still associated with the sex that does.
So I wanted to figure out exactly what it is, because we still haven't really figured it out, right? I asked, how do you determine someone to be a woman? You said if they are female. Right? Yeah. And then I said, okay, well, how do you determine somebody to be a female? You said,
I gave you the definition of female. You want to scientifically define it?
Hold on, relax. I said the sex, the sex which is typically associated with reproduction. So
yes,
going back to my original hypothetical, you meet some random person out in the street, and you obviously probably aren't pulling their pants down. You're talking to me right now, right? You're not in prison. Yeah. So again, like, it's asking whether or not the determination. How do you determine somebody to be a woman? And he said whether or not that they're female, but that's not logical, because when you're like going out and within about a half second, you recognize that they are female. I believe, like, his argument is that, it's by reproduction or having the reproductive capacity. That's what makes you a female. But when you meet somebody in the street, it's not like you're observing whether or not that they have large or small gametes. Here you go, I hope. So you probably aren't really looking at their reproductive organs to determine if they are female and therefore a woman. So I'm going to ask you again, what is it that you do to determine someone to be a woman? You usually do it in about
I take a look at all of the different traits of the sex which is typically associated with reproduction.
You look at them.
Sure.
Is that what you do? You look at them? Okay. So right here, he just agreed that you look at them to determine that somebody is a woman. So again, you said that he didn't say that, but he did say that. He said exactly the way I determine somebody to be a woman is I look at them. So if a trans woman passes, then therefore by his own light, he would say that some trans women are women. Do you see?
Yeah, sure.
That's the logic. That's the problem with his logic. Hold on.
Do you agree?
And I imagine if you step outside your door and you wear clothing, you probably already adhere to a level of social decorum. This is just one extra step. But by the original debate was whether or not that you determine somebody to be... Hold on. So Hood Monkey says, gotcha. So about your logic, if a trans person does not pass, we're allowed to misgender them and not call them the gender they assume they are. So there's more complexity to why you don't do that, but that actually doesn't matter. The debate prompt is, are trans women women? And by gender, trans women would be women. And even by Andrew Wilson's own light, as long as that they pass, they would be woman in his eyes. A woman. The specific debate.
That's not the debate prompt. Tell me the debate prompt.
I apologize. That was my initial question, not the debate prompt.
But yeah, what's the debate prompt?
It's are trans women women?
Right. So, are trans women women? Yes. Are they the same category or not? And by your own admission.
Yeah, mind you, right? it's not what his debate prompt where he said, "Are trans women exactly women?" By the way, I have no idea where he got that. He said that right from the get-go, as if that is even like what would have been something that I even agree to in terms of a debate. Because obviously the question that by saying that they are exactly like women, obviously that's not the case. Trans women's gender is separate from their sex, which would be unlike most cisgendered women.
Multiple times now we've discovered.
Well, I'll
no.
take you through the train of logic because you've actually given me your self-defeater, unfortunately.
Oh, I can't wait to hear it.
By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you want to have a conversation, we can do so. And also, if you're not subscribed and you're just listening to this, please do me a favor, hit subscribe, hit the like button. I really appreciate y'all very much for engaging in this conversation. I said, how do you determine someone to be a woman? And your answer was, after me picking and prodding, that you finally came to the correct answer, which is you look at them. And if they possess specific phenotypes that are typical of that of female, you yourself would refer to them as a woman. Therefore, if there is a trans woman that passes, you, by your very metric, Andrew, would say that trans women are women.
So let me make sure that I got this correct, right, within the summarization. What you're also saying then is that if I mistook a person to be an elf because they had elven ears glued onto their head and lived in a woodland forest, as long as I mistake them...
See, again, this is a straw man of the position. He's not addressing the difference between sex and gender. Sex and gender are real things. Elves are not real things. This is not an argument. He's just strawmanning the position. It's all rhetoric. There is no logic behind it. All it is just a rhetorical tactic to get you to not pay attention to the actual argument.
For being that thing, then they are that thing, because there's no way for me to determine that thing other than my subjective experience around the thing, correct?
Well, elves don't exist from a taxonomic
Oh, they don't exist. Oh, wait a second, they don't exist. So wait, I don't understand. Trans people are not... All that is a construction of mind. All that exists.
Again, gender and sex. It is true that gender has a construction of the mind, but biologically speaking, it does exist. We examine specific mechanistic pathways on how that's even a thing. But yes, it does come down to a person's qualia to determine that. But the point is that sex and gender are different things, and so comparing it with elves is not an argument. That's
subjective
not true.
reality.
It exists at a neurochemical level.
Neurochemical meaning what? Mental illness?
No. There's a neurochemical balances that are able to be observed, not just in the... It's just transphobia. Like, not all trans people have mental disorders. I'll grant you that most trans people do have mental issues, but not all trans people have mental issues. So the argument, it's just transphobia to say that it's just a mental disorder. You're referring to gender dysphoria, not being trans in and of itself. The brain chemistry itself, but the hormone differentiation, as well as different portions of the brain that are differently sized based on
fair enough. I'll even grant this argument too. So if there was such a neurochemical disorder as to make people glue,
it's just differences.
That if everybody had this neurochemical ratio inside of their fucking brain, they glued on elven ears and demanded to be called elves. Would you call them elves?
I mean, if you're talking about are they getting upset if I don't call them an elf?
Mm-hmm.
I'll just call them an elf. I don't care.
Yeah, you would just call them. So basically,
yeah. Again, this I have no idea why I even answered it in that way. I shouldn't have even engaged with it. Gender and sex are real things. Those are separate. Elves aren't real.
All that. So in your position just reduces to this, no matter what, no matter which angle we go at it from, right? It reduces to the truth of the matter is these are just males and females who are dressing up as the opposite sex. But because sometimes you can't tell, and the way that you classify them is the only way that you know how to classify anything that you're looking at, therefore they're that thing. I need you to understand that not only is that a stupid argument and makes no sense, but we can apply this to everything on planet Earth, literally everything.
But the problem is that we're referring to gender and sex, which are real things. There is nothing that you can say or do that makes that go away. Those are not the same thing. Those are different things. There is nothing that's going to make that reality go away. Nothing.
On planet Earth, and that would not give us a good taxonomical categorization. In fact, I'm willing to even grant all of this. I'm even willing to grant all of this just to move into the harm element here. Do you agree with me, sir, that Christians feel like they are harmed if they have to lie to people?
Well, that is understanding under the predicate that you are lying. I don't believe that you are lying because I believe that...
No, I'm not asking what you believe. I'm asking if the Christian doesn't believe the trans is trans. Does the Christian believe he's lying?
Answer the question, not be interrupted.
Yeah, well, okay, fine.
So again, it's not lying because it's referring to gender being different, not the sex. It's not a lie to acknowledge gender and sex are different things. This is just basic biology. You can look this up. This is in literally any biological textbook that you can find. Gender and sex are different things. Acknowledging this does not make that not acknowledging it does not make that problem go away. There's nothing that you're going to be able to say to claim that sex and gender are the same thing. You would just be biologically incorrect.
Dude, straw man it, and then I'll ask it again.
Well, I'm not
Go ahead.
straw manning it. I'm explaining.
Then give me my position back. If you're not, steel man it.
I'm not going to be able to memorize every perfectly. Exactly
Yeah, you can't steel man it. You don't even know what my position is because, dude, listen to my actual question.
Is that you don't believe trans people?
I want to answer. I want you to ask this question. Do Christians?
You don't want to lie, but that's
do
a bad,
Christians feel harmed if they feel like they are lying to people? Do
okay,
they
it's a false
feel harmed?
predicate. You're not lying by your very
Do
metric.
they think they're lying?
No, by your very metric, you're not lying.
Does the Christian think he's lying?
Lying requires intent.
Yes.
As in
And if they
malice.
don't believe that you're a man or a woman,
Pause.
yeah, okay, go ahead.
Lying requires intent or malice. However, being mistaken does not actually indicate the intent of malice. So if you were tricked based on the series of phenotypic responses by the very fact that you have just mentioned that the don't even need to acknowledge any amount of trickery. There is no trickery. It's just referring to their gender being different from their sex. It's not trickery. I shouldn't have said tricked here. The way that you determine somebody to be a woman is that you look at them. Therefore, they effectively, trans women can be women by your very basis. You tacitly saying that they are women and calling them women is not you lying. It's you being mistaken. Therefore, there is no harm.
Great. So then let me ask you this question. You just agreed with me that if I categorized a man who wanted to be called a woman a man, because I could tell clearly it was not a woman but a man, that you would do it anyway to be nice. In that case, you would have to admit that the Christian would have grounds to note that they were lying, correct?
Well, the question is not whether
Answer
or not
my
that
question. Don't rephrase it. Answer it.
The problem is with your logic is that not all trans women, right, to you, but rather if trans women can be women. So all I need is a tiny subcategory.
Why aren't you
So if there
answering my
exists
question, bro?
Well, because you're already defeated by predicate logic. I have presented
What
to you-
predicate?
Yes, the predicate is how you determine someone to be a woman. You said that you look at them.
Bro,
Therefore,
that's a secondary
you sat
question
there
to the one
and
I'm
you
asking
can
you.
have a trans
I do,
person
just
that
for the sake of
passes.
argument.
So logically speaking, that is true. He would be incorrect. He would have to acknowledge some trans women would be women as long as they passed. That's the problem, is that he doesn't recognize that. He determined somebody to be a woman based on that. It's not tricking because it's referring to their gender, not their sex.
The 1stAmender, just for the sake of argument, and I'll allow you to ask a question similar to Andrew's that's kind of adjacent but still relevant. In terms of taking the perspective of whoever it is, whatever group, Christians or otherwise, for the sake of argument, if they believe otherwise and they're having to say out loud, they're pressured to say other than what they believe. I think Andrew's saying, like, is this good for people, roughly speaking? And
I have no empirical basis that it causes any harm whatsoever to be polite.
Okay, so just real quick, I just want to
You don't even have to go that far, right? Once again, you could just acknowledge that gender is different from sex, and that my entire argument is based on gender being different from sex. It's not lying because it's the biological facts. There's nothing you can do to make that rhetoric go away. It's not even rhetoric. It's just, let's see. I love how this chat is primarily anti-1stAmender. Yeah, I don't really give a shit. Like I'm right, despite what you want to think. I'm right. Gender is different from sex. There is nothing that's going to make it go away. I don't care if I've got 1,000 people that are against me. You're wrong about that. You don't realize that gender is different from sex, or you just would prefer to just ignore entire sections of biology and then say it's not real when it is in fact real. You can't make that problem go away. There is nothing you can say that's going to make that problem go away.
make sure I got this right. You agree with me, then, by your own logic here, that if I were to run into a person who wanted to be called a woman, but I could clearly tell that they were a man, I could clearly tell this, that there are going to be many cases where that is the case, correct?
Well, I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question one more
There
time?
are going to be many cases where it would be correct that somebody who wanted to be identified as a woman, I could clearly tell they were a man, correct?
Yeah. GGM says gender refers to behaviors, correct? Some of gender is behavior, but there's more aspects to gender. There's a lot of things to gender. It's not as simple as just like a behavior. Joseph says amender is the definition of closed-minded. Wrong. I am the definition of open-minded. I specifically look for people that want to have a discussion and we have a discussion. The fact that I have this call-in show where anybody can call in and we can have a conversation, I'll listen to what you have to say, is me literally being open-minded. I've arrived to my conclusions because I've done enough reading to where I believe these things. Good examples is, I used to be a Republican and I have switched to a libertarian, and now I am, now I'm just a progressive. So no, I'm the exact opposite. I'm a very open-minded person, and I constantly find myself battling, making sure that I get my facts straight. So, no, don't say that I'm, that I'm closed-minded. I'm the literal opposite of that. What the fuck are you talking about in regards to gender? Every time you're asked about it, you warn away, you give it something definitive. What is actually gender? Gender is an internal representation of your sex. It's usually, it happens in the brain. I can give you, like, once again, this section here from this biology textbook where it explains differences between sex and gender. The problem is that sex and gender are 100% different things. They are different things. There's nothing that you can say that's going to make that problem go away. That's the reality. You have to acknowledge the biological facts. You cannot divorce this. Yeah, you generally will look at somebody to determine whether or not that they're.
So if that person asked me to call them a woman, that would be requesting that I tell them something which was untrue, correct?
Let's say, yo, first, did you watch the Rachel Wilson debate on the Whatever podcast? No, I did not. I don't like these people. I don't go out of my way to like watch political streams and stuff, but I do, like, I'll enjoy, like, I don't know, like more fact-based stuff instead of just like this rhetorical shit. Let's see. Amender, you need to build your delts and make your arms look bigger. Just start wearing muscle shirts in these debates. Just MetaMax. While spinning cold hard, unadulterated fact, right? If I had big arms, I could just say, hey, listen, I have big arms. Give me the debate trophy. I win. I have big arms. You have little arms. I win. It really is very sad that that's like the level of mentality that exists, but it's true. I mean, if you wanted to win in terms of rhetoric, you would address it in that way. You would say, hey, look at my big arms. Like, it reminds me like of Idiocracy, where it's like, you know, the guy who is like just trying to explain like what you needed to do to fix the farms. They were like, yeah, but you do sound like an F-bomb. Like, and like, I don't know. It feels like that. It's like they don't have any like reality. They're just being douchebags. Well, unfortunately not, because it could exist at a neurological level, not necessarily outputting to general.
But from a biological level,
well, that is biological, because
neurological.
Neurological is biological. What a douchebag. That's a part of biology. Neurology is a part of biology. What an idiot. What a dumb thing to say. Neurological or biological? I'm like, it's an umbrella term. What do you mean? It's neurology. Neurology is biology. You're an asshole. Level is in fact biological.
Okay, then all you have to do is demonstrate for me right now that anybody would ever be able to make the distinction versus self-ID. So for instance, what if, for instance, you and I could agree to these terms, very simple terms, right? Most trans women have never had a neurological test to make a determination as to their transness.
Well, the question is not whether or not that they are all 100% trans or not, but just that there is a percentage of them that are. And so, there is an aspect of being trans where it's entirely social. It's a mix of social and genetic factors that result in somebody being trans. It's hard to say that it's like 100% one or the other. It's not really the case. It's just not. You have to acknowledge that it's a mix in order to be scientifically valid here. There are numerous scientific studies that show this. It is this way. There's nothing you could say about that. Let's see. Joseph Casanova says, 1stAmender, how can someone with male genitalia be female? Yes, because their internal sense of their sex is female. That's how. Again, gender and sex are different things.
Metric. It is
But if I had the
possible for
so
trans
there's no
women
reason for me to
women.
assume it though.
Well, but it's not really rather an assumption. I'm simply pointing out that there
It is an
do
assumption.
exist the differences in brain structure as well as at neurochemical levels that causes someone to be more female-like, even though, say, they are more male. You could, for example, observe their external phenotypes in the combination and assume that they are a male. However, their neurochemical basis is not there. It doesn't matter whether or not that they have been tested, because unfortunately, if they do have that, you have tacitly admitted that trans.
Jack Attack says, 1stAmender, Sven Liebig is an imprisoned German neo-Nazi that has proclaimed womanhood, asked to be transferred to a female prison, and now wants to be referred to as Anne Frank. Should we affirm? So in terms of prison, I argue in favor of least harm possible. And I think that there would be a multitude of factors, like number one, are like they a sex offender against women. Like obviously they probably shouldn't go into women's prison if that were the case. It's possible that their entire life they never made any effort to transition, and it's only now that they happen to transition. That's obviously would be pretty suspicious that somebody would do that. These would all be factors that would have to be taken into consideration. But basically, I would go in favor of least harm possible. Whatever results in the least amount of harm is what I favor.
Trans women can be women. Therefore, you have lost.
So wait, I want to
your
make sure I got this. I want to make sure I got this right. Just making sure on this particular.
Joseph Casanova says there are 0 genders and only 2 sexes. It's just wrong. It's just empirically false. You don't know what you're talking about. I mean, here's a biology textbook that literally explains how sex and gender are a different thing. It's, I linked it earlier. And it's not just like one biology textbook. It's just like biology, multiple biological fields, endocrinology, biology, neurobiology, embryology, psychology, and sociology all acknowledge a difference between gender and sex. Science doesn't care about whatever it is, right-wing podcast that you listen to where you conflate gender and sex being the same thing. They are not the same thing. There is no amount of rhetoric that's going to make it go away. In order for you to be in reality, you have to assume sex and gender are different things. There's actually no way for you to divorce yourself from that fact. You have to be in reality here. There's nothing you could say about that.
Here's actually the argument. I got this right. You agree with me that the way that I would make a determination as to whether you were a man or a woman is with my eyeballs.
But if you
right?
want to have a conversation about it, just call in.
Woman is with your eyeballs. Yes.
Right. Okay. So if that's how I determine a person to be a woman, and you're saying that if I'm tricked into believing a male is a woman, I should treat them as a woman, right? Because that's how I would perceive them as being.
It's
then
not a trick.
If I perceive
gender
them
is
as being
different.
a man, right?
It's not a
then
trick. Their
Clearly,
gender is different.
in that case, if they asked me to call them a woman, I would be lying
It
to
is
them.
not a trick.
I
Their
would literally
gender
be
is
lying
different.
to them
No,
because I
because
could
there can
see with
be
my own eyeballs that they were
differences
telling me
in-
something which wasn't true.
Well, there could be differences in the neurochemistry. It would not be a lie.
Okay,
It
well,
would
my
be
neurochemistry
entirely
tells me.
within logical boundary, even by your own metric.
Couldn't
And you do
Christianity
have, let's
also be?
fair, right? You have
Couldn't
a very
Christianity be
strict
based in
metric, which is very
neurochemistry?
important.
Couldn't Christianity be also based in neurochemistry?
I don't know.
Couldn't it be a
I don't know.
deliberate
No.
system?
No.
I mean, it would have to be. If
Christianity
it's
is not
biological,
based in-
we
Well,
evolved to be
I don't believe
Christians.
that- I don't-
Neurochemistry is not based Christianity is not based in neurochemistry. That's just nonsense.
I don't believe that it is. I believe it is socially constructed, mainly because.
Oh, so 3 billion
you can
people are Christians, but you don't think that there are neurochemicals inside of the brain which assist with being a Christian? Only with being transgender?
There's not. It's you'll find that in specific regions result in someone being a Christian, but if Andrew Wilson grew up in India, he would likely be a Hindu. There's nothing biological in his brain that would make him a Christian. That's not how that works.
Well, that's a different question, because you said whether or not that there was a basis in Christianity being.
Yeah, there's no reason for me to
linked.
assume that the thing that
you
makes
gotta
people
allow me to
Christians
finish. You
isn't
gotta allow me to
neuro.
finish, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
We're talking
go ahead,
about
dude.
over 2 million years, or I'm sorry, I think the modern human is over 250,000 years old. Obviously, Christians had only existed in the past 2,000, so it is fair to say that it is not biologically linked. It's socially.
No, you could be wired towards a social
It's not.
construction
No.
of any kind based on a pre-predicated social construction, like Judaism,
No.
from
No.
Zoroastrianism, et cetera, et cetera, et
No.
cetera. That doesn't mean
It's
that your
all socially
neurochemical structure
constructed.
based on biology
Those are
from
all
evolution
socially
wouldn't follow
constructed.
that trend, correct?
I'm sorry.
No,
you
those
will
are
have to
all
repeat the
socially
question.
constructed.
I tend to get very distracted at times, so I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay. So just I'm only going to repeat this one more time. At this point, I think you must be trolling because this is fucking ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
I'm trolling with you. I have walked you through your own logic. How
Bro.
do you determine someone to be a woman? You say you look at them, and based on
But that doesn't mean that they're a woman.
Well, but that's
Just because
kind
they're
of
tricked, that
well,
doesn't
by
mean they're a
gender
woman.
it would be.
And you're not a
By gender it would be,
Why would you not be a
douchebag.
neuroscientist?
And you're not doing a lab
Jesus.
test on them. No, you don't have to be those things.
Yeah, you're saying
look
it's
at
just
them,
by
right?
me
And
looking at
so
them, right?
Well, that's correct.
But
And
by the
so-
same metric, then I could just determine that they're not a woman.
The answer is that
GGM says, are men physical entities comprised of material matter? Yes. Jojitsu says, but if a trans person didn't have these structures, you would still affirm them. Yes, because there's a social implication there as well. It's not just neurochemical. But the point is that I have to operate in Andrew Wilson's insane ass world. And so we can't even talk about like the social construction category of it. We have to like talk about we have to talk about whether or not he can determine any trans woman to be woman, because all I have to do is just show that he can determine any trans woman to be woman. Therefore, trans women would be women by his own lights.
You're not lying, right? It could be something as simple as
How do you know?
mistaken,
You don't know
or
that.
They genuinely do have that neurochemical link that causes the gender incongruence. It is, and by your very metric, that would make transgender women women. You have
Okay, so I'm going to give you the
lost
I'm going to give you the
by
fault
basis
in
of
your
basic logic.
Yeah, I'm going to give you the fault in your argument again, right? Because it makes no fucking sense. There's a truth of the matter and then a subjective metric. All your argument is reduced to is saying that based on the fact that you can be tricked, that makes it so. That's it. And so the thing is like, no, that doesn't make it so. The
It's
truth
not,
of the matter
it's not
is
a
still,
trick.
the-
If
stop,
you
stop, bro,
acknowledge
shut up,
gender
bro.
is
Let me
different
talk,
from
bro.
sex.
Shut up, shut up.
It's
Shut
not
up,
a-
stop
it's
talking.
not- it's
Anyway,
not
so
a
back to this
trick.
before you cut me off.
What a
right?
douchebag.
The answer to this is very simple.
Holy
a
shit.
male and female have specific categorizations. You've admitted it yourself, XX or XY, or they produce small or large gametes, or et cetera, et cetera. The truth is there's only two pathways a human body can take. One is male and one is female. All human beings on planet Earth are either male or they're either female. That's it.
So
That
then-
is
That's not
a-
the case because
it is
Again, like the brain can develop separate that of the external genitalia, which results in incongruencies of a person's internal representation of their sex and their actual sex. So that thing, that internal representation, that's gender. Sometimes gender can be divorced from sex. That's completely normal. That happens. That's a real thing that happens. I don't know why this is such a difficult concept for Andrew to understand.
the case.
Well, no, it's bimodal. It's not binary. There's different. Well, you've even admitted.
That's
it,
still
uh,
okay. They
you've
give me the
even-
threshold
pause,
breaker.
pause, you've
They
even
give me the
admitted it
threshold breaker.
yourself, and you've acknowledged that, for example, a condition such as congenital adrenal hyperplasia or androgen insensitivity syndrome exists, but still maintain being.
It's not its own sex though.
No, it's bimodal. There's
Yeah, it's not its own sex. It's still either male or
phenotypes that
female.
Result in someone being male or
You're
female.
still male or female.
Well,
that's it.
That's why it's bimodal.
Yeah, but
so if you
bimodality has nothing
understand
to do with what I
bimodal
just
means,
said.
Bimodal means that
Bimodal
there's these
would
two
still be a
humps,
spectrum-
and then there's
okay.
a bit of a spectrum in the middle, right? And that's where trans.
Are you
people
saying
say-
there's a third sexer?
What? No, I did not ever anticipate. I did not.
Great,
ever
then there's only
imply
two
that-
sexes, and there only can
Yes,
be
that's
males
what
and females.
Yes, well, there's bimodal. There's
Uh-huh.
aspects where the typical things that you can see of someone being male or female,
Uh-huh.
and then there are parts of it which could differ, such as congenital adrenal hyperplasia or androgen insensitivity.
But that doesn't create a new
which
sex
you have
category.
Yes, because it's bimodal.
So then you still would fall.
All right, hold on. Okay, so he's once again conflating sex and gender. Sex and gender are different things. They are different things. Once again, there is nothing that you could say that makes that problem go away. That is the reality, no matter what you say. Okay, you cannot divorce that. All right, he's once again that's all the right has. It's all rhetoric. There is no real position to this. It doesn't actually logically follow. You just have to acknowledge the difference between sex and gender, and it all
Under male
falls
or
into
female,
place.
correct?
It's bimodal.
So you would still fall under male or
These are
female?
the basics
Could you
of this.
fall under male and female, or is it always male or
Yes,
female?
there are people who are intersex where the genital aberration is so intense that it is difficult to establish whether. or not they're
I
male or
noticed you
female.
use a
Yes.
loaded word there. Difficult.
Yes,
It's difficult.
Yes.
That doesn't mean anything. It
Well,
doesn't
okay,
matter the
well, let me give you
difficulty
an
level.
example of a
I want you to give me an
person who
example of anybody on planet Earth
Yeah,
who's
it's where
both
like
male
it's
and
where
female,
like
and it cannot be discerned
it's
which.
instances where like pediatricians, when they look at the baby and they see the genitals, they're just like, fuck, I have no fucking clue. And that does happen. There are intersex conditions where they just legitimately there is no way to determine, and they often require like some pretty rigorous testing to determine if it is or not. It's pretty wild. allow me to explain.
Show me a chimera real
Typically
quick. Go ahead.
Yes. So typically the way that we determine, well, unfortunately, I should not be. Hood Monkey says yes, because again, gender is subjective, which means it can be rejected at any given time. There's tons of subjective things that cannot just be rejected at any given time. If that were the case, then you would say Christianity is false, because Christianity in and of itself is subjective. It's your own individual interpretation to the existence of God and Jesus Christ, and so therefore it can be disproven entirely. But I would imagine you probably wouldn't think that Christianity is false. So yeah. Showing you that on stream. I promise you do not want to see it. But I'll explain it to you. So there are certain instances of genital aberrations that
like
make it
chimericism.
very difficult to determine whether or not that they are in fact male or female. The
Difficult.
way that we determine somebody to be male or female is typically
Man, he
we
is
look
so
at their
eager
genitals
to
and
just
then
talk
observe
over
whether or not
everything.
They have a penis or a vagina. Very simple.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, it is very
Now,
simple.
Yes. However, there's instances where that's not necessarily obvious. Take, for example,
I agree.
we look at somebody and we can observe that their labia is perfectly fused together to form a ball sack. This is an instance where somebody is neither effectively male.
I'm going to read it again for GJM, and then I'm going to move on because obviously he's not getting it. All right. So, sex and gender. I think humans like to be ordered and that they get bothered about gray areas and when things become less clear cut. But these days, I do not think so much in black and white about male and female. Now I think it is all on a spectrum. Dr. Andrew Sinclair. Introduction. Max Beck was born as an intersexual, someone with ambiguous genitals. Like most babies without a normal penis, he was assigned the sex of female and underwent plastic surgery to fix his genitals. He was named Judy and grew up as a girl, a self-described tomboy. In his teens, more surgery and female hormone injections turned him into a woman with no sense of gender identity. As a young adult, he had sexual relations with males and females, first accepting himself as a lesbian, then marrying a man. After divorcing his husband, he once again became a lesbian with his partner. Finally, he received his medical records, which revealed that he was intersexual and had both X and a Y chromosome. Over a period of 2 years, decided that he could no longer live as a female. He reassigned himself as male, married with a female partner, and became the father of a child conceived by his wife using donor sperm. Despite his sex assignment as a female at birth, Max was never able to accept his gender as female. In contrast, Jan Morris was born James Morris, an apparently normal male, successful journalist, author, and mountain climber. She married and had 5 children before she decided in her 30s to change her sex to female, to her name, to Jan. Jan Morris wrote of her sex change in the book Conundrum, explaining that she had always known that she was a woman, wrongly born into the body of a man. She had continued to be a successful writer and live harmoniously with her former wife. The use of pronouns above may strike some as strange. Which pronoun should be used in the case of transgendered individual? This question highlights difficulties of our language and culture and confronting issues of sex and gender. We have used the pronoun of the individual's final choice of gender. What is the difference between sex and gender? Max Beck was born a male, albeit with ambiguous genitals, and efforts to change him into a girl by surgery and hormones failed to change his gender, his sense of identity. In contrast, Jan Morris believed that she was born a woman in a man's body. Transsexuals like Jan Morris explain that they must change their physical sex because there's no way to change their gender, which comes from the brain. While there is no general agreement on the terminology, the Merriam-Webster dictionary defines gender as the behavioral, cultural, or psychological traits typically associated with one sex, and defined as sex as either one or two major forms of individuals that occur in many species that are distinguished respectively as male or female. This suggests that sex and biological gender is subjective. So again, this is a biology textbook that's telling you sex and gender are different things. You cannot make this go away. There is nothing that you can say that makes this go away. You have to acknowledge the facts if you want to be in reality world. We'll continue the Andrew Wilson discussion here. By the way, we are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. If you want to have a conversation, we can do so. Or female.
Oh, yeah, they still have XY or XX
the doctor
chromosomes.
That's correct, but that
Yeah.
doesn't result in that
Yeah,
specific
it does.
what
It does. All of them go down only two pathways.
Pause. What typically happens in a situation like this is that the doctor has to take a genital aberration such as this. They usually do an X-ray, and say, for example, in this instance of
Determine if they're male or
congenital
female.
adrenal hyperplasia, and they have a fused labia to create a ball sac, they do an X-ray and they determine that, say, there's at least a uterus as well as a vagina inside the labia. Well, the answer of what they do is they simply cut it open and then they
Mind you that this is an example of where like I had actually done the reading on this topic, whereas Andrew Wilson has just got rhetoric. There is no real argument that's being presented. It's just rhetoric. Everything of what I have said is the facts of the matter. There is nothing he can say to make that problem go away. Let me see here. I'm trying to, hey, there we go. Am I going to get the fairy? Give me fairy. Thank you. We're at 13 fairies, but there's still another one in this room.
suture together a labia, right? And they walk
Because
along
they're
the way.
females.
But
Because they're females.
It's totally possible that they
It's
could
not
be
possible.
XY, for example. That could
They
happen.
would still,
that
you would
happens.
still, but
Congenital
it's
adrenal
okay. You
hyperplasia
can still make
happen
you
at
can still
that
make the
instance.
determination based on gamete pathways.
Okay,
You still
but
can make the
just look
determination.
Again, it's bimodal. It's not as
Bro,
simple. as
all
just
you're doing
determining
is
male or
making my
female.
point for me. So let me go ahead and make my argument now. Okay, so what he just said to you was, yes, Andrew, it is true. Sex is bimodal. I say, no, it's binary. The way that I can prove to you that it's binary is because every person on earth is either male or female. He says, no, except for intersex cases like chimericism. Nope. He then goes on to say, actually, Andrew, what it is you can have chimericism. And let's say, for instance, that your labia grows into a ball sack. They will then, after they determine that you're a female, which is actually pretty simple.
Labia growing into a ball sack is just you being a male. That happens to every male. That's literally what happens embryologically.
Do based on your physiological pathway, you can only have one reproductive pathway. They go, nope, you're supposed to be a female. And so then they'll go ahead and cut your ball sack open and it'll go back to being a labia. That's an aberration, a mutation. It doesn't make them any less female, any more than a woman who had all of her arms and legs cut out and her ovaries blown out and all of that is still a woman and still a female. This idea, stop talking, bro. My turn to make the counter argument, didn't interrupt you once. The idea here that, for instance,
I didn't interrupt you once. He interrupted so much. That entire time he did nothing but interruption, and there he is saying, oh, I didn't interrupt you once, bro. That's wild, bro.
Cannot tell whether or not these people are male and female is insane. We always can. In all cases of chimericism, we have been able to.
You cannot, and I've had so many instances where I would just like show pictures of just random women, and I ask them, is this a trans person or a regular or a regular woman? I find very often that right wingers have a very hard time in
single one of them we've been able to. And it's so rare, by the way. There's like 10. There's like 10 on all of planet Earth, maybe. And on top of that, these intersex mutation conditions have nothing at all to do with transgenderism.
Intersex conditions occur in as often as 1 in 12,000. However, if you take less extreme genital aberrations, but include them in intersex conditions, which they would be intersex conditions, it just comes into a question of how much you define it as an intersex condition. It's as often as 1 in 100. If you, for example, include things like a hypospadia, which is an intersex condition, that it would be occurring as frequently as 1 in 100.
Zero to do with transgenderism. It's a classic intersex bait and switch on the trans question. Because when we try to identify what is female
it's
and male,
not a bait
we
and
know
switch.
exactly
It's just acknowledging
what
the
female and
difference
male is.
between
We know,
sex
and we can
gender.
determine it 100% of the time for 100% of people. That's the big lie that he's trying to peddle you right now. All these people,
It's not a
that
big
he can
lie.
show
It's
you,
just an
have an
internal
intersex
representation
condition,
of
have all been
someone's
determined
gender.
to be female or male, even if it's with XY chromosomes or XX. Even if it's with these aberrations and mutations, we can always determine if they're male and female. Therefore, we always know what the standard of male and female is. Him asking me subjectively how I categorize and if I can be tricked into somebody being a woman, even though I literally give the definition of it has to be an adult female. Yes, I can be tricked to the contrary. It doesn't make it true, though. There is a truth of the matter.
Well, if you're referring to gender, then no, it wouldn't be lying if you're acknowledging their gender. It's their gender.
I've already, unfortunately, explained it to you, and I did try to stay on topic regarding whether or not that trans women are women, and I've walked you through the logic and got you effectively to answer that trans women are, in fact, women by your very metric. And so we
By being
decided
tricked?
that we were going to move.
Okay. Well, dogs can be
to
cats, too.
the-
You can trick me into
we
the dog being a
decided
cat,
to
too,
move-
right?
Well, hold on. Unfortunately, I'm not going to allow you to take
Yeah, you go
advantage
ahead,
of
and then I'll make an argument
filibustering.
afterwards and destroy
So
you
I
again.
wanted to read you a quick passage of a
No,
piece
how
that
about
I
you
found
don't, and you just give me an
interesting.
argument.
Well, this is the argument, right? I think
great.
it's a very
Here we
good
go.
one. We ask new parents, is it a girl or is it a boy? And assume that the answer will be easy. Penis and scrotum define a boy, clitoris and labia a girl. However, parents and even pediatricians sometimes find it difficult to answer the seemingly simple question. This is because some children are born with intersex conditions where the external genitalia are ambiguous, neither clearly male nor clearly female. female. This type of intersex condition, where the genitalia are so ambiguous that the sex union is difficult, probably occurs in 1 in 12,000 births. In addition, the incidence of intersex births depends to some extent on how intersex is defined. Certain conditions that involve less extreme genital aberrations sometimes are also referred to as intersex. These includes, for instance, hypospadias, where the urethra does not reach the tip of the penis, but the genitalia are clearly those of a male. If all such syndromes are included, intersex births can be thought as frequent as 1 in 100. So you said
Hold on a sec. Wait, hold on. William is saying Andrew isn't really mean to women. He's just direct. Dude, Andrew thinks that women are just lesser compared to men because the Bible says so. What do you mean? Why would you say that he's not mean to women? He's super mean to women.
there's like 10 of them, unfortunately.
Chimeras, not intersex.
Well, no,
chimeras.
I've already explained to you.
Those aren't chimeras. What's a chimera,
So I wanted
stupid?
to go back, unfortunately, to transgenderism.
Oh
and the circular
I said
logic.
chimeras, not
I don't know what
intersex.
you
By the
mean
way,
chimeras. That doesn't make any
you don't know
sense.
what a chimera
We're
is?
talking about intersex people.
Lord,
the point
this
that I was
guy.
trying to point to you is whether or not that you're determining somebody to be a woman. You've already tacitly
Let me
admitted
ask you a question.
that the
In
way
all
you
of those
determine
cases of
somebody to be a
intersex,
woman
did they
is
determine whether they were
or
male
not
or female?
you look at them, and then the way that you look at them is
No, that's
depending
not-
on the
bro.
phenotypes. And if they have those phenotypes, they, as far as you're aware, are a woman. Therefore, trans women are women. You have tacitly agreed with that. You have lost the debate. You
Okay,
don't
so
even
then I just want to
realize
make sure. Can dogs be cats?
that's a taxonomic classification. That's not the same as
Shane,
trans women.
answer the question. Can dogs be cats?
It's correct. It's not the same thing. It's just a straw man of the position. Rather than addressing what I'm saying, he's just trying to obfuscate. And I mean, again, it's all rhetoric. There is no actual argument. It's just rhetoric. It's so annoying that this has to be this way. Like he can't be honest. It has to be like a weird, some weird taxonomy argument. Joseph Casanova says Andrew Wilson has never said women are less than men. Yeah, he literally does. The Bible argues that. He believes that.
Again, I've told you that's a taxonomic classification.
Can you answer my
There's
fucking question
dogs
with a yes
can't be
or
cats
no?
from a taxonomic category.
Okay,
It's
yeah,
a
great.
genetic
But can
basis.
they be from my subjective category?
I mean, you could mistake a dog as being a cat.
That's the end of your argument then.
Not
I'm
at
making
all.
the same. You're making the same argument I'm making to
humans
you.
aren't dogs.
Exactly.
Let me show
Humans
you-
are
let me
dogs
show
and
the audience-
cats.
Let me show the audience.
in
Yeah, let me show the
species.
audience the bait and switch. It's really simple. Here's the bait and
No,
switch.
you're doing the bait
So,
and switch. You're
okay, my turn, bro.
applying dogs
My
and
turn.
cats to
My turn. I just
transgender
let you go
women
through your whole quote and bullshit. My turn. So here is where he's making the bait and switch, right? And this is very
Asshole.
low tier even for a leftist. No leftist
This
would
is
ever accept
low
this, by the way.
tier,
No
even for
actual
a
progressive or
leftist.
scientifically
What an
minded person would
asshole.
ever accept this in a million years. Here's the classification.
Mind you, right? Again, I flashed you a literal biology textbook that disagrees with what Andrew Wilson is saying. It literally disagrees with that. Ooh, phone call. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Yeah, what's up, man? This is actually Joseph Casanova from the chat.
Hey, Joseph. All right, give me 1 second, okay?
Yeah, man.
All right, what would you like to talk about, Joseph?
Well, I am a conservative Republican, but I'm not here to argue. The only reason why I called in is because you made a comment that Andrew Wilson thinks that women are lesser than men, and I would just like you to prove your statement.
Yeah, does Andrew Wilson believe that women shouldn't have shouldn't work?
No, he does not.
He does not believe that women shouldn't work?
No, and if you would like, I can tell you exactly why I think he does not think that.
Okay.
Okay, so Andrew Wilson has very strong conservative views. I'm not calling him a conservative. I think he's a little bit more right than that. But he believes in traditional roles. He believes in getting married young, starting a family as young as you can, and having specific roles catered towards the sexes in that marriage, like women stay home, take care of the kids. But his prescription isn't that women should never work. His prescription is that most women should focus their primary youth years at starting a family, having kids, and then after that, get a job. Or if time permitted, you can get a job during that, but kids take first priority. Nothing in his prescriptions say that women should never work. I've never heard him put that in a monolith and say women should never work.
So if their priority is having kids, then they shouldn't work until they have kids.
Well, no. You can theoretically work while raising kids if you can schedule it right. You can get an online job nowadays, or a part-time job, or work when your husband gets home.
But I'm not asking if you could do it in theory. The question is regarding towards Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson's prescriptions.
I never said. I'm sorry.
I wrote down
don't
what you
think
said. You said the prescription isn't that women shouldn't work, but that most women should focus primarily towards having kids. Then after that, they can get a job. But kids take first priority.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but
so I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you again.
I said primarily, not only. Primarily, it's just you know, when I'm talking about.
I wrote exactly that down and I read it back to you.
But when I'm talking about
I'm going to ask you one more time.
I'm not talking about an only prescription. I'm not saying only. I'm saying the primary focus. So the first focus should be on the family. But if you have time after that, then you can focus on getting a job, making money somehow, doing stuff outside of the house. I never said only. I said primarily. Words have meaning.
All right. So I'm going to repeat exactly what I said because I didn't say only.
Okay.
Prescription.
Maybe I misunderstood you.
You said that the prescription is women shouldn't have, that women should work, but that most women should focus their primarily towards having kids. Then after that, they can get a job, but kids take first priority. Correct?
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
So women, unless if they have had kids already, should not have a job. They should be having kids.
No, that's not what I said. I said the primary focus should be on having kids. If time permitted, sure, go ahead, get a job, make the money. But primary focus. And let's just say for argument's sake.
All right. So what if the primary focus of the woman is, I don't want to have kids, I want to get a job?
Well, then she can find a relationship that can do that. He's not saying that those people should be imprisoned. Those women should be imprisoned.
Okay, but when you're arguing that women should have kids and not have a job, what it's tacitly saying is that women ought not have that choice.
No, should is not an ought.
It's suggesting that that's what they should do. And not only that, he has even argued that should be justified by law.
Okay. No. Okay, well, hold on a second. Let's say that I concede. How does that mean that he thinks women are less than men?
All right. Sure. I mean, well, given the fact that that men are able to do what they want, they don't have to start a family. They can either choose to have a family.
Women don't have to start a family either. Women don't have to start a family
either. Okay, but
either.
you're heavily suggesting that they go start a family and in actively discouraging that they don't focus on their career. Now, here's a real problem, right? I want to move off because we're going to just be going in circles.
Sure.
Let me ask you this. What is feminism?
Okay. Well, can I give you what Andrew Wilson's definition is and my definition is?
What is feminism to you?
Feminism is a movement pushing for more women's rights.
What if What if I told you that definition is wrong and it actually argues for the equality between the sexes?
Okay, well, I know that definition and I'm more than willing to engage in this. But what is this? But this is sort of a different topic. So I just want to acknowledge that we're switching topics.
We're moving on because obviously you don't find it convincing. That's fine. So I want to move on to the next thing, which is so the question is.
I'm glad to move on.
So hold on. So feminism argues for the equality of the sexes, right?
Would you say that abortion rights would be a feminist movement?
Having access to an abortion, sure.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then how is abortion equality for men? Men have zero.
Yeah, they're not the
say
one
in
that has to go.
abortion.
Because they're not the ones that have to go through that procedure. Women are.
But
Anyway, going
okay,
back
well,
to it, I didn't want to get into an
hold on,
abortion
you just let
discussion.
me-
I didn't want to get into an abortion argument, right? I want to
Okay,
stick on the
that's
topic,
fair.
right?
That's fair.
Feminism argues for the equality of sexes. Do you agree with that? That's the definition of feminism.
No, I disagree. Okay. Can I get at least 20 seconds before you start talking? I'm not trying to be rude. I understand it's online. We're communicating online, so sometimes it's a little bit difficult to, and especially when we can't see each other, to gauge when we're finished speaking. So I acknowledge that is what the majority of women in the feminist movement say, but I disagree with that being the outcome of their actions. Is that fair?
No.
Let me ask you this:
Is Britannica a trustworthy source? Listen. Calm down and listen. Yeah. Is Britannica a trustworthy source?
I just want to say that I'm not trying to argue. I acknowledge that over the internet, especially when you cannot see me, and because I'm on my phone, I'm not watching you currently anymore. But I'm honestly not trying to argue. I'm just trying to have a discussion, not even a debate, just like a discussion. I mean, it could be a debate if you want, but I just want to say that. So if it comes off like I'm getting like that, I apologize, but it's not the intent. Okay?
Okay. Is Britannica a trustworthy source?
I would say that it is more trustworthy than Wikipedia.
Is it a trustworthy source?
No.
Britannica is not trustworthy. What is trustworthy?
Well, excuse me if I'm a little bit unknowledgeable about Britannica, but who makes the decision on what is defined in the Britannica? Because to my understanding, it's sort of like Wikipedia, but a little bit more.
It's a general knowledge and English language encyclopedia. It has been published since 1768, and after several ownership changes, is currently owned by Encyclopedia Britannica. The 2010 version of the 15th edition spans 32 volumes and 32,640 pages. And it's basically been in circulation for a very long period of time. It is seen as a leading source.
I concede that they are reliable. Let's say, at least for the sake of discussion. For the sake of discussion, let's say I concede about them being reliable.
Not for the sake of the discussion. You need to concede to this.
Okay, I will. Now, where are you trying to go with this, though?
So Britannica specifically says feminism, the belief, social, economic, and political equality of the sexes. Right there. It says it right there. Okay.
May I respond to that?
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, what you said earlier, I said feminism argues for the equality of the sexes. You said, no, that's not true. You're then able to say that Britannica is a trustworthy source, to where I bring up the Britannica definition, which is feminism, the belief of social, economic, and political equality of the sexes, albeit that's more words than what I said, but that's basically the same exact thing that I had said. So knowing that feminism is arguing for the equality of the sexes, wouldn't it be the case? Let me ask you this. Is Andrew Wilson critical of feminism?
Yes.
So if he is critical of feminism, wouldn't that mean that he is not in favor of the equality of the sexes?
Couldn't you be critical without not being in favor of something in general, not just this particular topic, but couldn't you be critical of, let's say, global warming, but agree or disagree with either side?
Well, you came into this discussion saying that Andrew Wilson doesn't think women as inferior, but given that feminism argues for the equality of men and women, and Andrew Wilson is against feminism, that would literally be he thinks women ought to be inferior in terms of rights.
May I respond respectfully? Okay, so going by your definition, sure. However, I do want to add that I also stated that my views were that, yes, the definition and the stated goal of feminist and feminism is equality, but I disagree with that.
That doesn't matter.
What
you acknowledge that Britannica is a trustworthy source, and Britannica argues that feminism is the belief in social, economic, and political equality of the sexes. Given that feminism, by its very predicate, regardless of whatever podcast says something, the reality is that if feminism does not argue the superiority of one sex or another gender, it just simply argues for the equality. And you said that Andrew Wilson wasn't. He doesn't think that they're inferior, but at least in terms of rights, if he's critical of feminism, he is.
Okay. How long can I have to speak? Like I said, I'm only trying to be respectful. I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to have a discussion.
As long as you need.
Okay. May I ask you a question, a leading question, not a gotcha leading question, but just a question?
You can ask me whatever you want.
Okay. Or maybe it's more of a statement. I don't know. But it is my belief, and I'm pretty sure Andrew Wilson's, that the most respectable, best thing a human being can do is raise children, is have children and raise them. I think that's more of a statement. At least, I guess for this conversation, I won't speak for Andrew. I've never spoken to him. I have no social media. But that is my belief. I'm pretty sure that's his belief, that not even just women, but men and women, the most important thing any human being can do is bear children and raise children. Now, that being said, I think giving women the ability to do that comfortably is the most beautiful thing in the world. So while you think he's arguing against feminism and women being home as a negative thing, I think that is the most positive thing that we can do as a species is make a scenario to where you can raise children comfortably. You know what I'm saying? So, like, that being said, if Andrew Wilson is arguing towards that, how would that mean that he thinks women are lesser than men? In my opinion, that would mean that he thinks they are above men, and so above men that they should be respected and honored by us working and providing for them to comfortably stay home and raise our children. I'm finished.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, it's one thing. I mean, I'm not even against the idea that if somebody wants to raise children, they can raise children. I don't think having children is for everybody, though. I think there's just certain people it's just not going to be good. I mean, you could look at,
I agree,
instances, stories of regretful parents, people that just didn't like having a child, and they were sold this idea that it was so wonderful, when in reality it's actually quite poor. I don't think everybody's ready to have a child. And I think like it's a decision that should not be made lightly. As to whether or not it's the most,
I agree with that.
The best
I agree.
thing, as to whether or not it's the best thing. I don't know. I disagree with that. Like, just off the top of my head, I would imagine if you invented something that impacts millions of lives, would probably be more impactful than just having kids. The other problem is that
I like what you said. I like what you said. Can I engage with that, please, real quick?
I let you talk a lot. Now I'm going to respond to what you said.
Well, just like, you know, I'm saying I like what you said. I agree with what you just said. May I please, and I'll stay on for you to continue with this if you want, but I like what you said. May I please at least put in an anecdote or a few sentences?
Go ahead.
Okay. I agree with you. It's not for everyone. And if you feel like it's not for you, great. I've never heard Andrew Wilson promote that if women don't stay home and have kids, they should be jailed or imprisoned. That being said, why is promoting
what he said is that he argues for that traditionalist system and that women are underneath that of men. And even the fact that he argues against feminism, that would mean that he argues that men and women are not equal. They're not to be treated as equals. In fact, biblically speaking, and I know he tries to argue
well, I don't think anyone's
on biblical proportions, the Bible treats women as property.
I don't think that's necessarily correct.
That is correct. I've read my Bible. I know what it says.
Could
the
you
Bible
please
literally treats, yes, I can give you the specific verses.
I appreciate that. I really do. And I mean, if you haven't pulled up, if you could read them, I mean, I could find them, but I don't want to interrupt your stream. I would just be searching through my Bible. So, but if you would like to read the verse, at least just the verse, I would appreciate that. And I just want to say yet again, I appreciate you not being like other lefties and yelling and screaming and muting or whatever. And I am trying to have an honest conversation. I'm just some dude in my backyard.
Okay, hold on a sec. I'll pull up. I'm going to pull up a bunch of verses. So just give me a second.
Yeah. No, man, you're good. Like I understood. Like I said, I'm not trying to argue or gotcha. Like again, zero social media presence here. I'm just, you know.
I got a bunch of verses. Let me see here. All right, so we'll start with a few here. This is Exodus 20:17, saying, "You shall not covet your neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or his male or female servant, his ox or donkey, or to anything that belongs to your neighbor." You'll notice that they're referring to strictly property, and also happen to refer to wives is similar to that. That's in Exodus 20:17. There's multiple verses.
Can I give my thoughts on that?
There's multiple verses, so just give me a moment.
You could read them all, but
Exodus 21:7-11.
Let me know when I can give my thoughts on the first verse.
If a man sells his daughter as a servant, she's to not go free as male servants do. She does not please the master who has selected her for himself. He must let her be redeemed. He has no right to sell her to foreigners because he has broken faith with her. If he selects her for his son, then he must grant her the rights of the daughter. If he marries another woman, he must not deprive the first one of food, clothing, and marital rights. If he does not provide her with these three things, she is to go free without any payment or money. So you'll notice that once again, it is referring to daughters as something that is available to be traded or given, bequeathed. Marrying a captive woman here. This is Deuteronomy 21:10-14. When you go to war against your enemies and the Lord and God delivers them unto your hands and you take them captives, if you notice among the captives a beautiful woman and are attracted to her, you may take her as your wife. Bring her into your home and have her shave her head, trim her nails, and put aside the clothes that she was wearing when captured. After she has lived on your house and mourned her father and mourned her for a full month, then you may go to her and be her husband, and she shall be your wife. If you are not pleased with her, then let her go wherever she wishes. You must not sell her or treat her as a slave, since you have dishonored her. So in this instance, once again, treating women as property. This is redeeming what is the Lord's. The Lord said to Moses, this is Leviticus 27:1-7. The Lord said to Moses, speak with the Israelites and say to them, if anyone makes a special vow to dedicate a person to the Lord by giving them equivalent value, set a value of male between the ages of 20 and 65 shekels of silver, according to the sanctuary shekel. For a female, set her value at 30 shekels. For a person between the ages of 5 and 20, set the value of a male at 20 shekels and female at 10 shekels. For a person between 1 month and 5 years, set a value a male at 5 shekels of silver, that of the female 3 shekels of silver. For a person 60 years old or more, set the value of a male of 15 shekels and of a female 10 shekels. So there you go. You can see multiple verses that treat women as property.
Okay. Would you like to engage with any of those, or can I choose one to engage with?
Sure.
Okay. I would like to engage with the first one, and excuse me if I'm gonna have you just like repeat it. I tried to engage with it to you immediately, but you wanted to read all of them, which is fine. Like I said, not trying to argue. Would you like to just read the first one? I think it was Exodus, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
Yes. Could you please
2017.
read it? I'm sorry, that's my kid in the background. I apologize. Are you still there?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I asked if you could reread that one.
Oh, you shall not covet
I'm
your
sorry.
neighbor's house. You shall not covet your neighbor's wife, or his male or female servant, his ox or donkey, or anything that belongs to your neighbor. So they're referring to like the belonging of to your neighbor. So it's treating the wife as property.
I understand. Now, that's not what I'm reading from that, though. What I'm getting at is that is giving a prescription saying, me as a neighbor, I should not go to my next door neighbor and take his wife. I should not R-word her. I should not take their property, which they also mentioned servants and stuff, which is just, whatever. That doesn't saying that women are property, though.
Well,
that's not what that's saying.
Yeah, I understand that that's what you think. That's not what that is not what biblical scholars think, nor what historians would be aware of regarding the patriarchal societies during biblical times.
Okay. Well,
so it doesn't matter how you feel about this, is my point. I get that you can read it in a different way than what it is actually meant historically, but it is literally meant that way.
If you don't mind, then, like I said, not trying to argue, just trying to have a discussion. Would you mind, I guess in your own words, or if you have the source for why scholars think what they think, what in there specifically says that women are property?
It doesn't specifically say it. It implies it very heavily.
Okay. That's fair. I disagree with that, but would you like to engage with a different one?
I understand that we disagree with that because we're here in 2026, but the Bible does argue women as property. Subordinates within the strict patriarchal system.
Like I said, at least according to that one verse, and I'm no expert, I'm no perfect Christian, but I'm willing to accept that that's what people more educated than me think, and that's what you think. It sounds like you're more educated than me. I've never been to college. I disagree, but I accept that is what the mainstream belief, allegedly, according to you, is. Would you like to engage in a different one?
Well, it's right here. It says here under religion matters, just for fun. You could see it, just adding to it. This is Dr. James D. Tabor.
Where am I looking for that?
Quote here. Oh, I have it on my stream, but just listen for
Oh,
a
I'm
second.
sorry.
It says,
I'm
from
on my phone and I'm
Mesopotamia to
calling you, so-
Egypt, women in the ancient world were considered property. Valuable property, but property nonetheless. And it is true of the Bible's view as well. Yes, there were biblical women who flourished in spite of the patriarchy, women like Ruth, Esther, Lydia, and Priscilla, but women in the Bible were normally viewed as second class, even if that.
Okay. Which book did you say this came from?
I'm just saying, like, historically speaking. And I brought up multiple books and verses that provide that. And I understand that we can try to read between the lines, but historically speaking,
No,
it's
that's
just not
fine.
the
I was
case.
just wondering. No, that's perfectly fine. I accept that is a true statement.
Okay. Anyway, back to Andrew Wilson. Andrew Wilson is a misogynist that treats women as lesser. And given what we have gone through, it's pretty clear to me. I mean, just from the fact of being against feminism, right away, you're striving for an inequality between the sexes, as well as genders as well, but it doesn't matter.
I don't think I would like to engage with you about the inequality part, if you would like to.
I mean, if you're against feminism, then you're against the equality between the sexes.
May I give a rebuttal to that?
Yes.
Okay. I disagree because I believe that not only people in general, but men and women are not the same. I'm not saying one's better, but they're not the same.
It's never an
Therefore-
argument as to, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Well. Okay. I'll keep it quick so you can finish that. They're not the same. Therefore, I feel like they should expect different outcomes because they're not the same, or not outcomes, but societal norms because of that. I'm not saying that's a good or a bad thing, though. I can expand if you want, but you can. I know you just tried to say something.
So whether or not that men and women should be treated equally does not say that men and women are the same.
Why is differently bad, though?
The problem is you want equality in terms of rights.
I never said that.
Equal, right? So feminism specifically, belief in social, economic, and political equality of the sexes. That doesn't mean, therefore, men and women aren't different. Of course they're different. No one is arguing whether or not they're different. The question is whether or not they are socially, economically, or politically equal.
I don't think they are. I think they're different.
Where are they unequal, socially, economically, or politically?
Well, politically, I think men are more suited in terms of politics. That's the statement.
You don't have anything to add to that?
I do.
Men are better at politics? That's it?
I was just trying to respect you because you seem to only, okay. I think men are more suited in terms of politics because men are more, not always, but generally, on average, men are better at critical thinking and thinking under pressure, making split-second decisions in terms of, specifically, and I won't get into, what's going on in Iran, but in terms of, in terms of what's going on in Iran, like if you had some information and at least you thought in your mind, you thought that you needed to make a decision fast because of that information, I think men are more suited to do that. They're just better at it generally. I'm not saying
so men are better critical thinkers than women?
Generally, not only and not always, but generally.
What if I told you that there was no empirical basis behind that whatsoever? And we actually found in terms of emotional intelligence, women are actually far above that of men. What if I told you that?
Define emotional intelligence.
emotional intelligence is the ability to determining the kinesics of an individual?
I disagree.
You think that women aren't more emotionally intelligent than men are? You think like a woman can't figure out what you're thinking better than you can?
Well, I think
serious?
that's not what emotional intelligence is.
That's literally
but
what
I
emotional
disagree with that
intelligence
too.
is.
I think emotional intelligence is more
Jesus
accurately
Christ,
described as your ability to control your emotions.
Yeah. Fuck, dude. Yeah, all right, just
Yeah, I'm not trying to
FYI,
argue.
there is
Yeah, I'm just trying to
there
talk.
is no empirical basis to what you're saying. Empirically speaking, that's just not the case. That's just misogyny.
I don't think it's misogyny, but that's just my
It
opinion.
is because there is no empirical backing to what you're saying.
I acknowledge that. I'm just
Like, do
saying it's
you
my
think
opinion.
that you would be better a leader than, say, Hillary Clinton?
Can I respond to that?
Because let's be honest, like Hillary Clinton, in terms of like any of us here in chat
Can I
or
respond to
yourself,
that?
she would probably dog walk every single one of us, right? Because she's kind of been doing it for what, 40 years?
May I please respond? Okay. All I'm saying is that on average, men are better. Hillary Clinton might be better at me than that, but she's not your average woman. She's obviously very exceptional. I don't agree with her, but I think she's an exceptional woman, right? That's not a misogynist view. That's a very pro-woman view.
Yeah. Well,
I
mean,
think she's, all I'm saying is on average.
So
man.
again,
like on
there is no empirical basis behind what you're saying. You're just saying it.
Well, no, yes. And I'm saying that based off of my everyday experience. Excuse me, my everyday experience.
Yeah, I understand it's your everyday experience, and I get like the good old boys self-affirm by bringing in more men because men like to hang out with other men, and when men have end up in leadership roles because they are more aggressive, that doesn't necessarily make them better leaders.
I think it does. I think
does it cause there to be more
leader.
selection of women? Or men over women? Yeah, it does. But that doesn't mean women are better or worse at critical thinking. That's just not the case. It's just empirically false what you're saying. There's no, there is no sex basis to critical thinking, even by an on average basis. It's also not the case. In fact, it's quite often that men fly off the handle when it comes to their emotions. We just don't refer to it as that way.
That is true. Men,
men go
in
fucking crazy.
household.
They get fucking rage induced and lose their goddamn mind. And women are constantly trying to keep things together.
I can tell you exactly why. I can tell you exactly why that is. I think that's because of emotional intelligence. Because when
men lack emotional intelligence.
Yes, when raised in
you were saying earlier that they didn't. That women were anyway. I'm going to move on, Joseph.
I will
but I'm going to let you get the last word in. Okay, maybe I would say spend some time and maybe reconsider. Maybe look at some science on critical thinking of men versus women, and you're going to find very little empirical evidence outside of. I think like that there was like a test that looked at 3D rotational remembrance where men were slightly better on. But that's not really something that people even refer to. Critical thinking is just not one of them. We're basically equal in terms of men and women.
Well, you never engaged with why you thought Andrew Wilson was against women. You just trying to
I did. He's against feminism and he's against equality. And you yourself are also against equality. So it does make sense why you would defend Andrew Wilson here. But you've kind of just solidified my point for me. Anyway, I'm going to move on. Okay, Joseph, it was good talking to you.
All right. Bye.
Peace. All right. I just missed a call. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hello. How are ya?
Can I get your name?
I am Mr. Awesome in the chat.
All right. What you want to talk about, Mr. Awesome?
Well, I think that the
actually, can you hold me? Can you hold for just a second?
Yes.
Can I just? I have to use the bathroom. I'll just be right back. It will not take me long.
For sure.
Just hang tight.
Sure.
I'm going to put you on hold. Okay. All right, hang tight, chat. I'll be right back. It will not take long. Just hang tight. Drinking too much water. All right, sorry about that. We are back with Mr. Awesome. Mr. Awesome, what did you want to talk about?
Well, I think that probably the best thing is to just pick up right where we left off and just go straight for the throat. I think misogynism is good because misogynism, defined now, is not actually just hating women. It's just enjoying and appreciating the differences of women and wanting to see that fulfilled in society. Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, I'm writing down what you say. So you think that misogyny is good because misogyny is about enjoying and appreciating the differences of women and what you want to see in society. Okay, can you give me an example of misogyny, which is good?
So misogyny that is good would be, male leadership in government, women staying home and being homemakers. Head coverings at church, dresses, anti-slut culture, anti-rape culture. Those are all just banging misogyny.
Is it possible to rape your wife?
How do you mean rape your wife?
Is it possible to forcefully
Like
have sex with your wife despite her desire to not have sex?
Physically abuse her, and then sexually abuse her? Yeah.
What if I told you that there's an overwhelming amount of Republicans that think that it is not possible to rape your wife?
Cool, I guess.
You just said like that there was like that it's anti-rape culture, but the reality is that right-wing conservatives consistently are in favor of rape culture.
Really? Because as far as I know, it's only conservative governments that are pushing the death penalty for rape. So if you can move away from the marriage rape argument and actually get back to the point of addressing misogyny, at least popular conceptions of misogyny, I find nothing in there to be opposed to.
What?
I find nothing in popular conceptions of misogyny to be opposed to.
Well, so there's a lot of problems to what you're saying. Number one, by saying misogyny is good, what you've done is that you've effectively admitted openly that half the population deserves less respect and fewer rights.
No, I didn't.
That's literally what misogyny is.
No. Because misogyny, what people would call misogyny, or a misogynistic opinion, would be me saying it's better for women to stay at home and be homemakers, or it's better for women to remain virgins until marriage. Same with men, by the way. They would say those are misogynistic opinions, but that is just respecting and acknowledging the differences between men and women and enjoying them, esteeming women, some might say. So, yeah, I guess there is an actual realistic misogyny, you know, actually just berating women, beating them like they do in Islamic cultures. But the popular conception of misogyny, the kind that most 21st century liberals hold, is just not a problem.
Do you think that, I mean, women should be staying at home?
Yeah.
What if they say, I don't want to do that?
Ignoring the fact that the overwhelming majority do, and that even feminist scholars like Simone de Beauvoir acknowledge that an overwhelming majority of women do. I think there is a certain, perhaps there is a certain amount of self-hating women or people who have been brought up wrong ways that want to go out into the workforce. So be it, I suppose. It's their life that they're ruining and not living up to their full potential. I would encourage them to consider other ways. And I think that education for women should be more mother-centric. But if someone is like, yes, of course, I want to go into the workforce, I don't know, you can't stop them, I guess. Also, there are some jobs.
So then what difference is between your position and my position? I'm saying let women do what they want. And if you're providing no prescriptions, then you would have to agree with me.
Define prescriptions.
My prescription is let women do what they want. And you basically just said the same thing, albeit in a really hateful, misogynistic way. But
okay, so
tacitly from your argument, you basically said, okay, well, if women, if they want to go work, then they can go work. I mean, they're ruining their lives, but they can go work. Well, I would say, if a woman decides that they want to go work, I'm not against that either. So what difference is there in our positions other than you're just like a misogynistic prick?
Because unlike you, who does not appreciate the differences between men and women, I do. And so I want what's best for women.
No, you specifically, you're not celebrating the difference between men and women. You are celebrating the inferiority of women over men. And you're acting like that this is a normal position. Do you think that you could say something like this in polite company and not get an immediate punch to the face?
Oh, where did I say I'm oppressing women or I'm...
You're arguing it right now, asshole. You're doing it right now. I'm sorry. I can't be polite with you when your response is to say misogyny is good. We are not on the same playing field where you want to subjugate half of the population and you think it is bad when women stand up for themselves.
Where do I say that I want to subjugate half of the population?
You just said it.
Where?
You said misogyny was good.
Yeah. I said popular.
So then what the fuck are you arguing? You're just arguing wanting to be better or higher than women in general. You said that that's okay. And then when I point out that to you directly to your face, your response is, well, where is it do I argue that? You literally argued that just now. Why in the fuck would I treat you with any amount of respect, considering that you think that half the population is less than you? You're a disgusting human being. Do you even hang out with any women? What is wrong with you?
Yeah, I got a girlfriend.
You got a girlfriend and you talk like this? Do you talk? Did she know that this is how you feel?
She knows a lot worse about me in your book, at least.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. Well, I guess there's fucking a match made in heaven. What a fucking piece of shit. You're a fucking gross human being. You know that, Mr. Awesome? And I'd appreciate it if you didn't even bother calling me again. But I'll give you the last word. But holy shit, dude. You're a nasty, ugly human being. And I dislike you very much. If I saw you in real life and you said that to me, you would be very, very upset with how I would react to that. I would be so fucking mad at you, bro. It has nothing to do with my feelings. Your feelings are that. Your feelings. It's not my feelings. Your feelings, you fucking piece of shit. Go fuck yourself. Dog shit, garbage human being. I'm going to start fucking banning people, bro. I swear to God. Mr. Awesome, you're a fucking piece of garbage. And if y'all think that guy was a good guy, I'll turn off the fucking comments. I ain't playing around. What a fucking piece of shit. What a fucking piece of shit. Go fuck yourself. You want to fucking subjugate half the population? Go eat a dick. Eat a bag of dicks. You fucking piece of garbage human being. I'm not even going to tolerate that shit. I'll take more calls, but I'm not going to deal with these fucking assholes. You're going to fucking defend this motherfucker? Enjoy your time out, Mr. Awesome. What a fucking piece of garbage. I can't handle these fucking people, bro. I can't handle this fucking, oh, fuck. I need to chill. I'll turn off the fucking comments, bro. I'm going to call Irma. She's not answering. Here, Irma, you there? What did you think of that last caller?
Ooh, I came in on the very end.
Well, he thinks that misogyny is good.
Yeah, I wanted to, I never got him to, I wanted to hear his definition of misogyny. Because sometimes they will use misogyny in this like stupid way of like, oh, I mean traditionalism where, you know, the man works outside the home and the woman stays home and provides for the kids, which honestly, Amender, that part being a traditional, like wanting that, I'm okay with. It is only, I only get upset or only have any kind of offensive feeling when they're like, women should only be in the house and provide for the children and rear the children and all that. And women should only, and men should always. When you put always in places that are like, that's not how it really works. That's when I kind of get offensive.
Let me see. We'll take a fucking phone call.
So what was his?
I'm going to take the phone call.
What was his definition?
Hold on. I'm just going to take a...
Okay.
I'm going to take a call. Hold on. You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hey, this is Mr. Awesome. I'm wondering if I can re-fulfill my definition
Mr.
of misogyny.
Awesome, kindly, you can fuck right off. You genuinely pissed me off to the point that I wanted to physically punch you through the screen. So no, I'm good. It's nice talking to you.
One of your fans was asking for it, though.
Eat shit, douchebag. Sorry, can't do it. I'm sorry. I have a limit. I have a limit. I can't. You gotta be in polite company, man. And I can't do it, dude. These types of people are so fucking disgusting that I genuinely want to fucking kill myself listening to them. All right, go ahead, Irma.
No, I understand. Mr. Awesome, if you could put it in the side chat, I guess, because he doesn't want to talk to you.
I timed him out.
Okay. Well, dang, because I still want to hear what he defines misogyny as, because so many times people do not understand the words that they are using them under. So many times.
You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Hey, yeah, this is Joseph Casanova again. I'll give you my definition for misogyny, and then I'll hang up if you want.
What's your definition?
I need you to please be polite here, because I'm not happy. I'm very upset.
I will be, and I would just like to also say that my last.
I wish I could fucking find these fucking people. I really do. I really wish I could find these types of people.
I will be polite.
And
I will be
take a
polite.
breath.
Right,
take a breath. I want to hear the definition. Hold on.
All right.
And, you know, my last call-in was extremely respectful, and I did reiterate a million times last call-in, I only wanted to be polite and have a conversation. So I'll give you my definition for misogyny if you want, and then I'll hang up.
Go ahead.
What is it?
I think misogyny is simply, my definition A would be woman hating, and I guess my definition B would be thinking women are lesser than men.
Okay.
I like that one. That's where I always think.
Just because I know people were asking for a definition, so that's my definition. I'd be glad to engage or hang up. Doesn't matter. Respectfully, I have nothing but respect.
I agree with you. It's half the population. And it says here, misogyny is a disliked or contempt for or ingrained prejudice against women.
I agree with that.
I agree with that definition, and it's disgusting that, you know, listening to people that think that that women are to be treated with a level of contempt like that. It's absolutely disgusting. I can't tolerate it. I'm not going to tolerate it. I'm not. I mean, if you want to have a normal conversation, we can do so. But that was honestly, it was so disgusting that I just completely crashed out. I can't handle that.
Yeah, so I agree with that definition. And if I did think somebody was being misogynist, I would also think that that is a bad thing. Period.
Okay.
Just like I would agree if anybody is being a misandrist.
If you thought that somebody was being misogynist, I think that the reactions that you have towards that.
I figured. I'm
Hello?
okay with
Can you
that.
hear
I
me?
know the listener still can.
All right. Sorry. Rip, one more time. Can you repeat that, Joseph?
Can you hear me again?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So I agree with that definition of misogyny. And I'm sorry, 1 second. I'm sorry, brother. I have a kid. I'm sorry. But I agree with that definition of misogyny. And if I thought somebody was being misogynist, I would also have similar emotions.
Okay. I thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Now, I would like to engage if you want about what I think would be right to label someone as misogynist, if you want. All respectfully, of course. Even if we disagree, I can disagree with you, but also be respectful. Okay.
I mean, we'll talk later. I'm gonna focus on this temple for a bit. All right.
Okay. I mean, is there anything you wanted to engage in, or I mean, this is a call-in show, right?
It is a call-in show, but just give me a bit.
But I mean, I think I'm one of your more respectful callers.
I appreciate it.
You know, whatever. I'll hang up. I'll stay on a little bit.
later.
If you have a topic later, I'll call in. Okay.
Yeah. I just need to breathe.
Yeah, it's okay.
You know, when I was growing up in the 90s, I never would have heard anybody say something like that so openly, so candidly, like as if it's okay. Nobody would have talked like that. It's such an old, like, fuddy-duddy way of thinking, and it's so disgusting. It's a really gross way of thinking. And
you get that majority of the society, especially in like Christian spaces, this is kind of what they're taught, though. Women are meant to be seen and heard, and are seen, not heard, and submissive to their partner. And their
it goes even further, where they say misogyny is that they like misogyny, and misogyny is okay.
And I
I
agree,
want to rip this dude's fucking head off. Are you kidding?
I don't think he uses the word right. I do not think he is defining the word right, and that's where I at first would immediately cut it and be like, wait, when you say misogyny,
I asked him for an example. I asked him, what do you mean by misogyny? And yeah, he's like, yeah, women are not equal. You know, they're worse than men.
No,
and
that's
yeah.
the problem.
Yeah, and I'm like, and I'm just like, I'm like, you're so gross. Like, how do I even address?
Because I feel the same way about when women do it towards men, being like, all men are shit.
Yeah, it's horrible.
We should send them all to war to die. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Okay. Wow. Huh. That's a problem. But I do think most people, when they're using misogyny, they don't mean that they have like an inherent hate for women. I do believe we live under a mostly patriarchal society, so there is almost a natural proclivity to discount women, but not consider it misogyny. It's just a traditional mindset. It's a conservative mindset.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe, hopefully.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just wanted to talk to somebody who's at least somewhat reasonable, you know, as opposed to whatever the fuck that was. Anyway, I'll talk to you later, okay?
You're good. Have a good one. I will.
We are taking calls. Phone number is 202-998-5218. Yeah, I flew off the handle because I can't tolerate that. I have a really hard time dealing with that, man. I really do. I don't like that at all. I don't like the way that you spoke about women. You spoke like that in front of to a bunch of women. I gotta let you know, man. I'm a pretty peace loving person. I'd punch you in the face. We're fighting. I will spend the night in jail for that. I'd be glad to do that. And even if you're stronger than me, I don't really care. I would do it anyway. And then I don't know, maybe I can be seen as the unaccepting person, but I don't really care. To me, it's like, you're just such a disgusting human being that it was worth it. It was worth treating you like the dog that you are. Sit there, speak like that. Imagine fighting a mender. LMAO. Dude, even if I lost, I'd be like, worth it. Worth it. Would have been worth it. Fucking piece of garbage, human being. What a piece of garbage. Anyway, feel free to call in. Phone number is 202-998-5218. I'm trying to get this temple done. It's kind of hard. There's a lot to it. I'm missing, I basically got it done. I'm just missing a fairy. GGM says, how much weight can you curl? I don't know, maybe about 50 pounds. Maybe 50, 60 pounds. I'm not super strong. I'm not strong. I don't really care. I don't think you got to be like super buff to be able to fight. All right, let me No, but if you said that in polite company, we'd be fighting. I'd be fighting you right there. Trying to think here. me see. Here, I'll do a 50-pound curl if you want. Here's a 50-pound. It is heavy though. Those are 50 pounds. Sorry I missed your call. Can you call back? I am taking calls. Sorry. I had to put away those. Just call back. Let's see. What was I doing? You're on the line with 1stAmender.
What's up, dude?
Hello.
William.
Hey, William. What you want to talk about?
What's up?
What you want to talk about, William?
Sorry about that. I was trying to turn my Chromebook off so I can see you on the phone.
What you want to talk about, William?
Secularism, whatever happened with that dude, like gender roles or whatever.
What?
Talk about economics too. I want to talk about secularism and whatever happened with that guy. Was it misogyny or gender roles or whatever you guys were talking about?
What are you talking about? Secularism? What?
Secularism? Oh, yeah, it's been a hot topic for me lately.
Okay.
I believe that secularism can be good or bad, just like theocracy. I think modern secularism, the past 10, 15 years, has been really harmful.
Okay. Give me a moment.
I try to compare them fairly. Look at religious governments, secular governments, and compare the harm done.
So where do you see like secularism has been really awful?
Well, I think in an American context specifically, it's created a lot of moral relativism and dilution of culture. People have become more shallow and mean. Not all secular people. Secular people can be awesome, amazing, but I mean the effects of the secularism itself.
So just off the gate, like there is nothing that anybody can do about it, but everything is morally relative, including people that are religious.
I would agree that's always a component of morality, but I think secular authoritarianism can be very damaging.
Say what?
I said I think secular authoritarianism can be very damaging. I like libertarian secular.
So hold on. I want to address the first claim that you said. You said that it creates moral relativism, but all moral systems are relative.
Yeah, theocracy has the same, can do the same thing.
Yeah, it's also morally relative.
Yes, because theocrats don't even usually follow the Bible. They're just pushing their version of it.
So how is the fact that it creates moral relativism a problem?
It creates an environment where everybody's just going on their own opinion and they're just going back to their culture and morality. So people's real moral values are being diluted under left-wing secularism. Like we're pushed to just assimilate. What are we assimilating to in an American context? I feel like it's nothing. Nihilism.
Well, what if I told you that the societies that live the highest quality of living standards on planet Earth are secular societies?
I mean, I'd probably have more fun, but I would be skeptical of the ways they're measuring this because
it's not really fun though. It's not. It's more of quality of living standard.
I think that's kind of subjective, man. Because how can you measure existential well-being?
You can look at the HDI, for example.
All right, what does that mean?
The Human Development Index.
Yeah, but how do they feel fulfilled? Are they following their purpose?
Yes.
All right.
They're all secular.
Yeah, there's secular countries that probably have a lot of happiness, but I still think they can be harmed in other ways.
So just pulling up the Human Development Index, the ones with the highest developments, we have Iceland, Switzerland, Denmark, Netherlands, Belgium, Singapore, the United Arab Emirates.
Because it doesn't last.
What?
You can have a good thing going for 5 years and then
what?
They fall into nihilism or they get dominated by Muslims or any religion.
But these are like the highest quality of living standards on planet Earth, and they're secular.
Yeah, but do you think it's going to last? Or do you think it's going to be like...
Yeah, I mean, considering they've kind of been around the top since the 90s, then yeah, it'll last.
You know, Japan objectifies women.
Yes.
Mean to women in Japan.
Yeah. What's your point?
The secular way of looking at morality can lead to justifications for misogyny or racism.
The people that were arguing misogyny were religious.
I agree, but secular government...
we literally just went over biblical verses that specifically treat women as property. So
yeah,
no, it's not secular society. Secular societies argue for feminism, which is the equality of the sexes.
Not all of them. You know, the Soviet Union was very chuggly, very far right culturally.
Those are Eastern Orthodox.
But it's an example of a secular place so bad.
But they're Eastern Orthodox. Not really. It's like mostly Eastern Orthodox.
So the Soviet Union was Christian?
They're Eastern Orthodox. Yes.
I mean the people in the society were, but the Christians were persecuted. What do you think about nihilism?
I'm a nihilist.
All right. Thank you for your honesty. I used to pretty much be one. I was an existential nihilist. Can you define what that is? Do you think that everyone should be nihilists?
Well, I don't think everybody should be nihilists.
Would you agree with me that contemporary secularism has been nihilistic in a positive, happy way or whatever?
No.
Positive.
I mean, I have a weird form of nihilism called optimistic nihilism. You ever hear of it?
Yeah, that's what I used to do too. I think if everyone was pushed into a materialistic and nihilistic view of the world, even in a positive way, it would hurt society long term, over the past couple generations down, like our grandkids or whatever. It would hurt them.
I don't really understand why people are always against nihilism in and of itself.
You know, I'm actually I really like Friedrich Nietzsche. He's an inspiring figure. I don't hate nihilists. I like to listen to them and hear them out because I've been there too. But I don't think it's good for society for us to adopt that philosophical outlook as our primary, the default cultural standard.
Well, I would argue as an optimistic nihilist for secular humanism.
Secular humanism.
Yes. Because it leads to I think it would lead to more human flourishing.
Right. I think secular humanism's backbone has always been Christian values.
No.
No?
Secular humanism rejects all religion.
But I don't think it can function without Christians.
No. It does function without Christianity. In fact, it directly says that it specifically derives its morals without a God.
Yeah, I think they appropriated Christian values and pagan values too.
No.
No, they didn't appropriate pagans?
It did not appropriate any pagan or Christian values. It simply looks at what leads to more human flourishing and goes in that direction.
All right. Well, I think theocrats and theocracy and secularism can both be harmful. So I want a government where Christians and secularists work together.
But it doesn't show that.
Hold on.
Secularist countries have the highest quality of living standard by a long shot, and theocracies have a stunningly low quality of living standard.
But America has a poor quality of life, and I'm primarily looking out for Americans. I think we need distributism to improve our quality of life. We need spiritual outlooks.
If you wanted things in America to be better, maybe for starters, don't vote in a president that wants to war with every country on planet Earth and piss off all your trade partners, for example. That might help.
Someone who's not a warmonger. We need someone who's America first.
He stole the Venezuelan president and then went to war in Iran preemptively. It's a completely optional war.
It's all distraction matrix behaviors.
I mean, you were saying that he's not a wartime president, but he is. And then when I brought up that he's doing things that enact war, you then said, well, this is just a matrix.
Oh, wait. Maybe I did say that he used to be.
No, he is.
Yeah.
Also, I like what Cowcrapper just said. America first, but Israel firster.
I'm Israel last.
Yeah. Anyway. Did you have anything else for me, William?
Yeah, beyond my secularism and theocracy claims, I also want to know more what happened with you and that last person.
Yeah, as a douchebag that wants to subjugate half the population. He's a disgusting human being, and I think my reaction is completely justified and founded, considering that he thinks that half the population is inferior to him.
Being hypocritical.
He's a nasty, gross. No, it's not hypocritical. I don't think that you could be tolerant of the intolerant. I think if you tolerate the intolerant, you just end up with an intolerant society.
Yeah. I look out for the existential well-being of women. I want them to, I don't want them stuck in the home. I like feminine women. I like they take care of their kids. I don't think they have to do that all the time. There's a lot of jobs they can be good at, a lot of things they can do.
Yeah. Anyway, well, it was a good conversation, William. I'll talk to you later, okay? Hello? All right, bye-bye. Bye, I guess.
It was a good conversation, William. Talk to you.
I'll take another call, but let me just see if I can play this game. I gotta get the last fairy, wherever the fuck it is. Totally forgot where it's at. It's not in this chamber. Oh my god, I was hoping to get this temple done, huh? You're on the line with 1stAmender.
Yo, Amender, it's Flashy.
Hey, Flashy.
Hey, came in.
Mind if I just play this game and not have to write notes on everything you say?
Came in at like the very last minute of that. Not the last caller, but the one before the last. You kind of lost your shit there, bro.
Of course, 100%. I can't stand these nasty human beings, dude. I really do. I can't take them honestly or seriously. Like, I just genuinely get really upset at it. I don't know. I'm a human. I respond in a human way to people who say abhorrent, nasty things about people.
Yeah, that was good. I like that.
I'm sorry for getting upset.
No, don't apologize to me. Yeah. I think that's what we need more of.
Thank you. Appreciate that. This guy really bothered the shit out of me.
Something that the last caller said that was kind of annoying me. Obviously, since I'm a communist, they were kind of talking like the Soviet Union was a secular government,
mm-hmm.
But it wasn't. It was like an openly state atheist government, which is very different from secularism.
Yeah, where it's like I think like under state atheism, it's like enforcing atheism, whereas secular is just saying it has no say in what you do or do not worship, right?
Yeah, like a lot of churches in the Soviet Union were like destroyed, burned down, or repurposed for something else.
Yeah.
And it wasn't.
I am not in agreement with that, right? Mind you. Like, right. I think like if you want to worship what you want to worship, go ahead and do it. It's just, I just don't think that government should enforce your system of belief. That's all.
Right. Yeah, and there's like debates internally in like communist spaces whether like state atheism or secularism is like the way to go and everything. I kind of lean more towards state atheism, but I think there's a lot of excesses there that are problematic. But I was also going to mention that there was a brief period in the Soviet Union from 1943 up until like slightly after the death of Stalin, where they rehabilitated the church mostly for like wartime purposes, to like help generate support for the war in World War II. So the Orthodox Church was rehabilitated for a short period of time there in the Soviet Union, but I don't think that guy bringing up like the Soviet Union or like Maoist China or Hojit's Albania as like secular examples, like that's not a very good example.
Yeah, I mean, it's like when you think about like actual secular societies where it's just a strong separation of church and state, it's the very, very high quality of living societies. Like, there's no reason to think that secularism is going to ruin your society and you're living in a secular society. Unless, of course, the Christian nationalists have their way and ruin our country as we know it.
Yeah, I mean, see, that's the thing. That's something that like triggers my my state atheism inside of me.
Yeah, you're just like, bro, I just ban all of it, right?
Yeah, just fuck all these people.
Fuck all you people. Yeah, it's kind of funny.
Like fuck Christian Sharia law, fuck Islamic Sharia law, fuck all that.
Fuck all y'all bitches. It's kind of funny.
Yeah. I just wanted to call in and clarify that, though. Thanks for the call.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll talk to you later, buddy. Bye-bye. Yeah, mind you, you can believe whatever it is you want. Go ahead, believe in it. That should not be done by state sanction. That's fucked up. Oh my God. All right. Kill this thing. We gotta finish this dungeon, bro. Is this the morning of the final day? Fuck, dude. We gotta move, dude. We don't got a lot of time. I'm currently... Yeah, we gotta get this done. We got this. All right. 1stAmender, are women emotionally superior to men? I think it's like, it's just different. It's different. I don't know if it's like superior. It's kind of a loaded term. Like, what do you mean by superior? Superior in what way? Like, capable of empathizing? I mean, women are more capable at empathizing. You know? Let's see here. Hold on. Let me see. Where is this... There's got to be... There is a fairy here somewhere. I just got to find it. Is that... Oh, fuck. Fuck. Damn it. For sure the fairy's in that. For sure the fairy is in that. All right. Got it. It's right there. Just got to get it out. All right, we got all the fairies. So now we can do the final temple. We can finish it up. We're ready to go. All right. Actually, I think we can exit out this way. Yeah. All right, come on. We got this. Materialism shouldn't be enforced either? I don't think you understand what that... I don't think you really understand what that word means. Materialism is just like the objective reality you find yourself in. Like what do you mean that you wouldn't enforce materialism? You don't enforce materialism. It just is. It's like you don't enforce reality. Like you don't need to enforce reality. It's just reality. That's just how reality do. All right. We got to get to basement 1. We got to flip around the water and then go back. All right, we got this. I believe. Materialism is not reality. No, it kind of is. Here. In philosophy and metaphysics, materialism is a form of monism, holding that matter is a fundamental substance of nature, so that all things, including mind and consciousness, arrive from material interactions and depend on physical processes, including those of the human brain and the nervous system. It contrasts with monistic idealism, which treats consciousness as fundamental and it's related to naturalism that view only natural laws and forces operate in the universe, and to physicalism, the view that all exists is ultimately physical. Physicalism extends materialism by including forms of physically beyond ordinary matter, such as space-time, energy, forces, exotic matter, and some use the terms interchangeably. It's literally just reality. It's just reality. Amender, do you have a favorite wave of feminism, and why is it your choice? The one that includes trans people. I think it's like what? Like fourth wave or whatever? Yeah, I like that. I like that. We got to fight Georg. We're at the end, but we didn't have we didn't have the fairies for it. We're running out of time though. We got to get moving. We got to start moving. We're almost done. We just got to get to the boss now, and then we're going to, as soon as we're done with the boss, go fight go to the Great Fairy Temple. We should have this done shortly. We have enough time. We just gotta move. Fuck, no, don't hit me. Supernatural beliefs can exist in material reality. They specifically, well, so it depends on what you're talking about. Are you talking about the literal supernatural? Or are you talking about the fact that you're thinking of the supernatural? All right, let's see. We got to go to B1. And there's just like a bottom chamber area. Or it's not B2. It's just B1. Though I'm pretty sure that you're supposed to go to the bottom. I think that's it. That's it. This temple sucks. All right, come on, in. All right. Where the fuck are we? Where the fuck are we going? I don't think this is the right way. I went the wrong way. This is the wrong way. Fuck. Fuck. Didn't want to go that way. Wait, is this the right way? I don't think it's the right way. William says, I believe in female autonomy, but not the erosion of feminine norms. If you believe in female autonomy, then fundamentally it would erode feminine norms. Right? Because it's like a woman can choose if they want to be a housewife or not a housewife. Where the fuck do I go? God damn it. Fucking. That was not the right direction. I went the absolute wrong direction for that. Hey, okay. This temple sucks. I gotta get the bunny hood, bro. I still don't have the bunny hood. Fuck! Son of a bitch! fucking temple, bro. This temple sucks. All right, come on. Please just stay. Please do not fall. We need to get out of here. Please don't fall. We need to leave this dungeon. Amender ignores female biology. Where did I ignore female biology? Alright. Where the hell are we? Fuck, we're still back at the entrance. Alright. Alright, so it's the bottom areas. Where is the... Maybe that's it. That's probably the bottommost. There. Okay, please, please, please be the right way. I think that's it. I think we're here. We're in the right spot. I'm pretty sure this is it. Yep, we're here. We're in the right spot. We can go fight Georg. Please. No. Just stay in here. Don't move a muscle. Can I get up? I can't get up. Oh, fuck. God, it's so infuriating. Secularism must have its limits. It is already limited. You just don't force people to believe what you want, and then that's it. That's secularism. You did it. It's a separation of church and state. That's it. That's the limit. No churches in the state. No official endorsement of a particular religion. It's pretty simple. It's pretty great. It's pretty great. God, fuck it, dude. Dude, I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna crash out. Chad, I'm gonna crash out. Secularism is not libertarian. It is very libertarian. It's a very libertarian position to be secular. It's an extremely libertarian viewpoint. All right. So angry. I am so angry. We just got to finish this temple. All right. Come on. There you go. There we go. All right. No problem. Any potions? Nope. I think we just jump down. Jump in, fight. We got this. boy. Let's keep going. By the way, if you've not hit subscribe, please do me a favor. Hit subscribe. Appreciate ya. And yeah, I definitely lost my cool with Mr. Awesome. I'm sorry. Can't handle that, bro. Cannot handle that. All right, let's see here. Let's see. I think that's a fish. Or is he? Fuck. He's eating me. Druid says, what if I already subbed? Well, hit the like. Did you hit the like? That helps. Fuck. 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 Oh my god, bro. This fish is dunking on me, man. Fish is dunking on me, bro. I need health. No, actually, this is all arrows. It's okay. We're good. Just gonna let him hit. There we go. We're fine. Got this bitch fish. Oh yeah, that's right. A bunch of little fish come out. Fuck. Well, that could kill me. But the benefit of it not killing me. Yes, I have enough fairies. Flashy. We got enough. Look. I got fairies. See? I'm rocking it. Fuck. Oh. Alright. There he is. I just fucking... Fuck. Damn it. Man, this is brutal. Brutal for poor old Sweepy. Get up there, get up there, get up there. Okay. Wait, he's... Oh shit, he got messed up again. All right. Yay, we did it. But we got to do the real prize, which is getting delivering all those fairies. I don't remember what the water temple was. The water temple reward was for getting all the fairies. But fairy collecting, bro, shit's brutal. Shit's brutal. But we do plan on 100%ing this game, right? So we got to do it. Got to do it. All right. All right. Okay, we did that. All right, so we did that. And now I think all we got to do, we're going to go to that one spot over there. Flashy says, go get the bunny hood, Amender. Yeah, I know. I was aware of that way before, and I just haven't gotten around to it. But you're right, I should get the bunny hood. Though I'll be honest, I'm probably going to get the fairies and then just call it, because goddamn, bro. How long have I been streaming? Almost 6 hours? Yeah. Gotta start calling it at a certain point, you know? And y'all managed to get one crash out of me. I hated pretending like we're effectively on even footing here. Like I'm supposed to respect you after saying shit like that. That's really what bothers me is like I'm supposed to treat this person like they're a human being, but they're not willing to treat others like human beings. Amender, forget that. You should get your real life furry outfit. We'd love to see that. Why are you like this? All right. Fairies. Fairies. Let's go. Also, GGM, nothing prompted that. You just said that all on your own. Lend you my strength? What are they giving me? What is this? What am I getting? What is this power? Oh, snap! Now I'm taking half damage? That's what that is, right? That's a really good one. I'm badass! Your defense had been strengthened. Enemies now do half as much damage as before. That's awesome. That's fabulous. All right. And then let's go back to Great Bay real quick, and I think we get to look at like a Base God Flashy says, I hate that the prize for getting all the fairies in each dungeon is a fairy sword assigned to the C button. Yeah, dude. It's so true. That actually happens. It is true. Yeah, you get a fairy sword assigned to the C button. I swear, you guys just argue shit just to be fucking assholes. I feel like you guys, like, authoritarianism is base? Like, what the fuck? God, you're fucking stupid. God, you're dumb. Fuck. You can't actually believe that. So dumb. Pleased to meet you. Please come see the concert in town? Wait, hold on. I think I gotta be you. We're gonna start our rehearsal. One, two, three. What is this song? Amanda, you need a little bit of me to get rid of this in your society. True. Yay. All right. I think now I can just song a time. That tempo was hard, bro. That took a while. That was like a lot. Isn't there like a spot here where I can get like a heart piece, I think? I think there's like a heart piece in one of these. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He wants the, I think we have enough to be able to do all of them. Yeah, that's what it is. All right. Well, on that basis, I'm going to call it for today's stream. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Sorry for the crash out. I honestly, I was like, fuck you. Go fuck yourself. Fucking douchebag. Go eat shit and die. Like, unironically. All right. Peace, y'all. I'm going to go eat something. Oh, quickest way to the canyon is through the east gate. Okay. Irma says, I'm a 1stAmender. You coming to the Discord? Hell yeah. Why not? Why not? I'll talk to y'all